Take a real quick break again here as well. Vanessa, do you have any opening comments you need to make, or?
Only that you'll see the surface. We are recording, and there are staff. I think Chelsea and Chair Kesner will be joining in and out there at a conference in Savannah. So we do have this. It should be able to pick you up just fine. You may want to work on, projecting if you're a quiet talker, which I don't think is an issue with this group.
Is this our mic?
That is not. Your mic is actually through this, but
Okay.
it works really well. And we are making, I'm gonna stop pushing coffee on everybody, but we are making another pie. If you would like some, you just go in there, there's half and half in the fridge, and there's waters here, and there's more water to be had.
Perfect. I would like to welcome Darlene Fairchild. She is our new public member. Darlene, tell everyone a little bit about yourself.
Well, I was born and raised in El Paso, but I've been in College Station for the majority of my life, and I've worked at University Title, which is how I got into this, for 33 years this July.
I love
So I do a little bit of everything.
it. You're from the Holy Land, and we like to hear that.
That's right. And yes, and we've worked together several times.
Objection.
Tony, this is your first in-person meeting.
It is, I'm
Welcome
excited.
again. Yeah.
Thank you, this is great. Everybody's been so friendly, I appreciate it. Yeah.
That's my first, yeah,
Very well, so.
I'm from this area, I'm from the Williamson County North area.
Oh, do I need to do I'm Beaumont, Texas, another beautiful part of the state. Yes, refineries come up with.
That's
plants
not what we
every
say
day.
in Lipton.
No, I'm
We have a name for Beaumont that I can
kidding. You're stopped through coming to our beach.
The boudin's better in Belmont, I'll say that.
Zumos.
There we go. So I think that's all the new members, and we'll have an opportunity to introduce ourselves a little more in a couple of breaks. So Charles, you are Charles Porter. He is the alternate member appointed by the Rural Estate Commission. So he's here as well. And you came to one of the previous meetings in person, if I recall.
Yes, I did.
Great, great. Okay, so the first order of business on the agenda, of course, is the election of the attorney co-chair. So the way it was done in the past, what we'll do here is take a break formally from the committee. We're going to allow the attorneys to go in another room and caucus. Amy, will you be active foreman of the caucus just to and report back on whatever decision you guys make about the attorney co-chair? Looking forward to it.
Before we break, can we recognize our other guests?
Well, we have Charles Kramer, of course, our famous former chairman, and if you fail to elect chairman.
Well, we didn't know that was an option.
Is that an option?
And Robin, of course, from TR.
Robin Harris, yeah, thank you.
Always delightful. And of course, Abby and the rest of the staff is remote as well. Okay. So let's take a break until you guys come back.
Take the lawyers.
That sounded a little
Please.
ominous. She may not bring us back.
And so
Are you ready?
we're ready to hear the results.
Okay, so the results are that the attorneys have nominated John George to serve as our co-chair,
Elected, actually.
elected as our
By
co-chair
acclamation.
by acclamation.
Wow.
There was no, no
What took you
fraudulent
so long?
ballots or anything.
We're planning a happy hour.
And then we also, and we will, I'm not sure if we can say for sure that this is the thing, but we discussed and suggested, actually SJ suggested maybe having a vice chair, just
And we elected. You're it.
just to have backup, if needed, and that they asked me to do that. So
Great.
if that's, we didn't know if we ever had done that before.
We haven't, but we'll put it down here because I don't know, it may be one of those things where if we want to structure the committee a little more definitively, we could do that, but I think for this purpose, we'll just make the notation in the minutes, and if John doesn't show up here, then.
Which will never happen. I told him I was willing to do it only if he never missed. So,
All right, so that brings us to I'm sorry, John, I'm gonna turn this over to you and let you run it. I'm gonna act as scribe. So, I got through the whole first 2 points of the agenda.
All right. Well, I'm honored and excited and appreciate everybody's confidence in me to do this. And I will try to harken back to our former chair that's sitting in the room here to do the best I can to fill his shoes. And they will be big shoes to fill. So we will go through this first one, which I wasn't really prepared to run, but I will run. So if you work with me on my first time here, we'll get through this. We went through items 1 and 2. So the next item is discussion possible action to approve the January 14th, 2022 meeting minutes. So did everybody have a chance to review those? Does anybody have any comments or revisions?
We approve the minutes.
Mr. Chair, I have one small typographical error to correct, and the co-chair has already, I think, noted it. On page 2 of 3, in item 10, and B, in our new language, there is the word pay missing after, and seller shall pay any excess. It just was left out. It was part of what we approved, but it just wasn't in there. So this is the fees and deposits for reserves language.
Yes, and if I could just comment too, my name is misspelled. I have 2 N's in Diane. My mistake.
Sorry, I wrote your name yesterday.
That's a good catch. Did we catch that in the form?
Yeah, we'll need to check that. We can, and we can take a look. Make sure that-
Yeah, I don't think that language changed, that particular clause changed, so it should be fine to follow.
Any other comments?
I have a comment. This is really for later, but I don't know that this is actually on our agenda for later. So I'm gonna say it now. You can deal with it how you want. But, noted on the minutes in section 9, B, in the completion of repairs and treatments. When I discussed this with Ron, we made these changes, but I think it needs one more change. So towards the bottom of the paragraph, we are saying, well, at the beginning of the paragraph, we say they have to do repairs and treatments. They have to be done by a person licensed to do that or who normally does that in a profession. And if there are warranties, then those will be transferred. And then the next part of the paragraph talks about, last sentence, if seller fails to complete any agreed repairs and treatments prior to the closing date, buyer may exercise the remedies, and extend or whatever. I believe we ought to also say that if they fail to complete any repairs and treatments or transfer the warranties and transfer the warranties, that ought to be a thing too.
And I think we can get, for the minutes last time, this is what was decided last time. I think if we get to that,
Yes.
there'll be an opportunity, I think, later
Okay.
in our agenda items to address that. We can discuss it, but for the minutes of the meeting last time, any other comments or revisions?
I'd move to accept them as corrected.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Passes unanimously. We'll move to the next item. So public comment on non-agenda items.
I think we can about here for that.
Okay, we'll move to the next one. Update from the unauthorized practice of law working group. Who was the head of that group?
I guess it was me. So we went through, and Brian, feel free to chime in, Brian was on this committee as well, through a lot of the discussion concerning 53711, which is the rule essentially dealing with the forms and the history relating to that. We're going to meet again in May, April, at the end of this month. So we'll probably have a fuller report for you at the end of that time. because we were discussing some suggestions, but I think we haven't formulated all those correctly for you. Instead of getting ahead of ourselves, we probably should wait till the next meeting.
What was the focus on unauthorized practicing law that I'm looking at it?
Yeah, primarily in the rule, 53711 deals with the, discusses in detail what brokers may do with regard to forms. So for example, it's the famous, you may insert business details in factual statements. So that became part of the discussion as well, and defining those, looking potentially at alternative terms for that. But I don't think we really made any decision to actually draft a report back to this committee or to the commission. The commission actually governs that because it enforces the rule as a disciplinary rule against the licensees. So in a way, we're sort of advisory only to the commission with regard to this rule, but ultimately the commission has to.
If you could just somehow bring up the stupid clauses that people are putting, the escalation clauses, we gotta get rid of them. I mean,
Well,
there
that's
are
in the rule,
agents out,
but you can't do it.
I understand, but we gotta figure out how we can educate to that
Yeah.
point, because I
Yeah,
had so many come through and I just send them back. I go,
yeah.
And what
Not even looking
agents do is practice law so much. It's a blurred line. They can practice law within the confines of what Trek allows them to do by filling out these
Yeah.
contracts. And they get themselves in trouble a lot by not knowing where that line is.
Right.
And self-admittedly, it's a gray line. It's hard to walk it. And
So remember, the working committee, I mean, well, first of all, you had, the commission itself is limited by the dictates of the Real Estate Licensing Act that sets forth the framework. And then 53711, to a great extent, is required to have carry through all that stuff in the statute. But there's a disconnect in terms of how that is then processed and understood in the real world. And so really, I think the focus of what we're trying to work on is how can we take 53711 statute and make it in a more understandable form and possibly come up with solutions so that in the real world, agents will understand what their limitations are. And number two, give the agents ammunition so that they can explain to their customers, you want me to write that clause, but I can't. And can we give them some backbone and say, here's an informational sheet
I would
as
love
to
that.
why.
I
you
would love
can't
that.
do that. Okay, so that's sort of the things that we've been talking about.
Cause it's getting, I mean, and then they don't understand, well, first of all, it's not on letterhead, so it's not from a lawyer. Second of all, you got this from Johnny, you copied and paste, cause one gets it and then they just copy and paste and and they don't have to accept it.
That's right.
Back on the topic, so, came up in our other working group, but if the unauthorized practice of law group would look at the issue about and make recommendations or gather information from the commission and the chair about changing, there's a request to change the farm and ranch to allow either a special warranty deed or a general warranty deed. I personally believe that is not appropriate for us to do because that gives an agent the right to make a selection that has serious legal consequences. They may not, well, they don't understand, but anyway, we were going to talk to the chair. He's busy at whatever that conference is, Arello. But anyway.
And maybe I would ask the working group committee if you want any guest appearances there. I have thoughts on especially the attorney drafted forms for brokerages, and they are becoming more and more prevalent, especially in the Austin market, that are not necessarily following the rules of the statute, and I think are placing our agents and brokers in positions of increased liability.
Right, we actually did discuss attorney drafted forms that are supplemental to the Trek forms, and where those, where the rule actually draws the line. So a lot of this is education, I think, is what we concluded the rule actually has its roots going all the way back to the early 70s from an accord that was existed between the bar and Trek at the time. And so there's some old documents, and so there's a lot of wisdom in the words currently and experience that's there. So each time we got into it, we were thinking, oh, well, that's already addressed in the rule, and we like the rule. So we kept liking the rule more and more as we kept studying the issues. But again, I think that's one of the issues that pops up is the supplemental forms. And these issues, factual statements, business details, creative clauses, I think have been around for 40 or 50 years, and they just sort of come, and then they go away, and then they go away. But I think it's enforcement and education seem to be the biggest factors that need to take place, no matter what we do.
And so we'll look,
I can reach out to you, John. I think maybe if you've got some examples or thoughts, it might be helpful for me to take them down in terms of the education outreach component
Absolutely.
of like what's actually floating around. I mean, I won't use the exact.
no, absolutely. I have the
Like, what's
ones
out
that I've
there?
developed, and then I've seen others from other attorneys that may not understand how the law works currently, and I think it's risky for brokers involved. And so, but look forward to hearing the report from the committee there, and I know you're put some good work in to do that, so and I think we can move on unless somebody has any brief comments and want to.
Just the last thing on the guest appearances, maybe enforcement ought to be invited to talk about that, although I guess if the commission makes their decision, they can cram it down.
There wasn't,
Yeah, so the director of enforcement was at that, our last meeting.
Yeah.
And he's on right now.
Oh, hi. Yay, thanks.
Okay, so with that, we'll move to the next agenda item, the update from the Farm and Ranch Working Group. Who was in charge of?
It's Jay. We can present our, we had lots of stuff to do.
Yeah, we really did. We're good. We have met a couple of times since we've seen you, and we have looked over comments, which share are actually they're the next items in the paperwork.
Starting on page 5.
Yes, sir. The comments that, from the public, including many thanks to Texas Realtors, Robin in here, about some improvements to the contract. So, in 3D.
And can you remind everybody what the scope of what you were
Okay.
looking at in Farm and Ranch to set the table?
Wide open. Our new scope, we had a previously limited scope, and y'all gave us wide open scope now to make,
regret.
which you may regret, yes, to make general improvements to the Farm and Ranch contract. And with no deadline, we do not have a specific deadline when we want to roll out the new contract. I understand we don't have a new deadline to roll out any of the improvements to any of the contracts at the moment, but keeping in mind that the closer we get to a legislative session, the less we probably want to roll something out, because we will probably have improvements after the legislative sessions. So, and we've received some input, but we in the group are aware that there are other stakeholders and players in the Farm and Ranch business that have not yet gotten their word to us. So we're going to continue to gather information. But we did propose some changes. Abby, are these, is this report, we haven't?
This document has not been shared, but we
Okay.
can.
I'm at least gonna share it with
In the-
Ron.
I can put it up on the screen.
Okay, well, that would be easier.
I mean, like,
I don't have to read.
If anybody has some materials, the Farm and Ranch contract begins on page 70. So if you're looking to actually look at the contract.
Yeah, they existed.
The existing one with the
Well, existing
proposed
with
changes from the
proposed,
last
right.
meeting.
Yeah. So these are new proposed changes that if this committee agrees, we would add into our proposed changes document that would eventually go to the commission once we're happy that we've gotten there. So as Vanessa's pulling that up, but there was some clarifying language proposed by the Texas Alliance of Land Brokers about the sales price increasing or decreasing with a difference in acreage from what was originally anticipated to tie in with a survey. It's non-substantive, frankly, but it's.
Well, they were talking about adding a variance amount, right? So
It's still, it's a sum of X per acre.
as opposed to just.
Is it,
Yeah, it's just the same language better.
The teams meeting,
Right.
if Ron goes to the teams meeting, you'll be able to see it on the projector.
SJ, if they go, if on that price per acre that's going to be adjusted, I know the concern they had was the improvements being included in that. Is there any reason that that price per acre has to be the total sales price divided by acreage, or?
It
Well,
doesn't.
if you'll take a look at what they proposed, and what we proposed, and
Okay.
something,
Oh,
I don't
good.
think it makes that much more of a difference, but if it's, if it makes them happy,
Yeah.
and this is a little bit better, so just talking about the acreage itself, I think it comes up the same way, but just if everybody look at that.
Are those revisions the committees or the Texas Land Board?
The Texas Land Board made some proposals, and the working group is recommending these changes, which are based, this particular one is based off those recommendations and our own other discussions.
So what we're looking at in blue is the same as what is in their letter from the Texas Land Board?
More or less.
Okay.
And I did anything different in the working group, or just SJ and I, and we might change a verb or just grammatical or language change.
And I think the changes I saw, it was, right now it's calculated on based on a price per acre for the total sales price as opposed to the adjustment itself, which is leading to, there's several comments in our packet here that I didn't fully appreciate as much until I read those comments and thought about it. And it is a slight change, but it does make a big difference.
But the adjustment still could, okay, so we are leaving the last sentence in as it was before. So if the party wants to, they could have the adjustment made totally to the cash price, or totally to the financed price, or proportionally between them, as they could have before.
Right.
But it seems to be a little clearer that this is just talking about acreage. I really don't see this as hugely substantive change to this section, but if it's helpful to the practitioners, then we are happy.
But it addresses their concern.
Yeah, it does.
And I think it's a valid concern that they
Yeah,
have
it is.
too.
Right.
I'm a little surprised it's taking this long for that to be
Yeah.
brought up the way it has.
Yeah, the key thing
It's been brought up.
is that the change is only to that portion of the sales price allocable to the land. Because you could have a $3 million house sitting on it, and you should not be adjusting the value of that improvement.
So
And I think you could do it now under the current contract, as you suggested, and it's an education issue, but I think this language is good because it makes it, it gets them to focus on it.
Right, this prompts them to focus on that.
I think it's excellent wording, and I'm glad to see that the buyer's rights were left in by leaving that last sentence. I think it's very well done.
Okay, so moving on, the next thing, there was some confusion about, that had come in through Texas Realtors about the use of the contract at all. And this is another, I think, appropriate time for a history lesson. I think we finally made it clear on track that the Track Broker Lawyer Committee is not the emergency hotline for brokers. Okay, I think that's clear out there. So the calls now are going to Texas Realtors hotline, for if a broker needs a question. So they're getting most of the traffic over there. And they've been getting traffic that says, okay, can I use this for, small ranches, or can I use it for big ranches, or what do I do? And they suggested that we add in some language to clarify that. We have proposed to add in at the top a notice designated for use and sales of existing farms or ranch of any size, not for use in complex transactions. Just FYI, the language that exists in some of the other notices and on the TAIR, Texas Realtor similar contract, goes farther, that says, including not for contracts for deeds and other things like that. So all the lawyers threw their hands up and said, no, we're not saying those words, illegal words. Let's just stick with that, not
Thank you.
complex.
Don't even say the word.
Don't say it.
Yeah, in anybody's head there.
Please,
Oh, what's
yeah, what? Let's do that. No.
Broker say thank you.
Yeah, so anyway, we would suggest adding that. So thanks again to Mr. Harris for that. Now, the third issue we looked at, this is concerning water rights, was listed in 2A of the farm and ranch contract. And it was sort of randomly out there by itself, didn't make as much sense. So the TALB group said, why don't you cut that? And we said, that's a good idea, and we're gonna go farther. So, we're proposing, y'all could see that on the live screen over there, cutting out not only, reference to water rights, but also claims, permits, strips and bores, easements, and cooperative or association memberships. Under the legal theory, I have the Latin word and I forgot it, but it's essentially exclusion. You know, if you start listing things, you can run into the problem of leaving something out, and at some point, you cross the legal threshold of, well, you know, you didn't list it, you didn't mean it. So we are just taking the words as they are, shorter is better, so.
And I think we also kind of compared it to the others, and we're kind of wondering why all of that stuff is still in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we felt like it was hit other spots, and we were talking about how that seemed very kind of archaic language, the way it's worded.
And that's a
Do you have
theory.
any recollection of why it was still in
My
there?
recollection, and the title lawyers that draft deeds may help me a little better on this, but there seemed to have been a trend maybe 20 years ago, so Brian, you're probably the only one that remembers.
I was on the Uber this morning coming to the meeting, and the driver asked me if I am a congressman.
Oh.
There you go.
Objection
It was the
relevant.
pink shirt.
Very
He said, no, I'm a murderer, and he went, oh, that's better.
I think, wasn't there sort of a trend or suggestions to add strip scores into? You know, really wasn't.
I mean, there's, you know, with the word processor and people being able to put more words in a document easier, people started getting into that, but, you know, that's a right, privilege, and appurtenance.
Right.
And, you know, now I will say one of the benefits, you know, since this is a form that is being used by non-lawyers, and what's an appurtenance, I don't know, you know, there's an educational component to having this sort of language in there. So I don't know that I would necessarily take it out. I think water rights should come out.
Well, hold on, let me give more explanation too.
Okay.
Okay, so if it's a legal description that fits on the line and somebody actually types it in there, then, thank you.
Yes.
There's probably a tax parcel, you know, and you can also describe it by that. Or if it's going to be attached, I can assure you, and you would agree with me, if there is a legal description attached that's got limits and bounds, it is going to contain language that says strips and gores and da.
No, we don't use that in legal description.
Well,
I haven't
the
seen,
rest of us do, the lawyers that,
I haven't seen cooperative and association memberships.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is excess language. As a lawyer, I do not mind deleting it at all, because that's what all those things are, they're appurtenances. I just think that, and I'll leave this open to the broker side, there are some brokers that might like there to be a broader description so that they understand what is an emergency.
The one thing I would add to, the other contracts have similar additional language that if we look at this, which I'm debating it in my head right now, but to look at that, if we wanted it to be consistent, and is it helpful in this other context to include the HOA memberships or however it's stated in the 1.4 in the new contract? But Mr. Kramer had his hand up. I'd like to.
I don't know the case, but I do recall being taught as a young lawyer that it's old, long-standing common law that just a warranty deed without any specific reservation conveys everything up to the heavens above and everything down to the center of the earth. That's
And
just,
the strips and the gorge.
and the strips and the course. The strips and course is a doctrine, so you can have a strips and course clause in there, but you don't need it.
Redundant.
And so if the idea behind these contracts is to make them plain language contracts, then less is more. If you don't need it, then maybe.
And I agree with that. If you polled 100 agents what a strip and gore was, they would have no idea to come back and tell you unless they did a lot of.
I don't think my wife allows me to go to.
I think you're stripping over even, I think it'll all come out based on plain language, but I think we're talking about strips and doors. Most brokers don't know, what do you mean by claims? Like what permit? Should there be a whole section? Is that a water permit? Is that a septic permit? What, I mean, it's just unnecessary verbiage.
And looking at, to your point, Mr. Chair, looking at just the 1 to 4 family, the description of land is land, lot, block, blank, addition, city of whatever, blank, county of blank, known as the address, or as described on an attached exhibit. Somebody can always go, into all the detail on the attached exhibit. And I will tell you, when I do, especially farm and ranch, I want easements conveyed, so they are in my description. It's not just the land, but it's easements that benefit, and it's anything else. It is going in my description. So anyway, this is our proposal so we are actually becoming more consistent across contracts.
And there are a couple of contracts that do have some of that language.
The new-
So we would want to go through and make it
I'm good with it.
The unimproved.
And as part of your proposal, are you proposing adding the or as described on the attached exhibit to the farm and ranch as it is on the 1 to 4?
Well, it's already in there.
Sorry.
It's a little higher up in it. So the language that exists would stay up into pertaining thereto. So it says land situated in the county of blank, Texas described as following blank, or described on attached exhibit, also known as blank, which that needs to be a bigger blank, address zip code, together with all rights, privileges, and appurtenance pertaining thereto. So you're getting that. You get that as extra archaic language, if that was another discussion. But, under to the heavens and to the
Infinity and beyond.
to the heavens and hell, and all that. So that was our proposal.
Is anybody opposed to that language or any?
Not at all, but
comment
one question, is there a synonym for appurtenance that could be, I know it's education, but we're talking about, most agents aren't gonna know what that is. Yes, so is there another choice of words or not?
If we're gonna
And
sell
we need to
farm and
go-
ranch,
we need
we
to go
probably
with
need to
that.
learn
That's
The problem with
a
changing
fairly
that,
poor term. I think it'd be hard to get to something else that'd be any more understandable that has legal context.
So they just
that
need
actually
to
does.
learn a new word.
well, it's a really old word, actually, and that's another thing is we believe that language is in some, maybe title guys, we believe it's in some title documents, we believe it's in some other,
So it's been tested.
some, like even veterans loan thing, it's out there in other contexts that's why we didn't attack it, the pertinences.
The one word that's being struck that, kind of worries me is the word permit. And I'm not an expert at all in farm and ranch, but are there permits that are unique to the farm and ranch situation that you want to make it really clear that if you have a permit to use a particular water right or pesticide or whatever in the farm and range context, you want to make it clear that that is going to flow with
You
it.
just said the right to, and so this contains the rights, it already says right there, the rights
I
and
I think
privileges.
if there's something of particular concern, they can always add it to as described if they want to ensure that convey. But I think the legal language of the rights conveys it or has the proper legal language for the transfers, no matter what is rights. And then we get down the slippery slope of permits. Okay, do we leave in the other items?
And those are addressed elsewhere in the contract too.
That's a general consensus on that. And so for these items, are we putting these up here to propose to go out for comment? Do we need to take a vote on these, or are these just your working group comments?
Well, what it is this sort of running updated draft, which is in our materials already at page 70, which had our last comments that the working group brought and the committee said yes. And so it's sort of just a continuing draft until it's time to send it out.
What might be helpful is if we agree that these should be included, then in the next draft, with staff prepare, they'll include these in there. So we probably, right now, I'm assuming that the three that have been discussed are being included in the next draft. But if we choose not to, we need to make that clear to staff.
Right, and I believe they should, so we can have them for comment.
But then we haven't put it out for comment, right?
No.
Yeah, we have not. And
Well,
if the chair, if you want to do that, here's what our concerns are in the committee about putting it out yet,
We
is
can't
we're
put it
not,
up for comment because that's actually a commission function. So we
Right.
have to deliver whatever final product that we want to take to the commission, then they send it out for public comment. So I would say, let's just do our work, tell staff to include this in the next draft or not. And then,
And being in the minutes, the public can see what we're proposing here and come back and comment on the.
we're not ready.
Right.
We do not believe we're ready yet. We know there's more coming, especially with the water and so forth. There's things that are in the works that are just not gonna be ready yet.
I think we're ready for the, you have
Okay, so
another
ready for that.
comment?
Okay, so if the committee likes that, yay. All right, just the other note on that item is, this is the language that's present in the unimproved property contract already. So we looked at next, this is for a suggestion from TALB to include the option for the seller to furnish a special warranty deed at closing as opposed to a general warranty deed. And as I mentioned before, we didn't really like it, not like it. We don't know that it's even appropriate to allow that. The standard in all of the track contracts is for full fee title to transfer, and a full general warranty deed is to transfer. And of course, if somebody wanted to do something else, they need to hire a lawyer and have them draft their own language.
Yeah.
So sticking with that is probably not appropriate. And again, as an attorney, I certainly have concerns about whether that's something that agents, whether that ought to go into the promulgator or not. But, so we wanted to get some guidance from the commission itself and from this committee.
well,
What to
clearly,
do.
there are brokers out there who clearly understand the difference, and the selection of it will be, but explaining the difference between special and general warranty deed, does that cross the line with like practice law?
That's right.
Historically, I think the local work committee said, yeah, probably so. So now, if you decide to change your opinion on that, then I think you can put check boxes. But if we do say no, with regard to the average broker's level of knowledge and expectations of what they should do, should they discuss the differences between a special and general warranty deed?
Maybe that's something, Mary
Does it
mentioned
matter?
about an info sheet, maybe
Does it
that's.
matter if the broker really does know the difference? Does it matter?
Well, they shouldn't be explaining it.
I don't think,
That's what I
yeah, I don't think
Right.
they should be explained anyway,
Right.
but if they know it perfectly,
Yeah.
Black's
Right.
Law Dictionary, I still don't think they should be
Right.
commenting.
That's my point.
I agree, the frequency of the special warranty versus the general warranty is probably minimal.
Well, it does come up a lot.
No, it comes up a
in
lot
farm
in
and
farm
ranch.
and ranch.
Well, it may in farm and ranch,
Well,
yes.
this is the
Okay.
farm and ranch
Okay.
working group.
Thank you.
But these are general issues. And let me throw one other thing in there also that we need to just note. It's not just brokers. These are public forms that are available to the public. And even though it has a warning,
If somebody's downloading the form off the website, they don't care about the warning.
that's right. So again, if we are, if it comes back from this committee and from the commission that we ought to think about that, maybe something we could think about is an explainer page, a notice page that gives some of that
So your
Anyway.
recommendation from the committee right now
Is
is
nothing.
not to do that.
we're not doing that.
Okay.
We are not recommending that, but we certainly want further guidance from this committee, but also the commission. And my goal is to talk to the chair, informally, which is not outside, that is not outside of our open meetings, that is to us, any small group talk, any small group talk. And see, if the commission is like, no way, then let's move on. If they're,
And the lawyer hat on me likes the choice, but then the broker, everything looking that I counsel people on, it puts them in a bad position. And it will make them and force these agents to have that discussion with the clients. And it's another step where they're gonna say, no, I can't tell you. What's the difference? I mean, the moment you start explaining, you're giving legal advice. And I think us as a policy or as a general notion of, we always say it's kind of finality of contracts and here making sure the transaction goes through and we have the requirement for title insurance baked in, right, for protection of all the parties.
that's right.
And so they give the general warranty deed, that my thought is, well, that has more liability than a special one would for other things, but we're putting that title insurance element out there. And so that really wraps it up to the protection so that they would otherwise maybe not have if they did a special warranty deed with no title insurance or the risk they
Right,
would
and we
have.
talked about that. We actually talked about that too. But,
But I agree with what you're saying. And I think it's more of a fundamental policy thing of us wanting to put it out there for the general warranty deed. And I don't know the history of how that was in there. And we have a great old contract that, back from 1979 that Charlie brought to the committee here, Charlie Still, to show us of how we had a form that's long and 8.5 by 14, but it was on one page from the back. And so in brevity, and it'd be interesting to see kind of some more of the history there, but I do like keeping it the way it is as well.
so the next suggestion, TALB, continuing their hate of the current contract. I think that's a fair comment, to you guys out there. They hate the addendum for the reservation of oil, gas, and other minerals, and they want it completely eliminated.
It
And-
works phenomenally well for single-family residential,
Yeah.
so don't take it apart.
And that was one of our discussion points, and, unless there is something better to replace it, we did not think it was appropriate to take action at this time, so we are bringing that up to the comments are in the materials if you want to read them yourself, but we didn't feel like we should take action at this time, but get some further guidance from.
Well, this is not that old of a form. I want to say in the 2005-6 era was the a huge amount of attempts by the oil and gas industry landmen to go in and get the rights in these subdivisions that were just outside of the cities. The 20-acre little tracts of land that you have. And so there was this big uproar in industry to have a reservation clause. They were sticking it in. Dallas was a big area for that. And I know Charles remembers that because he held these town hall meetings. I mean, and so that was the form that resulted from that. And so that's where it actually was designed more for the small, I won't call it rural, but almost urban and rural type of
Yeah.
subdivisions. And whereas they even went into the cities, I think Fort Worth, they were
Yep.
getting a wall
In
around
subdivisions,
Yeah.
in like regular neighborhoods.
So this was not designed to be a full, complicated reservation clause or negotiation agreement. It was supposed to be something that was supposed to be very simple, address that issue and move on, because I think the committee concluded at the time that the form was just gonna move you into that unauthorized practice of law. And it's gonna get brokers talking about oil and gas issues and reservation clauses, executory rights and all those kinds of fun things. So that's why the form is very simple. So a lot of farm and ranch guys who know oil and gas issues as well, they just do this as they have to. But I've also heard from farm and ranch guys who don't typically negotiate oil and gas issues, that's fine. So.
And just a few years ago, we revised the form to simplify it.
No,
A couple of tweaks here.
the last time we revised it, I mean, it was a couple years ago, but it was 2014.
It was some time ago. I believe it was before my
Getting
time on the
old,
committee.
yeah, it was our time.
But do we want to put it out there for a working group to look at it wholesale again to see whether there will be any recommended changes? I don't think it's
Well,
under
that's a good
materials.
point.
The mineral rights agenda.
We're looking at it, I will say, we're looking at it, and again, we fully expect to get a slew of comments, you know, from farm ranch practitioners, which this is not the only, you know, people that have brought this up. And we have received comments over, you know, this committee has received comments over
You're on a roll.
about it.
And do we want to formally add that as part of the directive for the working group?
Well,
The farm and
sure.
ranch, since it ties in so
Sure, we'd
closely
be
together.
happy to do that at your chairmanship.
But
sure.
if you were gonna make it much more complicated, then you would need to specifically make it for those complicated transactions.
Well,
I
and,
hate to lose the tool for a
Yeah.
subdivision lot.
right, and I would like for y'all to, yes, agree. You know, I do think people ought to, read the comment from TALB. TALB recommends that the addendum in its present form cease to be used as a required promulgated form. In the event Trex wants to develop a suitable replacement form, an experienced and well-qualified oil and gas attorney should be retained to lead the development effort. In the event Trex should initiate such an effort, TALB will be happy to contribute its knowledge and expertise. So,
I think the response to
Reminder
that
that-
was that when it was developed, there were
Yes.
oil and gas,
Yes.
very qualified.
There was,
oil and
there was
gas
one or
attorneys.
more really smart, experienced oil and gas attorneys that drafted it as a starter
yeah.
for this group, presented it to the group. I think we even said that's too much, sent it back to the
Yeah.
drawing board. It came back simplified and we said, we love it. And we tweaked it a little bit and adopted it. So it already came
Yeah.
from a good oil and gas attorney.
It purposefully is simple. If you want something more detailed, then hire a lawyer.
So,
And that's the answer.
right.
Oh.
That's the answer.
Just to,
Yeah.
2 seconds, I was on that committee,
Yeah.
there was a guy from McGinnis Lockers who said Kevin said he'd done almost 1,000 oil and gas opinion letters, there was a guy from Cox and Smith, another attorney, and several of us there, we worked on it all summer, and I told TLB folks, we had qualified folks.
There you go.
And the form is about as simplified from my last review it as it can get to
Right.
include everything that's in there. And when drafting, preparing as title companies, and the lawyers drafting for title companies, the deeds, it has the necessary elements that tie back into pretty well with the Texas Bar Manual forms as well. Which is one thing we'll get in a future topic here when we're looking at some of the items I looked at that I'll present on later, but.
Right, and this, again, dovetails back into what does TREC want to provide, you know, for brokers in the public to use that doesn't get them into having to practice law to make decisions, on this form. And also, what does it do if we rip this out as a requirement?
Well, in the farm and ranch context especially, you'll have agents drafting their own clauses against the rules and get themselves in trouble. So I think we need to have that form. I think the consensus is we have to have it. And then whether it can be tweaked or not, I don't know. But we definitely
For the
I think
moment,
as
we sure do,
as a
yeah.
committee here, we're all in favor, from what I hear, of keeping that forward and not making at least any substantial changes to it.
All right, so, we got some other comments from, TALB and a few others, and didn't make any, other changes based on those comments, but, and since they're here, well, actually, just trust us, in the interest of time, Charles and Tony have been working with TALB on groundwater and surface water. There's more coming. There's even a meeting April 22nd. This is one of the large issues we know that is still being cooked out there with some proposals that'll come later. When they come, we'll get them, we'll look at them, but not anything yet. But water's a big deal. We're gonna look at it when we get some more information. The next issue on 8, Mary had raised some very practical suggestions that we want to propose, which is lengthening the lines in the description of the land so that it includes, and also changing the word county to county, or putting in brackets or counties, because many properties will encompass more than one county.
Yeah.
And we need, if they're gonna put the description on the contract, we need a little more space.
That's in paragraph 2?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
2A.
2A.
They don't read or attach the exhibit, they just put it
It would
all,
stay in there, but yeah,
they put it all down
The
in the
land
special
situated.
provisions where it's not.
in the county, and then add 4 counties in brackets. And make the blank long enough to put, 2 county names in there, Texas. So if you guys like that, we'd like to do that. And then in 9, did you need this?
Okay.
So in our item 9 of our report, as you know, embedded in the farm and ranch contract are some seller's disclosures, which have, they're part of the contract, they have to be done, whether or not the particular transaction is subject to the requirements of the seller's disclosure notice, which is part of the property code 5.008, usually has to do with a residential structure. So, but yes or no, with the seller's disclosure notice, these seller's disclosures are embedded in the contract, and we want to improve them. So this would be in paragraph 7H of the contract. So you'll see there's, at this moment, 6 disclosures, which we propose renaming to letters. So having the existing paragraph turn into section 1, except as otherwise disclosed in this contract, seller has no knowledge of the following, and leaving the 1 through 6 that were there before, which is flooding, litigation, condemnation, environmental hazards, dump sites, landfills, wetlands, threatened and endangered species. And then adding a 2 and 3 to this section. And number 2 as a checkbox, seller is or is not aware that the property is located either wholly or partially in a floodplain. And then number 3, seller is or is not aware that a tree or trees located on the property has oak wilt. The floodplain disclosure has come from the recent legislation in the last 2 sessions, where the legislator has gotten more excited about floodplain disclosures, not just mandatory ones in the 5.008 seller's disclosure notice, but also to leased property and across the board. So we thought we'd put it in here no matter what. And then the oak wilt, that is a common disclosure in farm and ranch, at least in some of the counties.
And for the benefit of the members that weren't here the last time we looked at this particular paragraph, this is in the farm and ranch, the new home, incomplete and complete construction, in the vacant property contracts. And the reason is the 5008 of the property code does not require the seller's disclosure in those instances. There, in some farm and ranch, obviously you'll have it, but in some you don't. So that's why it's included in here. And there's either 5 or 6 of these subpoints that are baked into those contracts, depending on which one you look at. All in this paragraph 7E or H, or it varies slightly. And when the committee met before on that, and the working group got together, a discussion was had of whether to make everything a checkbox or somehow to call it out. Because agents, if you quiz them on the seller's disclosures in the contract, by and large, they had no clue they were even in there. And so we thought about how do we best get this to the attention of the brokers, of the buyers and sellers, to actually pay attention to what they're signing. And so and the question with that is, why were these included to begin with? And these are issues that were big ticket items for the properties that we thought should be brought to their attention as a committee some time ago. And I'm not sure how many years ago they were actually put in there, but there are things that could have a material impact on liability of the parties if they're not disclosed. And so in looking at this additional language that the working group is bringing, it kind of falls in line of how much do we actually put in. And looking at this here, I personally wasn't a fan of the checkboxes because it forces you to actually look at that paragraph to complete it. And we talk about logistics at the same time. Who fills this out? Normally it's the buyer that fills out the contract, sends it to the listing agent, and then the listing agent will have to go back and check the boxes because they don't know at the time. And so all those discussions be said, I was one in favor of the checkboxes. I do like the flooding disclosure. I don't think it's required necessarily by law for to be in there, but I do like it. It only expands on what we already have. And some of it.
We don't know, yeah.
And the oak will, to me, almost, it's like we're getting down that slope of, okay, what do we start including? Because oak will is really important in certain segments of the state and not others. And there's a whole list of items I think that are similar that we can start adding in. So I'm not sure where we draw the line, but I do like the suggestions of the check boxes in particular to call it out.
And it's like you were in our head. We didn't know where to draw the line either, but we definitely, I mean, the oak wilt has come up enough with all of us that we wanted to include that, and maybe if there are others. It is such a unique contract. I mean, I think we really have to realize that and embrace that. The farm and ranch is a different animal than the other contracts. There are, and this is not a negative way, but there are, residential agents who sometimes get a farm and ranch listing, and they shouldn't maybe do that without supervision, but they do. And there are people who won't hire a broker, and then there are brokers, and brokers just on one side, the other, and we don't think it hurts to have oak wilt in there, even if oak wilt is not an issue in your county. You just mark, no, it's gonna hurt you.
Well, the two issues with regard to those two issues where you have a problem is, I think materiality and later, something especially with oak wilt, when it appears. So oak wilt being a disease can be immaterial, but then later become material. And so if there's going to be normally a 4-year statute of limitations on this issue, this can be problematic because you're going to say that the oak wilt was present there, and then you're going to have, of course, prove knowledge. And he says, well, I know there was something material oak wilt, we thought we had it under control. I think that's going to be a little more problematic for this type of disclosure, a simple disclosure. On the floodplain, since the maps are so generally available, and this property could apply to a couple 300 acres or even larger, you're going to have more than likely some of that land going into the floodplain, and so it may or may not be material, especially if it's acreage or a ranch. So I don't know. To me, the floodplain issue really should be. I would push that to the buyer's diligence and say, you need to go check it out, because it's generally available. You can get on the website and check the maps.
It is, but I think we have to bring it to the
Why do you
people's
need a
attention.
disclosure about it? I mean, just that I am or am not aware when it's just so generally available. To me, it's just that's a simple, a very simple buyer diligence issue. I don't think we should push that to the seller. But my
Again,
opinion,
the legislature's opinion
no.
has been
No,
that
I'm
it
just
has
saying-
to be disclosed even for a rental house.
No, what I'm saying is that we're not talking about flooding in homes. We're just talking about
Right.
natural forces of flooding that occur in open areas, part of the ranch area.
We're actually talking about designated floodplains by FEMA.
Well, and I see Ron's point on that information should be black and white out there for everybody to get from a common source. Where the flooding that's in here is the flooding that has material adverse effect on the use of the property, which we debated those use of those words before.
Right.
Who determines materiality? And then we went back and forth on how do we revise that? And I'm not sure the legislature's gone so far to say, yes, this is a required disclosure for these types of properties. And if they did, then we would add that to, obviously, in the seller's disclosure or some other form that they would have to provide. Charles had a
I had a
comment.
question. I don't know the answer to this, but is there any overlap between floodplain and wetlands as defined by federal or state law or regulation? So if you as a seller check that you are aware that the property is located in a floodplain, are you then saying, but it's not in any wetlands? Is it possible?
Wetlands can flood, but not all floodplain is wetlands. Wetlands is very specific on the Army Corps of
And
Engineers
I would
definition.
note paragraph A at the top, so is not aware of any flooding of the property that's had material adverse
Those are
effect.
different things.
You know, I think that tells me that the seller is going to disclose any sort of material adverse effect of flooding.
Well, but flooding and floodplains are completely different animals.
Well,
Absolutely.
and we do have, I believe the seller's disclosure notice, which is straight out of 5008 of the property code, has a definition, if I recall correctly, of floodplain, flood pool. And there's a big issue at times, there's no definition of flooding, but it has flood pool, floodplain. And so there is an actual definition that is in a box that's out there. And then whether that overlaps with wetlands or the material adverse effect from flooding, which may be completely different. It's another one of those where I think the material adverse impact is what we're really after.
No,
right?
that's already there, John.
I know, and that's what I mean. It's there, but I think that's what we're trying to get out by this new disclosure.
No,
of the
it's
flood.
not. What we are trying to do is to have the seller and the buyer understand that some or all of the property either is or is not in a floodplain. That's exactly what we're trying to do. And maybe we improve that by taking the same language, and we talked about this actually, out of the actual 5008 language and say you can get it from FEMA, blah, blah, blah. But we truly do want that, because the seller's disclosure notice, more often than not, is not used with the ranch contract. It's not required. It will only be required if the value of the residential improvements are over the threshold, which in many, many, many cases are not. So more often than not.
The information is good to know as buyer. There's no doubt about that. The information is out there, readily available for anyone that wants to look. I don't think that this is something that we should mandate the seller disclose in the contract form. I think you just let the buyer go find out. It's easy to get, and it hasn't, I don't think it's been a problem. I think it's a convenience issue more than anything else.
Isn't it on the survey most of the time?
Yeah, if you get them, they'll.
If there's a survey.
But if there's no survey, whose fault is that?
I'm with you.
It's the buyer's fault.
I'm with you.
Brian had
It's
a
not,
comment.
but there's a checkbox for that.
To try to be consistent with the residential contract in 5.008 dealing with residential. What if the disclosure talks about the floodplain? I think we need to be more descriptive when we're talking about the 100-year floodplain. But say the seller's not aware that any of the residential improvements are located within the 100
No.
foot line.
No, because there may be no residential improvements, that is the whole point. Because you can't build a barn, you can't maybe build a house later. You know, you may not have anything now, you may not be able to
I
do
think
certain
if we-
things, you
if
can't
we
put
limit that-
septic in a floodplain, you know, all that kind of stuff.
I think if we do that, we are limiting it to the purposes consistent with other contracts. It gives a little bit more materiality to the disclosure, and areas outside the residential improvements, let the buyer make the determination as to whether it's appropriate. There are lots of farms in the floodplain.
What-
That's not
Yeah, but
necessarily
it's good to
material.
know that, yeah, you need to know that.
Bo has a
I have a question, SJ. I know we discussed this, and I think we generally have some ideas, but I'm not sure if your committee took this issue up. The existing disclosures, 1 through 6, were we able to pinpoint if those are actual requirements that the seller legally has to disclose, or did the committee think it was a good idea for the seller to disclose those things and included them?
We did not search the history, but collectively, all lawyers, none of us are aware of any legal requirement. It is certainly not in 5.008.
Yeah.
Okay, certainly not aware. We don't know the actual provenance of this other than,
And I think
you know,
that
it's there.
and I
So
think
can I
that the.
Point out real quick, and then I'll
Yeah.
go ahead.
My issue when we first started the conversation is it seems contrary to how we deal with the disclosure requirement for residential sellers. We've taken the position that we're going to impose only the statutory duties on a seller, a residential seller. So this may be okay, because selling farm is different from selling house.
You are exactly on point. This one is totally different and has been,
So I just wanted to raise that for everybody.
right.
We're making a seller, not we, but when this was passed, we're making a seller go above and beyond what the law requires, which we don't make residential sellers.
Actually, we do. It is not the law that you have to get closed through a title company or get a title insurance.
I need through disclosure.
Well, and I think it
I
was
need through that.
looked at these issues that even though it's not by statutory requirement, but when we looked at
I'm not
for
saying it's
kind of
wrong.
case law, yeah.
I'm just raising the issue for everybody to understand. We're asking the seller to do more than they're legally required to do.
You know, actually, you said something important. These are, under law, deemed to have been material, okay, through case law. All right, so these are
That's kind
material
of what I was
things.
getting at,
They're
is there a
material, and
requirement?
so should they be
Yeah.
disclosed or not? And I would absolutely say that there should almost be no question, especially since the legislature has been speaking on it for the last 2 sessions, that floodplain is material.
I don't think it is, frankly, when you're talking about, because there's a lot of farm and ranches that operate just fine with pieces of the farm and ranch being in the floodplain. So it's not necessarily material that it lies within the floodplain if you're buying.
And
the
please
first
note
farm
that
ranch.
the first disclosure is, I'm not aware of any flooding which has had
And
a
they are
material
different.
adverse effect.
They are different. The floodplain is, okay, this is for a buyer, okay? If a ranch may have been operating perfectly well for 300 years, but I'm gonna buy it today. And I may have plans to do something else, like I might wanna build more barns. I might wanna build more, I might wanna build a house. And I want one of those things to be insured for one thing, and you can't. One, you can't build, maybe, depending on the county, and 2, you certainly can't insure.
Well, you can build in floodplains, you just have to elevate.
Well, and do I wanna
So,
elevate a cattle
Well, I
barn?
believe the law, though, if we focus on
No.
why these were in here, is material issues
They're
with the
material.
property. But the question in my mind is, and I'm with you, Ron, is a floodplain necessary material where if it wasn't disclosed right now and you were sued as a buyer or as a seller, would you have any liability? If it's not a material issue and it's just a floodplain, then I don't see any liability being formed there. Whereas if it's a material, flooding has a material adverse impact on use of the property, that definitely is a defect that had to be, quote unquote defect, that had to be disclosed. But if there was something out there about a floodplain, that's what would move my mind to, that's something we need to put in
Well,
there.
you just
But I-
said use of the property would materially affect the use of the property, and a floodplain designation could materially affect the use of property.
Maybe we look more to keep the meeting moving forward. I put the proposal out there, and let's come back and think about it. Let's go back, look at the seller disclosure language, look at the definition of flood pool, floodplain, all these other things. I see once you put in floodplain or flood pool, then it's like, well, why aren't we including these other flooding things that are in the seller's disclosure form right now? And so it's similar with the oak wilt. The oak wilt, I'm nervous about because that opens the doors to a lot of other
And
things.
that's why we put it there, that's why we put it there, so, I mean, and since then, I've just thought of something, so there's a pine bark beetle, So maybe that one is tree diseases, maybe we say any tree disease such
And I
as.
think oak wilt came up
And
because
Tony-
it was so.
So common.
Because it's not so common.
Right, and there is a.
They have to.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think you're right. I mean, like, there's a litany of things. We could hit anthrax, we could hit beetles, we could hit special frogs. We could do all that. And I think while this is a farm and ranch working group that's sort of ongoing, we're gonna re-meet, come up with comment later. I like your suggestion, maybe table this idea because it doesn't seem like we're gonna get resolution today. Maybe everybody come back with a little bit further thought on it.
Yeah, I think we've had a good discussion around the issue, and the one I would like before we move on is the check boxes. Now that we have new blood on the committee, I personally like the check boxes. And I think when we met last time, I'm not sure everybody had a strong consensus one way or the other. Please remind me if I'm remembering wrong, but, and I think Afir was making it longer, but I like the fact of calling it out. I want to put that back on the table and leave it in here because these are important disclosures. That's why they're in the contract and we don't want people overlooking them.
So you're saying you want to add check boxes in front of 1 through 6?
Correct, either aware or not aware. And then that's where we got in the discussion last time, and we can leave some notes and think about it so we can move on. But I think that would be beneficial for everybody to actually notice it. And then it's a logistical issue of how it goes back and forth between buyer and seller. But now with the new lease section we have and other things, we were introduced that concept already where the buyer's not going to have all the information.
And I'm not necessarily in favor or against, but on the check boxes, in the talking of logistics, right now we have check boxes on the lead-based paint disclosure on a residential sale. It's totally different thing. But when I write that offer, if I don't have the seller's lead-based paint disclosure, I check that they don't have knowledge or reports, and it's up to them to counter that proposal if they do. Because otherwise, and that allows me in the same way as I'm filling out Farm Ranch, if I check not aware on all the boxes, then the seller is responsible for countering back that proposal. And then I would be in a position of acknowledging and saying it's okay, or saying screw this, I don't want this, and that, does that make sense?
Which forces a conversation to be had
It
up
does.
front. And-
So here's my amended proposal that hopefully my committee agrees with. How about you put in this paragraph as we presented it, plus check boxes in front of 1 through 6 for further discussion next time.
I think we put that in here
In our
and then
draft.
we can come back and
Right, but
discuss that the
staff
next
is gonna prepare a draft that has all that in it for us. It either is going in or it's not, and I would suggest it goes in, so that's there for further discussion.
And as just one final note on that, that's fine with me. I think the reason why we worked in this paragraph, there were comments about, do we need to be disclosing these things? And there was a conversation about, is there a separate disclosure or whatever? And this seemed to be the best place for it to go if we were gonna do it. But I don't think I'm not wed to the idea that we have to have it in there, but this seemed to be the logical place for it.
Right.
Okay.
And the seller's disclosure is another.
For discussion purposes.
So we met again this morning, so not on this list, but we also took some, this is not the end all, we're gonna continue to meet, but two other comments that came out of our meeting this morning. Back on, in section 2 on the property with improvements, when we're talking about the residential improvements, at the moment, it says the house, garage, and all other fixtures and improvements attached to the described real property, blah, blah, blah. We suggest that say the house is S in brackets behind it and garage is S in brackets, because many times on a farm, there's gonna be more than one residence, maybe more than one garage. And, I didn't say this, but same thing on, just for consistency down under the leases. I know we've just dealt with leases everywhere, but if there's a thing listed, it should be in the plural. So like it says solar panels, propane tanks, but water softener, there might be more than one, security systems.
I would suggest part of, I think, especially USJ, and I share the same part in terms of wanting to get the form correct and throughout and be consistent throughout the forms and whether there's Oxford commas or not and things like that. I love Oxford commas personally. There's a lot that are not in here, but I think that's a stylistic thing that I would suggest maybe we all work on and coming up in future meetings of the, kind of this, refining the stylistic guide that's already there somewhere that exists for how we draft these. But that one in particular I see can expand pretty quickly with all the different things. So maybe we can look at it on the context of what you're saying for these specific items, but then have a more global discussion on.
Right,
the
I've
style.
got that running list on the, I'm still happy to be the style person.
Is something like what we do in a lot of our forms, about talking about the singular and the plural, and adding that in an easier way for most of these forms. And since I understand that there will be multiple houses and stuff like that, but a lot of times when we're talking about farms and ranches with multiple homes, they may or may not be using this form. And I think just a simple overall clause like that could solve that problem for us.
Wow, that's
And
pretty
make it more
lawyerly.
readable.
Well, if you just look up above in B1,
But why can't
You
we
don't
just be
say windmill
consistent?
frame.
How about that? I mean,
Well,
I reviewed this whole thing and these are the 4 issues.
I understand what you're saying. So the parentheses S, which is okay occasionally, to put that in throughout this form and all the different components and systems is gonna make this thing, I think, more difficult to read. I really
No,
think.
it's literally, there's not a parentheses S, it's just S in a bracket, so it might be a
No,
house
but
or
even
houses.
indicated for all the systems.
No, I just,
I think
there's
both.
2 that just don't have, that are not in the plural, all the rest of them are.
I think both of those points are there, very well taken, right? Looking at making it broader and then is there a way to simplify it? I don't think we can look through every one today to do that, so maybe we put that suggestion
on the
in there.
farm.
just say any houses, garages.
Yes, yes.
And you don't need the paren, just
Okay, there
say
you go,
any
any,
houses,
how about that?
garages.
That's even better.
Which is how it, under improvements, it's listed already. in
Yeah,
different
or
areas,
be,
so-
I mean, be
Let's say
consistent, look how we did it
Yeah.
in B1, right above.
Yeah.
The following items, if any, windmills, tanks, barns, pens.
Well,
B2, just say any garages, any houses,
instead of the house, any garage, any house is garage.
because there may
That's
not be
great.
houses.
It's a good suggestion.
That's right, that's better. Thanks. I would suggest we do that. And we would like to have that in, these little changes in our current working draft.
Well,
Wait
a second. You guys have enough direction there to do what we're talking about, or do you need more specific direction here?
I think so,
What if we get this at least specific one we just discussed in there, and then we can look throughout the other contracts to see where, if anywhere it needs to be.
Right, we're only
revised as
talking
well.
about parks. We're giving you free suggestions for the rest, Mr. Chairman.
It's all
You can
free.
take it, yes, and I'm keeping a running list. of
B2,
stuff.
just
Well, wait a
say,
second.
change the house, comma, garage to any houses, garages. That's-
Perfect,
That's the
yes.
change.
Approved, love it. And then, if you want to, since we talked about it, here you go down here, write that right there, water softener, security systems. And then we had one more comment from this morning. Again, a little unique to the farm and ranch that may or may not wind up on a track solar disclosure notice. And this is really a question for the greater seller's disclosure notice discussion. Should we have a box, is the septic system permitted or not permitted? That's apparently a thing, and that isn't the statutory language. We're not hard and fast one way or the other, but it's an issue that came up that we want committee to think about for this and the other contracts as well, because it's kind of important.
And where are you suggesting that?
We're not suggesting it anywhere.
Yeah, just literally just came up.
Just think about it, because it could be,
Is there a place for me?
right, you know, in this idea of do we as track change our seller's disclosure notice to do anything except be statutory? And if we don't, do we embed more seller's disclosure notice things in the farm and ranch and maybe others?
And is this covered in the other transactions with the existing seller's disclosure with under section 9 about room additions, structural modifications, or other alterations or repairs
No.
without necessary permits?
Nope, we say no.
Oh, that's right, it's not in the statute.
Yeah, I don't think so.
The only other thing you could probably do is if it didn't happen with the contract, it could go on the, I'm not saying the right title, the septic form where it talks about what kind of septic and stuff.
Unside sewer.
Right, it could go on there saying,
But
but
that
the
is
question is it permitted or not permitted, just for,
But that is
a
not a
notification.
mandatory form,
it's not mandatory.
and that's not a trek form.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
If
it's not?
you guys decide no, that would be probably
No, but
where
that's not, so this committee can't
decide.
mandate use of Texas Realtors forms or the Board of San Antonio Realtors.
I'm trying to be a little more precise here for the minutes. So do we want the staff to come back and give us a form somewhere that has this question? Or is this just
No,
something that we're talking about with no direction to making changes yet?
it is,
Okay.
correct,
All right,
yes.
All right.
I
That's
mean,
the way
for
we're-
example,
Okay.
could we add it to the seller's disclosure? Are you
We
aware
could.
of any septic system or other improvements that are on the property that don't have required permits? Similar to what we have in 5008.
We could, but
And that
That's
gets back to the list
bigger.
of where do we in that list?
Right.
And how far do
Yeah.
we go for a specific septic issue versus, or the broad, do we make more broad about the permits?
Because
And
for
we're gonna
that's-
talk about this more
But
in our
I-
next meeting.
Yep. And the one thing that I think, at least generally and for everybody's benefit, we do not change what the legislature says needs to be in the seller's disclosure notice. It's always been our policy to copy that verbatim and not to add or subtract from it.
Because if we don't, then we don't know where to go, where to stop, and it would become, because if you look at the TAR, Texas Realtors seller's disclosure, it's extremely far more extensive.
Another thing we could do is we could just have something very simple. So although it may not be required by law, the seller's disclosure notice is attached.
What I think what we'll do in the following years is
That doesn't make
we're
any
gonna,
sense
we're
if
gonna come up with
there's
a,
no
we'll come up with a
residents.
litany of some things, and then we'll maybe author some verbiage for each, and then we can bring it in front of everybody, and you can say, we'll round table it, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, and we'll just kind of present it as kind of a package, and everybody can kind of, if we like it, we can put a box next to it, no, we don't.
And to solicit maybe help for you, if anybody has a strong feeling about something that should be in that notice, maybe they get with you to add that to your list that you can then debate and bring back
That'd be great.
as a
Email
suggestion to
me.
the committee.
That'd be good.
Yeah, that way we can have some verbiage, you can look at the verbiage, and we can say that's just not important enough.
This
or
was just
yes.
an issue that came up this morning.
And as you're considering that, and Brian, I like just the thought of it at least, of considering a separate form instead of being in the contract. And that's, our working group last time thought about that. And we've thought about making it wholly separate, and it is attached and you check it. But maybe you can bring back suggestions on that, or considering the litany of different things you might
Well,
include.
if it's embedded seller's disclosure, then that's kind of a mandatory thing. So if there's going to be a form about it, then that becomes a mandatory form.
Well, if there's
Or that,
if
if it's a one-off, then why don't we just put it in the contract?
Well, if there's one dwelling and it exceeds 5% of the value of the whole property, then the seller's disclosure is being attached. Right. So this would be, they're talking about a separate disclosure notice, potentially attaching this and dealing with those issues.
Essentially taking out what we already have in there to a separate form and anything we agreed as a group to include. And if we put check boxes in the contract, it functionally would be the same as an addendum. And yes, sir.
We are not suggesting making a new seller's disclosure for farm and ranch. We want it embedded, we think that's the best way for the practitioners that are used to it. You know, the less additional forms that have to be added to the farm and ranch, the better. You know, so that's our suggestion. We are not suggesting in this context to come up with an additional seller's disclosure. It's just seller's disclosure within the contract. Okay, that therein ends the report.
Thanks, Mr.
Yeah, appreciate all the good work on that and the thoughts.
Give us more thoughts.
All right, so we'll move on to the next item, or do we need a 5-minute break? Restroom break? Take a 5-minute break here. We'll get this call back to order here. I can.
We need it. There is a gap.
Come on, John, I gotta leave you. Let's go, come on.
Stall.
So we'll move on to the next agenda item now that everybody's back in the next agenda item. I just had a minute ago. Was the third-party financing addendum and the FHA and VA. Who was looking at that last time?
Charlie's still.
Yeah, I think I was chair.
All right, Charlie, would you like to start?
Well, we were talking about it just a minute ago, and Ron can chime in anywhere I say the wrong thing, but we have had a little difficulty getting firsthand information. What we were trying to verify was whether or not we could make it where FHA and VA buyers really could actually waive the appraisal.
No.
Well, we've been able to find a lot of secondhand information that seems to indicate that's correct. We cannot get the answer directly from HUD or VA, from any HUD or VA sources. I think you're right. I mean, that seems to be the case, but it would be really, really nice to have a direct response. Ron evidently tried to actually call, and could, surprise, could not get someone from either department to contact back.
Can you step back and put the question or what the issue is on the
we have the appraisal waiver, and there's even verbiage in our contracts on the financing addendum that is directly from HUD and VA related to valuation and stuff, which and we believe that we wrote up the appraisal waiver specifically stating it was not eligible for FHA and VA use. And our understanding is that you cannot in advance waive if you're a VA or an FHA buyer, you cannot waive in advance the appraisal issue. I mean, once the appraisal comes in, you can say, hey, I'll pay more money, I'll pay above appraisal. But of course, by that point, from a seller's perspective, from that point, the buyer is not interested in waiving it. They're not competing with other buyers, and that sort of thing.
And this is where brokers are using the box in the second page of third-party financing addendum to put in a price, presumably a lot of the practice is to put a value there.
But the question is, can you put a lower value there and it actually matter? I'm not sure that, I don't know why that is verbiage, I believe, that did again come from FHA and VA, and why they put that blank there instead of sales price, I really don't have an answer to.
And we did a conference, the Texas Realtors panels, Kelso and Lee Orton and I did that, and that was proposed to use the box that way during that panel. And then Texas Realtors got a flood of calls after that, everybody saying, how can you do that? And Kelso spent a lot of time looking into it as well and could not come up with a good answer either. So it seems to, I think everybody's general consensus is you can't use it that way because it circumvents what the law is trying to do.
And it certainly,
why do we have a blank?
Well, it certainly wouldn't be beyond a bureaucracy to put a blank in where sales price would be more appropriate. But it is odd. Why did you put a blank there? If you intended it to be the sales price is a perfectly definable term to put in there. But yeah, Ron had the suggestion of if maybe Texas Realtors or someone, might be able to, or compelled NAR, I know you're perking up there, to help us get someone
NAR.
Use it up.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't use, I'm sorry. But if we can compel a larger entity that might have some pull to get someone of authority from VA or an FHA to answer the question.
And I can address what we've done and looked at. So you're right, we did have that, and we got the phone calls from everybody. Our position is that it can't be waived. It's the amendatory clause language, and I actually just sent Vanessa and Abby the pages that we use from the HUD handbook, which is thousands of pages and impossible to look through. But it's the guidance that we've relied on for that position that it can't be waived.
Okay.
Through the documents that we have, and even for the loans, and so.
Well, it also is that even if, I know, people have gone out there and gotten a lawyer to write something because it's FHA or VA, but because it's a government loan, yeah, you can accept it, but I can walk at the end of the day because that, no matter if a lawyer wrote it or not, because it's a government loan, it's not, they cannot hold it.
The lender requires the specific language.
Right.
Yeah.
So.
And that's my understanding. We were just trying to push the boundaries and find out see if, because they could have had a meeting a year ago and changed it, and we're just but I think we know. But
assuming we come to the conclusion that it cannot be done,
mm-hmm.
Do you have a recommendation on how to change the language in contract to just put the sales price?
I think we're using specific terms from I think that paragraph is what they wrote, if I'm not mistaken, on the financings in them, and so changing it, I'm hesitant.
This was from FHA.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm hesitant to change what they wrote.
Then it becomes more of an education issue.
It does. And I think most of us understand it, we just don't want to believe it.
Well, I think what it is if you're working in a certain area that's all VA and stuff, the challenge is, because of our market right now, the poor veterans are just not getting their loans because they
can try and
waive
bid it
appraisal.
up, but if you've got a bid up VA buyer versus a cash or a conventional with a waived appraisal, it puts them at a disadvantage. And from the listing agent's perspective, I can tell you, I've had 2 or 3 FHA buyers that said, don't worry about it, we'll pay whatever it, and I've had the appraisal come in short, and they say, well, we're really not interested. Because by the time it comes in, they're not competing with other buyers, and they're, so it's going to continue to be a little bit of a disadvantage, and I hate that. There's no good answer there.
I think Charlie and I are recommending that we just close this agenda item for the time being.
Yes.
And if we learn later information or somehow or other things change, we'll bring it back up.
And I appreciate your input a lot.
Thanks, yeah, we've tried the same thing, contacting HUD and the VA, it's impenetrable, you just can't get into anyone, and you can't find the information online, so it's not an easy issue.
And reading through that multi-page document.
Anybody has a good law clerk that needs some research time, we can pass that on, but Esther?
Following in my minutia comments, correcting, I think there's a typo in this, it's been there a long time. And if we're going to be promulgating this form with the new language in it anyway at some point, in 4C, which is the FHA VA required provision, looks there like the word "be" is missing in the last sentence.
But when we get to the review of the form.
Oh, I thought, okay.
No, this is just a report from my work.
Okay, never mind.
Okay, so.
And not a very hard work.
That is one of the hardest puzzles that a lot of people have spent a lot of time working on, and what should be a simple answer just is escaping it. So if anybody finds the unicorn,
They're
get
from-
extra bonus points. That's
They're
right.
from the government, they're here to help. And my apologies to staff.
So we'll go to the next one, which is discussion and possible action regarding the seller financing addendum, loan assumption addendum, and the condominium contract. So that is something that was tasked to me, and I sent materials around that should have been emailed to everybody this morning. And what's that?
I forwarded them this morning.
Is there any way we can, did everybody get their emails?
Just
or
got
we
it.
print a copy?
I was driving
This morning?
so.
Just got it.
Just like since we've been at the meeting.
Yes.
Oh.
Just got it.
Do you want me to pull them up, John?
That would be great.
But you start with condominium contract and then all contracts.
I did the ones that were assigned to me to look at, and the directive for me was to open the box similar to the farm and ranch, just anything and everything in there. And so what I did in looking through these, I was actually very pleased that there weren't many changes. I mean, it's a good job this committee has done over the years in drafting these, and so I didn't see a lot of items. In another note, I did not edit the items that this committee worked on at the last meeting. So the changes that were made to, the cash portions of the sales price or the other items I did not address. So here, what I have here is we can start with the condo contract, since that's the first one on the list. And this was a comment that actually is in the back of our materials as well, but I picked up on, and I'm not sure where this contract originated, but it used terminology of cancel rather than terminate. And then there was a 6-day, language about before the 6th day.
That's statutory.
Statutory.
But that doesn't mean we can't give a
True.
right greater than the statute.
You're right.
And so what,
Well, it actually says, it says that, it talks about the purchaser canceling, if a purchaser has not received a resale certificate, then they may cancel before the 6th day after they receive it. So the right is there, right in the statute. So if you change it, I don't know what the effect of that is.
and so I think changing it, the difference between cancel and terminate, and if this is required language, we can copy in our other ones to keep in there. But looking at the actual rights and how it's written, my proposed change that I wrote was in line with the other language that we have for similar rights in the contract. And so for consistency's sake, also, I know there's six days in that statute, but I had 7 days in there just to match the other parts of the contract, similar to the seller's disclosure notice that's not provided up front.
Okay, now notice though, you just said giving written notice.
And this
And you
was,
struck out the certified mail, and the certified mail is in the statute, which I think is okay for us to do this. I mean, we're going beyond the statute. But what we're doing is we're creating a contractual right of termination that includes the statutory, but it goes beyond the statutory right.
that's a good way to put it, and it's something I would want to look into further in the statute to make sure we can do it. And the purpose of this provision was for consistency's sake and in ease of education for people that don't practice in condominiums and other things all the time. You'll see some similar changes in paragraph C2, and there's a comment, I think it's at the very back of the materials, for the exact same thing about giving notice, right, by certified mail and it being an archaic way of doing things. And one more thing, Ministry, I'll recognize you here. On the second one on C2, there's a blank is missing within blank days. That blank's not actually in the contract itself. And so I changed up that to the exact same thing, following what we have for our other termination rights. And if we have to follow the statutes, then we have to follow the statutes word for word. But this is one that I wanted to push this out there to see what everybody thought of at least the change of the terminology and the change of the time frame. And good point on where it's allowed, obviously, that look at the statute to see if it is allowed there. But those were the basis for the changes to the first two there. And I guess to finish out C2, I have a lot of questions that come across my desk on the affidavit. If you cannot get the information from the condo association, there's a paragraph in the Texas Property Code, 82-157B, that says you can provide an affidavit and you try to go get the information. And if you look in the actual contract itself, it references 82.157 in the general heading before the subsections. But the question always comes in, where do I get this affidavit? And can you draft it for me? I don't think we ever should get in business of creating an affidavit or a form for it, but at least directing the parties of where the language is at. And that's a direct reference in 82.157B, which has very specific language that needs to be in the affidavit itself, to at least give more direction there. So that would be a simple addition. So before we move on, I'll tee up those sections for comment.
Well, so you touched on one. General point, and again, I think we need actual guidance from the commission. Is it our charge to follow a statute when there is one? And I believe it is. I think that is our current charge. I don't think we can or should try to change language if there is statutory language. One, because it's the policy unless unless we hear differently. But two, even if it might mean the same thing, and yes, we're creating more, one, that's a litigation hole. And two, this committee, at least never, until we think about creating our history book, we don't have, like the legislature does, we don't have legislative history. You can look at a bill that becomes a law and see, why did it come around? How did it come around? What were the proposals? What were the changes? Why did this happen? There is zero information like that available to the public unless they call in or sit in these meetings and we happen to mention, well, it's always been our policy to do this, or we came up with this because of this. So we don't issue BLC history on why we changed something. So if we did go from a statutory language to our better BLC language, and there's no guidance out there for courts or parties that might be litigants, I just am very concerned about that.
And point well taken on that. I think the one thing with recording these meetings is we're going to start developing some of those, that history there that is, at least can be dug into, looking at minutes and going back.
Yeah, maybe, but our minutes really don't go into that as deep. And again, that also is a policy that the commission is going to have to change if they want to. At this, we have not had history of why we did something available for you to look up. You just have to know.
Oh, and so circling back to the point of the statutory language versus changing it to be consistent with the other parts of the contract, I've proposed that language and I can go further into the statutory history and what's allowed there. So this is just a proposal on making it consistent with the other.
I'm with you, and that's a policy too, is let's be consistent.
Yeah. And so these changes to at least the first two paragraphs all center around that, making it consistent versus the statute.
So did you put the timing to calculate the same amount of time as the statute is? Is that how you applied the 7 days?
No, so that I made consistent with the seller's disclosure right, which is before the 6 day. The statute speaks before the 6 day.
Basically the 5 day right.
Correct, exactly. And that's another question too. I have not at least seen any class that has been teaching, what it means before the 6 day versus, the language here within 7 days. I think the agents in general understand that, the public understands within 7 days. Before the 6th day, to me, is confusing even when you have lawyers looking at it sometimes. What does that mean? Can you do it on the 6th day? Or is the 6th day too late? And so that's, to me, is not as clear and precise, which again, may be a legislature issue, but.
Can we have, since we have the former chair here and our other co-chair here, and also staff, are there any comments to this?
Yeah, I got a comment. So scroll back to the legislative, the statute, and scroll down just an inch. Let's see when it was added, 93? Is that right? Okay, so imagine you have a contract and then a an earth-breaking law comes into effect, a statute that suddenly gives condo buyers the right to kill a deal and back out if they don't get certain special documents. This was a pretty fundamental change to the law of contracts. And I think the broker lawyer committee, Ron may have been there at the time, but I wasn't. But I believe that they said, wow, this is the kind of thing that would serve the public if it's in our contracts. This is such an earth-shaking law, it needs to be in our contracts. So it was taken verbatim and put it as a special statutory right to terminate that was in the contract itself. So what you're suggesting now is to say, should we go beyond that and give a greater, larger contractual right to terminate above and beyond the statute? And SJ makes a good point. If you go beyond that and kind of leave the statute in the dust and leave it in the books, do you give fuel for trial lawyers to say, well, the contract says you can send it by regular mail, but the statute says certified mail, so now we're going to get into court, and so you have to be very careful with monkeying with statutes so that you don't create fuel for trial lawyers if people don't do it right. You know, this is an easy, if you don't do anything at all, if you leave it alone and leave the statute as it is, it's easy. Now, there's a conflict. You may go, what's the before the sixth day? I don't like the way that's worded, but it does follow the statute, so you have that issue.
Which goes to an education issue at the end of the day, and making sure people understand that portion.
What I really wanted you to speak on, not just your opinion about it, but what is our history in this committee do in the face of language like this? Do we jack with it or not?
We traditionally have not messed with it, just like we haven't messed with the FHA amendatory clause. We haven't messed with any kind of seller's disclosure beyond a statutory disclosure. And we have visited this issue in the past and said, leave it alone, it's statutory. So our tendency as a committee in the past has been not to monkey with statutory language. It should track verbatim. Now, there's no law that says you have to get title insurance. So, you know, there are some things that contracts do above and beyond what the law requires. So it's really a question of what's in the best interest of the consumers, of the citizens of the state of Texas. Would they benefit by this? And I don't know. But you're always going to find hidden little traps in the contract that new agents don't know about. And this question of whether you educate them or you change the wording of the contract. That's a good question.
I was just gonna add one thing. It does look, I just did a quick search on my phone. It does look like there's a non-waiver section in this particular chapter.
Ooh, okay. Let's look at it.
I think it's 82.004. Let's get it.
Can I just say on the record how happy I am that Abby's here, Vanessa's here, Robin's here, Charles is here. It's very helpful. Thank you all. I know you have.
It's $100
So let me bring in Brian's had his hand up for a while. Real quick, for a non-waiver provision means you can't waive in the statute, what's in the statute itself. So the parties cannot contract around the requirements of the statute. That's what that means.
This one also says may not.
Varied by agreement. That's not good. Whoops.
May not be varied by agreement.
Okay.
All right, so that
Well,
answers that question.
Well,
Where does it say that?
No, what it means, Brian, it's right there in 004. What it means, I think, is that this right exists regardless of what we say. So what you're gonna come back and say is if our right is greater, then the right's still there.
It's a supplemental right?
But the word varied is different. I haven't seen that in statutory language before.
That's lawyer fuel right there.
That's,
you know.
Okay, so number one, we have lots of termination provisions in contracts that are not statutory. Just because there's not a statute for it doesn't mean you can't have a termination clause. Number two, having reference to course of conversations of this committee is different because this is a contract. It is governed by rules of contract, most notably the parole evidence rule, saying that as long as you do not have an ambiguity in the contract, you look at the four corners of the document and you do not consider other things. So as long as we write a provision that is clear, you're going to enforce the contract as written. Number three, And I think this is the biggest thing, and this is what you got to and what Lawrence got to in his comment. And that is that, guys, the bigger problem we're gonna have here is we're gonna have agents giving notice of termination under paragraph 21, thinking that's how I've been told to do it, not realizing they don't know that there's a statute. They didn't read paragraph C. They're going to give notices the way they've been taught to give notices, and they're going to screw it up. If we have a clause that is a contractual right to terminate, that is independent of the statutory right, then we have a fail-safe that is going to protect people, and they're going, if they want to terminate, they're going to terminate it correctly. But I don't think we ought to have aha moments. You screwed up because you didn't give your notice by certified mail. Gotcha. And that's what we have right now. And the better way to do it is what you suggest, and that is have a clear, simple clause consistent with all the other ways that we do it, and people give notices the way they've been taught to give notices. We don't want to have a form for lawyers. We want to have a form for license holders, and there's a big difference.
I like what you say. I think if we go this route, I think we need to put a reference in there that this is, that the buyer retains his rights to 82-157, and in addition is given this right. And I think we need to put that in there.
And I think for the benefit of the committee, this is open area contract, right? So this is a continuing discussion. I will research the point about the variance and whether we can even do this. And that will give everybody some more clarity, and we can think about whether we want to expand the right that's in there and discuss that more. But I think the first hurdle is to make sure that we can even do what we're proposing with the language of the statute.
Looking at our existing default, paragraph 15, we don't point out all the ways that under other law that people have. I think if we point something out, we probably have to follow this same language. I would hate to put a specific statutory reference in there that might change in the future or might not be complete. So we just say, buyer can enforce, seek other relief as may be provided by law, or both, or whatever. I think maybe just not eliminate any other remedy or relief provided by law.
I have a question for Bo and Tony, since you guys are in the courtroom. And you, courtroom lawyers, Brian gave a very eloquent and accurate and precise definition of how you can have supplemental contract rights in addition to statutory. But someone who wants to wiggle out of a contract and seeks an ambiguity is going to go get a trial lawyer who may or may not know real estate. And certainly they're going to present their argument and show that very variant statute to a trial judge who definitely doesn't know real estate. And so do you trial lawyers think that when you leave the statute, that even though you might be right on the law, you still have a big opening for people to create more litigation and create more problems?
I got that one for you. First,
Okay.
I want to go with trial lawyer. I know you're saying that very complimentary.
Non-real estate oriented trial lawyers.
Very complimentary. And I do real estate trial too, but I appreciate the compliment.
I'm not worried about you.
No, yeah, anytime you have a conflict and I think Bo will agree with me, anytime you have a conflict and that is precipitous of the reason for the contract terminating on one side or the other, he and I, because Bo and I would typically be on the opposite sides of the spectrum, are gonna go back and forth. Well, they did it by the paper. I understand that, Bo, but they didn't do it by the statute. But the statute's more, but they didn't do it by that. Now, who wins? I don't know, because then we're gonna go, as you said, most often, and I know we're on a public meeting, majority of our elected officials do not have a background in this realm. And so he and I are gonna go back and forth, which leaves it going all the way to the end to the war. It's gonna become a war because you can't win a small battle because there's this discrepancy.
Yeah.
Does Ron's solution resolve it?
I would say probably yes. It would be a better solution, it'd be more beneficial, yes.
And I'd agree with all that. And that is
That's
why
fair.
I kind of laughed when you were saying what you were saying. I mean, it all sounds great in theory, but
What do you think, though?
Ron solution.
one solution with a specific
Again,
statute.
Ron walks on
statute.
water.
All these changes, especially C2 down to about the affidavit, I think that's like that one, because that's just fixing the words, I think, that you're referencing the statute correctly. But the first two, I think if we change it and then reference that they still retain those same rights, because it's, I think we all agree that this is inclusive of the same rights.
But if we do this, how about instead of just saying 82.17 or whatever that was, just saying chapter 82?
Well, they're gonna
Well,
go.
If we pull up the contract, there's a reference up above. Let's see, it is, maybe the page number.
What I'm saying too is, by being broader, we're going to account for possible changes later. And we don't have to revisit all the forms. If you're broad, you're hitting the general area.
But you're trying to point them in the direction of where they can find the affidavit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And this is just one I had personal experience several times of asking about that affidavit and them not having any idea where to look.
Because saying chapter 82 still doesn't, I mean,
How about taking out the B?
Why are you recommending we expand the number of days?
To be consistent, or to remove the possibility of error in reviewing the contracts for education, since it's a right when they did not receive something. And I think more people are generally familiar with the right for the seller's disclosure notice. And instead of having different days, if we can prevent it, having the same amount of days will remove the possibility for more error.
Yeah,
So,
I get that.
and I really didn't like the language of before. The reason I went down to begin with, I didn't like before the 6th day. And to me, I think that is misunderstood. A lot of people see 6 days and they think that's a full 6. And
You don't get the fullness of creation before the 6th.
That's right.
Can I point something out that's happening right now? Condo regimes. Lenders are asking us to use the condo contract instead of the 1 to 4,
Yeah.
because it's a condo regime. I don't have a building. I don't have a unit. I have a survey and I have a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, we have a lot and a block and a survey, but the lenders are saying because it's a condo regime.
Yeah.
So is this talking about a pre-sale before construction?
No, she's talking about like a townhouse. It's
Even
a
the-
condo.
Oh,
regime.
No,
But
I'm
if
talking
it's a
about-
condo- If it's got a condo
I'm talking-
regime, you should use a condo form.
But there's no lot and there's no building.
What she's saying
It's
is
a house
there's
with a
townhomes that
survey.
have covenants,
About
condo-like
the new
covenants.
commercial.
Right, the new way they
The
build houses.
Horizontal condominium as opposed to vertical condominium. And
Well, they're not
I've-
condos,
I've-
they
I've
just-
had a-
they're
I've-
zero
I
The
have a-
ones that aren't in a building, yeah, I mean,
I
that's.
have a
that's how
problem with
Austin's doing
that
it, too.
myself. I mean, I've talked to some people a lot smarter than me who, and it's not hard, but, I'd say, how can you have a condo that hasn't been built yet? If a condo by definition is the 4 walls, the floor and the ceiling. That's what a unit is, but it hasn't been built yet, so it doesn't exist. How can you have an interest in real property? And some people that are very well versed in the whole commercial development field say, no, Brian, under the condominium act, if you read it carefully, there is a condominium, there is a property interest in the community.
Well, I mean, it's
I
zero
feel
lot
the
line
same
houses,
thing.
basically, if you wanna call it whatever, it's zero lot line houses. But I'm just saying, when I look at this and the lender says, fill this out, and my agents bring it to me, they're asking for a building and a unit.
Yeah.
No, I have a lot
That's a good point.
and I have a survey. I mean, those are two things that I
It's to
have
be built. It's
that this
No,
is not in here,
Right.
and I don't know, it's a lender thing.
Right, so the city of Austin, if you subdivide, and this is what you're talking about, I've had several of these too. If you subdivide a lot, they'll let you put 2, but they make it a condo instead of 2.
It's a condo regime with a
units
survey.
With
Yeah.
2 in it, and I agree.
And we have,
Join my group.
Yeah.
And,
and we have
uh,
neighborhoods, I mean, I'm talking about not just a couple, I'm talking about neighborhoods,
Yeah,
like Falcon Point. I mean, I can pull them all up that are all, were built,
yes.
condo regime, there's zero
Yes.
lot lines. That's basically what it is.
Well, I mean.
They're not sharing anything except the fence, let me just put it that
Well,
way.
they might be sharing things. They
But a
could
lot
be.
of the neighborhoods I'm
Some of
talking
them
about
are,
have a fence.
some of them are.
I guess I'm confused, I hadn't seen those, I have seen condominiums that look like townhomes, I've seen those.
All the DR Horton homes are all considered DR, you know, the ones with little white picket fences.
And it just means that all of underlying land is held in common.
The test is, have you formed a
These are
condominium
not.
under the Uniform Condominium Act? And if you have, you use this.
Right. And
Right,
these,
so-
what she's talking about, it is not, the land is not. They are separated. There is usually one
Yeah, but you could define.
small wall is the only part that is,
Yeah, but in the
held
condo,
jointly.
you can define those as limited common elements. So I have to look at, see, if it is a condo regime, there has to be a declaration filed.
Yes,
And you can
yes.
define the underlying land as limited common elements, because you're not limited by that.
I think what we're missing, there's a secondary creature out there, and you guys may or may not have seen it, where a developer creates what looks to be a condominium, but does not file a declaration under Chapter 82 of the Condominium Act. They file covenants and restrictions that call for assessments, that call for an association, that call for a board, so it looks and feels and acts like a condo, but legally it's not a condo because the fee simple land is owned by the landowner. So that's what I think you're
Yeah,
talking
they
about.
have a
is
survey and an
a
address, they don't have a building
there.
in the unit.
But they have something that looks like a declaration, but is legally not a Chapter 82 condo declaration. I've seen those creatures, and they're very weird, but.
That's one,
yeah.
but there is this other one that looks like the opposite, but does have a condo declaration. Where, what I'm talking about, when you split
Yeah.
these lots, they are literally, the land goes with the improvements, except there is, the city of Austin is telling them they have to have at least one piece of a common element. So they usually have 5 feet of a common wall.
And I've experienced that exact same thing here in Austin as well. Tony had a.
Oh, I was just, maybe I'm late, but where are we at? Are we on generalized suggestions to the condo?
Well, so this-
division? Like, I feel like
This was
We're
a
all
very
agenda.
broad topic that we brought up,
Yeah,
and
broad
it
scope.
literally was just unpack it and unpackage the condo contract. So if you would like to join the group with me, I would love to dive
I'll
into
give you
this for
as
the
much-
next
I mean,
one.
we've
So
got
kind of like
lots
the
out
Farm and
here.
Ranch group,
okay.
this was teed
This
up.
area
but to-
has, I mean, and it's the lender's call, and that's what bothers me, because it's like, some can put in a 1 to 4 family and it goes right through. And the house next door, the lender wants a condo, and I'm like, that wording up there does not work.
Well, and
city.
it's not quite as big an issue, I think, as like the
It's
Farm and
Travis
Ranch, when
County.
people decide when to use Farm and Ranch versus 1 to 4 when they're not knowledgeable. But on this one,
It's black and white.
yeah, this one is more, but agents don't see it necessarily as black and white, especially the ones that are going on in Austin right now.
It's all the
the
farmland out here, because
question
you can get more property, you can get more houses on a piece of land if you follow the condo regime.
So we'll look
And that's
to-
what their whole goal is.
To move things forward, we'll look into that if we can, punt that back to the working group, and we'll come back with more suggestions on that one.
So who else on that working group?
So it's just me currently. So Mary's gonna join.
We're working on it.
Well, I'm just saying, if we're gonna edit, we gotta figure it out.
And Brian has volunteered as well.
The ideas are fantastic. I just didn't know if those were more, politely saying, is that a topic for the subgroup instead of?
Yes, yeah, it's helpful to guide the subgroup on
Yeah.
where we're going, but in the vein of keeping things moving forward, some of these are just general comments that I'll just tee up, and since I was unpackaging the whole thing, is escrow agent is not defined in the contract, and I think we talked about this at a prior meeting, but I could not remember that discussion.
Isn't it the title company?
The title company is defined, and it is
In
capitalized.
Texas, it is the title company, is it not?
Well, so yeah, title
It
company,
should
which
be.
is the underwriter, and then you have the escrow agent, which could be could be the same as a
I
title
see what
company,
you're
or it
saying.
could be an
Yeah,
independent
You're
title
separate in the two.
agency.
Yes, I-
Well, and I,
Or,
Could be just.
Oh, you're just talking about you have to be a lawyer.
that's true. So,
Well, that's true.
You're just
In-
talking about capitalizing the term, that's right.
correct, and it's used throughout the contract, and other terms like a title company is is defined technically.
Making a note for Styles, I like it.
And so and I guess these points, because
You what?
we're running pretty long, I'll just go through them quickly, but I like that one. The here on paragraph 6B, and I think, Brian, we had a conversation in this past meeting about the automatic extension for the actual title commitment to be delivered by the title company. Here, there's really no teeth, right? So we have the requirement in 6B that the title company should deliver, or the seller shall cause the title company to deliver the title commitment within 20 days. But if they don't, they get 15 more days, or 3 days before closing. And there may be a reason this was added that way to try to force the title company to, oh, it's a little scary, you have to do it in 20 days, but there's no penalty if they don't.
That's what
And so
residential says.
Why, what's that?
Residential says that 20 days.
Right, yeah, they're all the same. This is across all contracts. And so my point there is if we want a deadline, why don't we state the deadline? Or is there some bigger reason that we had 20 days to kind of have it come up?
Well, it's kind of hard, we're kind of telling a non-party to the contract a deadline. And that's the biggest issue I see, because as a seller, I don't cause, I mean, I know that it says it, but I don't cause their performance.
And that's I look at it like on the option, right? It's up to you to go get the inspector to get out there and do it. If you don't get done, then you lose the right.
Right.
And here, take your title company, make sure that there's somebody that you can, even though they're not forced by the contract, not being parties, at least you have control to go tell them. It's your person that you obligate yourself to provide it within that time. And I just didn't know why it was structured this way to begin with. And
I've not run into a whole lot of problems with title companies performing in that time frame. Maybe it's because we're in a competitive market. Some of the smaller towns that have one title.
Rural counties take a long time.
No, it's not really competitive competition.
I get both, and I come real quick, and then Esther, I'll get to you both. You said, okay, Esther?
I hate changing it. We need people pushing it, and there's a lot of deadlines that come off of the title commitment and the ability to cancel and, object to the title commitment. I do not think it's a good idea to extend the time out any farther automatically. Go ahead and leave the 20 in there. I mean, if it's already built in, if the title company's late, as soon as it happens, then it happens. And they're not gonna wait unless you give them that time.
Remember the sponge effect a little bit, right? If you give them more time, the sponge goes out there and it's less pressure.
Do you guys remember there used to be a clause in the contracts that says if lender is not ready, then the closing date should be extended 15 days? And who is a third party that's not a party to the contract? The lender. Who's a third party that's not a party to the contract? The title company. So maybe that 15 days is analogous or is in the same vein as that old 15-day lender extension, and that's where it comes from.
But we had, the point is though, we haven't had abuses. We get out our title work. If we don't get it out in 3 days, I have to close it screaming at me. So, it ain't broke. The optics are 20 days, even though it really is 35 days.
You're usually waiting on the seller, right? If whatever is, probably the seller.
The only time that we really have a problem is if we're buying title work from another title company because it's in another county and they put us at the end of the.
And the rural counties are, a lot of them are really backed up right now. This market, they're going past 30, 45 days. And some of that's even.
Don't do much rural. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
If you get into, Polk County or, sometimes it varies with these, which one? Falls.
Brazos County is the
And some of them are overrun.
Yeah,
Lexington County took 70 days to get the commitment.
So, and it's a powerful right too, so everybody understands, if the commitment's not delivered on time, the other side has the right to terminate the contract. So it's a very powerful right that flows from this. And that's why I debate in my mind whether to just set a date and shorten it, but it's not broke, but since we're opening up everything.
This is not unique to the condo contract. This isn't every contract. Let's just.
The history actually is found here. It used to be you had up until the closing date to get the title policy.
Yeah.
And then I want to say 20, 30 years ago, the broker committee said, no, you got to get the commitment way in advance of the closing date. So then they were going to set the time frame or leave it blank for the brokers to fill in. Well, the title companies didn't want the brokers filling that. So the title companies said, give us 20 days, except in some cases we need more. And that's what we're
Okay. And we can table that to move on, as we're unpackaging this one thing I noticed.
It's just a no.
So in paragraph 12B, and this is in the condo contract, but in the others, there's a generic statement that just struck me. I don't know if I ever really appreciated this before, but there's a statement, if any expense exceeds an amount expressly stated in this contract for such expense to be paid by a party, the party may terminate this contract unless the other party agrees to pay such excess. That's a huge, powerful right that is not tied to anything specific. And we have all the other elements with fees, it's all saying, well, so-and-so will pay up to this amount and the other person pays the excess. This to me breeds potential litigation or people getting out of contracts. And I don't know of a particular need for this to be in there in light of the other language that we may have revised over time after this was originally inserted. But Tony has a.
In your working group of youth.
My mind always goes.
He's had a lot of debates.
I get what you're saying about that sentence, and since I don't look at the condo contract, is there another expense when you looked that would be generic that wouldn't be that expense, or is it just completely like a generic statement in there that doesn't cover?
It seemed to be a generic statement in there that didn't cover anything, that's what got me thinking. And then this is in all the contracts as well. This is not just unique to the condo. And so what are we saying there? What is the parties agreed to? Why have it in there to create arguments for us trial lawyers at the end of the day?
Well, I was about to look at Kramer over there. I'm like, you just gave me a new one. I didn't even know that was in there.
Isn't this interesting?
How does it create litigation if one party agrees to pay the expense? Because you're still keeping the deal together. That's the purpose of the clause. So if the survey comes back and we have some clause in 11 that says we're going to share the expense, or it's too much, or the buyer says, I'm not going to pay for the survey, and the seller says, I will to keep the deal together, how does that create litigation?
Yeah, this one, I don't know that it creates it, but I think it gives the defaulting party an excuse.
Well, to me, it's a negotiating power to say, I'm not going to pay anything more, and I'm willing to walk away.
But tied to what, though? If we had this tied to something in the contract.
The contract says that I'm going to pay a loan origination fee of 1%, and the lender comes back and says 1.5, and I'm the buyer, I say, I'm not gonna pay that 1.5, so I'm gonna terminate the contract. The seller says,
I'll cover it.
I'll cover it. Now you're right. This limits a party's ability to terminate rather than giving an increased right to terminate, as far as I see it.
Unless the other party.
So I don't know of any litigation over this clause.
This is a fail-safe.
That's a relevant statement right there, Ron. I haven't ever seen a fight or a lawsuit in 30 years.
Which would go
over this.
back to the 5% rule.
Yeah.
But teeing it up, that's.
It's weird. You're right.
It's a strange one that struck me as I was diving into
I think
this.
this actually came about before we had the HOA resale certificate for residential lots or residential properties, the homes. Because the HOAs were coming in and said, oh, you gotta pay all these expenses. And then we were throwing those, saying, well, whose expense is that?
And yes.
If I can remember back to the 1980s when I first moved to Houston, agents were trained that if any of the numbers on the first page changed, the appraisal didn't come out at contract price, that the buyer had the ability to opt out based on this kind of statement. It's changed over times, and maybe this is a statement that's been in there a long time, but the point's well raised. What does it really mean? And from the educational standpoint, how broad can that be? Can that, nowadays, it doesn't change. Conventional buyer still has to buy and figure out how to do it, hence the lender appraisal addendum was developed. So it's always raised a question. And does it come to the price changed? And does the buyer have an out or not? And then seek legal counsel if you have a problem.
That's expenses, that doesn't have anything to do with the price. Expense is a particular thing, like
interest
charge
rate
for.
Third-party financing addendum was
That's not an
another
expense.
point.
No,
Well, yes, I agree with what you're saying. I'm just saying where it may have come from and the confusion in the field had to do with why even have limits in the third-party financing addendum referencing interest rates? If that interest rate isn't available, what happens next? So that is an expense.
Well, it's
And
gonna
if
be,
that's not intended
not
to be
an
an
expense.
expense, then that needs to be
you know, the
clarified.
expense is gonna be listed in 12, so it's either gonna be a buyer or seller's expense listed in for 12. So one of those would have to
Third-party
be,
financing.
right, set out in the contract. I don't remember if there used to be a survey provision where they used to share the cost.
Yeah.
I just don't remember. Maybe the clause is no longer applicable to what we're looking at.
I think it did
That's
come
where-
from the HOA and also the home service contract.
But the way that the resident service contract is stated, it wouldn't trigger this provision.
Not how it is now,
yeah.
but
Yeah.
And it sounds like this, to move, generally, I think everybody sees mostly what I'm seeing in that, but it falls within that 5% bucket unless anybody thinks otherwise.
But I have a question.
I think because there's no litigation, we should leave it alone. I'm with Charles back here. It is working. We don't even know how we don't see how it's
I would
working.
agree with her too, but this is a stupid question, so forgive me. It says
Stupid
expressly stated in this contract. So it's pointing back to whatever's expressly stated, correct?
Correct.
I've never seen this come up either in 33 years.
And there's nothing that's
And they
expressly
like
stated
fight
that
over
doesn't.
everything when they're wanting their own
Maybe
opinion
not
back.
in the, maybe not in the printed form, there's not.
That's true.
Yeah,
Well, and we don't want to
Special
encourage people
provisions.
writing stuff in that then
Yeah.
has the,
right.
Seller
Impact.
will pay $500 to repair the air
Okay.
conditioner.
after this, let's wait for plaintiff's attorneys to grab onto this
All right,
and try to
John,
get out of things,
You've
so.
lost 2 so far, so keep
All
going.
right. Well, we can probably just skip over the next one then,
So
because I know we're not gonna make any changes here, but I bring it up because it has been a big issue, especially after the snowpocalypse that happened. And it's what is casualty? And the thing that I had literally dozens of calls on were landscaping that was damaged by the freeze. And I'm not just normally saying hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of landscaping, orchards. And the question was, well, is a freeze a casualty event in that case? Is it a sudden unexpected event here that falls within the category of what casualty is? And because of how many calls I got and continue to get just generally asking about those, I raised the issue. One, is there anything we can do to add clarity to what is casualty to the condo contracts, to the other contracts? But it's, and there's a whole lot of use of such. If we ever dive into this, we don't do it now, but I dislike the use of such as much as is used here. And so that's the main thing about, do we want to consider further defining casualty at some point, and not to waste time at this meeting, we can
What did you
look
find
deeper.
casualty defined as?
I couldn't find a good definition of it. You think about it in an insurance context of a sudden unexpected event, and you look at, well, it freezes a lot here, but it doesn't freeze like the snowpocalypse all the way down to Corpus Christi. I had one listing down there that I was helping the agent out with, that was $150,000 in landscaping. That was completely destroyed. And the big difference here is that wear and tear. That the buyer has to take it subject to it, or is it a casualty event that requires the seller to repair before closing? And that's where the rub comes. And if it's just a little, small items, it's not that big a deal. But when you're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars on something that's gray, that's where litigation spurred out of.
Two things. Webster says casualty is an accident, mishap, or disaster. So there's that. I am against changing this because I believe intentionally put out there all kinds of casualties. But your insurance policy, unique to you, may or may not cover certain casualties, and I don't want to get into that. Or tie it to the insurance definition of casualty, because my insurance with Chubb, which is pretty great, maybe way better than yours with State Farm,
If you got
who
Allstate,
is never
yours
going to.
better.
Okay, and this is, just for example, flooding is not covered under a general casualty policy. It's not.
No.
So, I mean, we don't want to get into that. So I don't want to define casualty for that very reason.
Or give
we get
examples.
to insurance.
You know, if we look at, and I agree with that statement, that's why I didn't propose a definition, because I don't know what the definition actually would be. And I don't want to dictate what that definition is in this contract. But here we give an example of it's damaged or destroyed by fire or other casualties. So we specifically call out fire, right? Is this something like when we looked at adding propane tanks or solar panels that we can maybe give by example some more things that we intend it to be?
Then again, that gets into that, what is the dang Latin word for the exclusion? Unum something or other, but if we start adding more examples, we are excluding the ones that we haven't included, so I think that's a bad road.
Since this is the condo contract, I mean, wouldn't other casualties would be a total different definition than if, I know, but he's pulling up the condo contract, it would be, if we start defining it, it would be a different definition than casualty in a 1 to 4.
Well, not necessarily, and on that, and there is a difference in this provision for the condo contract. Because there is there's the ones that you're solely obligated for, then the condo association is responsible for the limited areas or the common areas. And this addresses it here that's different of when the association has to make those repairs. And unlike the 1 to 4, that is solely the seller's obligation, right? The seller has 15 days to make the repairs, and then the buyer has an election if it's not done. They can accept the sale, the assignment of the insurance proceeds, they can waive it, or the seller can actually fix it. And the closing date will be extended as necessary. Here, my concern that I wanted to throw out there, the concern is the association only has to say they're going to repair it within a reasonable time. And so if it's something that is an obligation on the condo association to repair, their obligation is just to tell the other side, we're going to repair it. But what is reasonable, right? And there may not be anything better than just saying reasonable.
Well,
and so
again, you can't enforce anything if because they're not part of the contract.
And so in the situation here, my thought is, and I want to propose for discussion, do we give the buyer a right? Because if an association says, we'll fix this, but it's going to take a year, instead of having the argument back and forth, this is an unexpected event, so this is going to be a unique situation that comes up. Do we want to give the buyer the right if the association doesn't do it by the closing date? Right now, they may be concerned, this association may never do it.
Well,
their finances may be bad. Some unexpected event happens. Well, I wasn't planning on that.
I don't read the contract that way. I think under standard construction, they're saying the damaged condition will be restored within a reasonable time. That's the closest thing. So that's modifying, reasonable time is modifying will be restored, not the notice. You're reading it as the notice will be given in a reasonable time.
Well, no, not the notice. Mine is the association only has to repair it within a reasonable time, which extends beyond the date of closing.
Right.
Unlike what we have now, the seller has to do it before the deal closes on their obligations.
Yeah, well, that's crazy though.
Actually, it says, it says they have to confirm that they will do it. Not that they repair it.
Yeah.
If I'm the buyer, hey, I'm buying a house or a condo unit that's fixed. And if it's not fixed, I'm not buying it, because this is your house, this is your condominium, this is your problem. Get it fixed before closing. And so I think that's absolutely reasonable that it has to be.
What is the problem?
That's
Is it, if it's a swimming pool, do I care? If it's 6
part of the
months?
unit. We're talking about the unit.
If it is yeah, I mean, it depends. This is a big fat, it depends, and we can't answer
The
that.
second half of the paragraph that he's talking about is the common elements.
Yeah.
Right.
The comment, so it is like something that's
Common
big.
elements of pertinent, we get that word again.
Well, my fear here, if I was a buyer and I wanted a particular amenity, and a tornado came through, wiped out that amenity, and it's going to be gone for 2 years. But a 2-year period is a reasonable time under the law. Do we want to give, in this unique circumstance again, if it's a casualty event that happened, the buyer would say, you know what, because that's not going to be there, I don't want it anymore. And to have it, but if it can be done before closing, then well, it's going to be the same as when you contracted for it. So you shouldn't have that out, because the association can get it done in time.
Here's a possible consideration. Maybe we should put a notice at the end of this that says, if if you have particular concern about any, what do we call these things? Of any of the,
Appurtenances.
no.
Amenities?
Amenities, yeah, amenities.
I like that word.
Then you should talk to a lawyer. Maybe we should just put that warning. I don't know how we.
I don't know if that fits there.
Let me argue the other side for you on this one, okay? Because here you have a contract between the two, and all you're doing here is allocating the risk of the casualty. The buyer's being made whole, he's just having to wait.
Right.
Okay, so most times it's not gonna be the 2-year period. Most times it's gonna be a roof, or it's going to be a pool damage or something like that. So it seems to me that the buyer's not out anything here, so he's just got some time. And he's gonna be made whole, it's not even his issue to deal with.
It's the same amount of time they would have to wait if they moved in and the casualty occurred a month after they moved in. It's the same.
This is out of the seller's
spot.
control. It is, right. So I'm arguing the other side.
Yeah, but I want to go to this, I want to go into this beautiful condo because it has that great swimming pool, but a plane crashed into it right before closing. Should I have, I bought it because of the amenities of it. That's one of the reasons you buy a condominium.
Don't
is for all
close.
those.
Don't close.
whole, you just have to wait.
Don't close.
I buy those rental.
Well, that's what I'm saying, it's not to have the right.
Once
Well, that's
they
what it
start,
says, you do
once they
have the
start
right.
building the pool,
Not if you,
pools don't take
not
that
if
long
they
to
give you
build.
a written notice
Right.
that it,
The big problem is getting the
Can be
contractors
restored.
and the bids and getting them over there to do
If
it.
buyer gives a notice within 7 days,
So
You can
it's
do
a
that
little
and
bit of
say,
ping
"I'm
pong
out.
there.
I'm
So
out."
the buyer 7 days of receipt of the notice to inform the seller in writing that whether they'll terminate the contract. But if you go on,
unless.
they can turn
They
around
can-
unless they can give notice and say, I'm out.
No, but the
Brian
point
is
No.
is, the point is the rest of the sentence, you can't just stop there. The
Yeah.
rest of the sentence says unless they get written confirmation.
it takes it out of the
So if the
seller's.
association gives them written confirmation, they can't terminate, which I think is his point.
Exactly.
And I think that's fair, because it's out of the seller's control, buyer's being made whole, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Now, I was more interested in your question about, are we, because I don't think this is a big issue, and I'm not hearing any cry over this, so I would leave it alone with regard to the common issues, the common elements of the things that the property zone association has control over. I was more curious in terms of the things for which insurance was not covering, like the orchards and the landscaping that you were talking about. Is that something that we need to address more here? Because it's the seller on the hook on restoring those, because that's a huge dollar amount that he may have to replace. Should that risk be allocated entirely to the seller?
See that up maybe Tony or
Should
Bo,
the
is that,
sell- that's the old question of, can a seller make the election, I'm not going to fix it, and your sole remedy buyer is to terminate the contract?
So I'm gonna have to put $100,000 worth of landscaping in here now.
If you're gonna make me do that.
And you were talking about the freeze, there was no landscaping to buy. You couldn't do it, you had to wait almost a year to get that landscaping. So my question is this, I'm more curious about that clause, or that situation that's not covered by insurance.
Well, paragraph 14 gives the buyer 3 options. If seller fails to make the repairs before closing due to factors beyond the buyer's control, the seller's control, then the buyer has 3 options.
Bye, guys. You're in good hands.
Thank you for coming. Okay, he's gone now.
in sake of brevity, maybe we go around a little more on that and focus on that topic, and we table the other ones. We move forward after SJ, if you have anything additional to
Well,
add.
my comment was, how about, now that you have a new and improved committee, why don't we table this and y'all go work on it?
I like that. The committee at one in my head discussed this a lot back and
Yeah.
forth, and I have a committee of 2. So.
Now you have
That's the stupidest thing I ever heard.
I told myself that many times.
Right, yep. Next.
Okay,
All right,
more
so next.
contracts
Another swing and a miss.
that you talked about with yourself, right?
All right, yes, I talked about these a lot. This is a current issue that I'm interested on the trial lawyers, SJ, Bo, Tony. This came across my desk 3 times in the last 2 weeks. Right now, we do not, this is paragraph
Still on his-
17.
On his comments.
Paragraph 17 does not define, even though they're capitalized, listing broker and other broker. We talked about before, this references back to the broker information page. The issue that has presented itself is for plaintiffs' attorneys suing only the agents in an effort to prevent the recovery of defensive attorney's fees.
So Trella says agents are not liable for their acts. Their broker is liable as a matter of law. So that's a
If they're
big
acting with
burger.
inside their scope, and there's
Yes,
all these
maybe they
other
murder
arguments.
somebody, no.
But if we are intending, this is very broad because it includes escrow agent, again, not defined here, the defined term, but a
Yeah.
buyer, seller, listing broker, other broker, or escrow agent who prevails, it's not, this argument's being made. And
Well,
it's
a
out
dumb
there of,
argument,
of,
and you tell them it's dumb, and they
Now,
can call
what
me.
is-
so the plaintiff's attorneys are starting to sue. So these contracts allow not only for recovery of fees to be sued on it, but defensive fees. And the defensive fees can be very large, even on small deals. We had a $200,000 defense verdict, and you collect a penny of it, but in defensive fees, and it's a good deterrent for frivolous lawsuits. And what they're trying to do now is only sue the agent and trying to draft their pleadings around to say, well, if you win, you can't come back and get attorney's fees.
Not the
Do
broker,
anything.
not the
But what
broker,
the, what the defensive lawyer
Right.
ought to be doing is immediately moving to have all the claims dismissed
Right.
because the agent is an improper party. And then the dummy plaintiff's lawyer will either fix their pleadings or have the case dismissed.
Well-
This has happened 1,000 times and it always gets worked out.
And is it a way that we can fix it to where
Yeah.
it removes
This
the
is
argument?
fixed.
So explain to me a little bit better, I'm at a loss here, the argument that they're making is that the agent only is being sued?
And so they shouldn't
And
get
so the agent is
attorney's
coming in now
fees.
saying, I want my attorney's fees because of this clause.
Right,
Correct.
but he's
And the
not the
plaintiff
broker.
lawyer saying, sorry, you're not a broker.
right.
So one of the cases that for one of my clients that has gone over to insurance counsel, we had a big debate on this yesterday, was they are specifically objecting to or trying to strike their ability to recover defensive attorney's fees in the case, based upon the fact that agents are not included within this clause. And that if you look at other broker or listing broker, you go and that's listed in the broker information page. And it doesn't discuss agents, doesn't discuss teams. I don't know if you pursue a team necessarily, but they're making those arguments, and this has come up over and over again. So, it's something that we may just see on the litigation side. So I think it's more, once it gets into litigation and gets out there, maybe more than 5% bucket, but
So your
it's.
suggestion is to do what to this paragraph?
So, this is another one, consider adding
No,
agents
can't do that.
directly in there, or somehow.
Why don't we, instead of
That goes
saying
against
listing
John.
broker, other broker, just say license holder?
We could say listing broker, other broker, or broker's person, or broker's person.
You could just say any broker or
No.
agent.
No.
I mean,
Why don't you
no,
just say
here's it, look, there's a statute that says
Under statute.
the broker is responsible for their agent.
Yeah, but
And they are
Well, I
obliged
think I
to,
think you would expand it. I'm liking where you're going, but let me expand it. The relationship is not between the salesperson and the party that's bringing the suit. The relationship is between the brokers. So
the
whether
listing broker is doing the defending.
it's the other side though.
whether they're doing the defending or not, they are the party, not the
I know,
agent.
and it's just wrong though.
I'm agreeing with you, I'm just trying to supplement your point.
I think license holder would be okay, but I also kind of think this is not a problem, but
Well, and just with the experience I've had recently, it is becoming
Depends on where,
one.
depends on where you are. If you're in Bear County,
Well, what do we?
every
wanna
judge
do?
in Bear County would deny a defendant their attorney's fees under this argument.
Right.
And that's actually where the case
We're on
ended.
video. I don't know what y'all talking about. Don't look at me today, man, county.
well, I think we have
So
to.
I think this is a helpful, I would take this back, remove the time, and I would propose a specific, let's
And I
table
would-
it, and I'll bring it back with a specific suggestion. to
I would
put in the
say
comments next
broker
time.
or salesperson instead of license holder. Broker or salesperson.
Well,
Or what do we say in paragraph 8?
maybe that needs a different committee of the lawyers, of the trial lawyers and plus
We
one
say real estate broker
to
or
really
sales
come
agent.
up with that.
Small. No,
So
not cap.
the terminology in the statute is still salesperson or sales agent?
I don't wanna
Salesperson
confuse,
statute, I think.
I don't want a salesperson to think they can get their attorney's fees
Why not?
because
And your argument's already clear in the contract.
Because they have to go
So
through their
it-
broker.
Adding, well, not necessarily, because if they are sued outside the context for a direct representation they made, that
No,
gets
they're
outside
not.
of all their
They can't
protection.
no, if they made a representation, it's through the brokerage. They can't, an agent cannot act alone.
I would disagree with that, but I think let's pull this back and.
The term is agent in the statute.
Agent.
Is it
Ain't
agent,
broke.
sales agent?
Ain't broke. Move
Okay.
on.
Let's go.
I would disagree that it's not completely broke, so it is
Well,
becoming
then
more of
let's
an
get
issue, but let's go on.
And have our lawyer meeting,
Um,
suggest a bar, and we will work it out.
Meet at the bar. The state bar.
State bar.
Which you're gonna love the next, so paragraph 18, this is escrow agent, get my comments here, first supply, down payment. And this was, what does it mean by escrow agent may? And this is another one that if it ain't broke, don't, maybe not fix it, but before releasing any earnest money. So we made this thing, if no closing occurs, escrow agent may require written release liability, or they may require payment of unpaid expenses. But they can require, but what, for what? You know, what are they conditioning on doing that? So here, I think we intended or intends before they release earnest money, they may require a written release of liability. So it's more for clarity.
Let me think about that.
I don't think it changes anything.
That's the reality of how it happens, right?
So why, just in general, well, I don't want to get off topic. I was just gonna say, why is anybody obligated to let the title company free? They're not even a party to this litigation. Why do they got the law?
Well, for example, the title company, now, I don't think you should, the title company orders the survey. The surveyor says, hey, title company, deal didn't close, pay me $500. This gives me the right to say, well, I ordered the survey because I was asked to, you need to pay me. Okay, that has nothing to do with the earnest money. It clarifies the obligation that the title company should be, or the escrow agent should be reimbursed for expenses that it has incurred by the buyer.
Isn't this kind of duplicative though of what follows? But just set right next, it says escrow agent may deduct authorized expenses from the earnest money payable.
But I don't have earnest money, or they gave me $200 earnest money, and I have a $500 survey.
Well, then how are you gonna get any release if you don't have any?
The sentence he's talking about gives me the right to require payment.
It says it gives you the right to get a release acceptable to you. Why do we have to give you a release?
Maybe it's only
It doesn't say
acceptable if it
payment.
includes
Well,
money.
and this goes into the next point, so we can talk about at the same time of any party who wrongfully fails or refuses to sign a release acceptable to escrow agent. And I think Esther, you brought this up in the past of forcing parties into releasing everybody from liability under the contract. And when, okay, I may release you title company, but I don't want to release these other parties here because I'm going to go after them.
But if this one this was my one exception, because the title company's not gonna be out. They're out of the fight.
They're not a party.
They're out of the fight, but what I hate is the written release of liability is if we use the form that releases everybody. That's what I hate.
That's what I hate too. Like, why you don't get a walk? You just said we're not a
Right.
party,
No,
so why do you get a
but
walk?
The only one that is entitled to it is the escrow agent, because they're giving the money back. They're out. There's nothing more for them to do.
And so
They're out of the program.
do we limit the release, wrongfully refuses to sign a release acceptable to escrow agent, releasing the escrow agent from liability, or something that we're not forcing the parties? Now, we want finality too. The opposite side of this and the other side of my brain when I was discussing this with myself was we want finality and go on. And so I beat myself up back and forth on this.
I don't think your new language really does anything, because deducting implies, that it's not, the rest of it's not going out until it's deducted. How do you deduct if it's already been released? So I think this is just not necessary.
Here's the answer, I think, is your phrase before releasing any earnest money goes after I, because that clause should apply to I, but not to I.
No.
Yeah, he's right. That's right. That's right. Because Brian wants the right to require payment
I like that suggestion.
of that.
I won't release earnest money until you release it.
Right.
That's fair
I'm
with
gonna need to
respect to
see
us.
this.
And that takes care of my concern on 18D by, because it specifies that it's a release of the escrow agent, reliability of the escrow agent in little I. Require written release liability of the escrow agent from all parties. Not a release of everybody.
Yeah,
We're talking about this change.
yeah.
I've just never understood when it's a contracting with the seller and a buyer, why any of the
It's
contracts
fine.
give the title company kind of
Oh,
help. Unless
I'm
there's been some nice
holding-
lobby out there that's helping them out to force it into the contract.
I'm holding $10,000.
We can do hypotheticals
You
all day
better
long,
give me
Brian.
that, this ain't a hypothetical. You better give me that $10,000 or I'm gonna sue you. You better give me the $10,000 or I'm gonna sue you. I'm holding the money.
Yeah, you have dual agency.
And
Bullseye.
I have limited agency. At that point in time, I say, I ain't doing nothing until everyone gives me a release. This is essentially saying the parties have to agree on the earnest money release before I will give it.
You're doing it, the approach is perfect to say, I'm not doing anything until I get a release. That makes absolute sense. Making the two parties contract to give you an out is somebody lobbied along the way to help you all out. Frankly,
No, I
because
think
that has
making
nothing
it-
to do with me buying this piece of land or this house or this condo to also help the title company.
Now, this is only a
release.
release of liability of the escrow agent.
Or the escrow agent, whoever it is, I'm buying a house, what do I care if you get a release or not out unless some pack along the way help me get this in this contract?
Well, but this is only applying when we don't close, so if you're not buying the house. you're not
Bo knows
buying
what I'm
the
talking
house.
about.
I know what you're talking about. You missed 3 years of me standing on the table about this.
Well, then
Yeah,
I'm a
no,
little
I'm on
fortunate
it.
then.
Yes.
So what do you think about, what do you
I'm
think
sorry,
about Brian's?
I'm not talking about it anymore. I'm not sure, hey, Brian, I didn't say a word, my name, my name's Paul, it's between y'all.
I'm a recovering
Plus
litigator,
one.
so.
We don't want to adopt this one, right?
Yeah, so on that one, I just was highlighting that.
So we were okay with the one above?
Yeah, and so going to, with Brian's fix, is
Ron's
everybody
making his
generally
own
okay?
decisions on all these
No,
things.
Let's,
I got the impression that we were.
Yeah.
We were okay with that change.
Except for Tony.
No, I'm out.
Okay.
Oh, he's talking about this one down here.
Right.
Ron's correct, yeah, I've been looking at the wrong one.
okay.
Ron, I like that. What, wait, is this new? What's new?
Yeah, this we kind
Wait,
of,
we went from one to the other.
This is-
I was talking about
this is
wrongfully.
one we just threw out there because it kind of
Okay.
colors the other one, and I put some comments in there that we don't need action on,
We
but
do
I was
like this.
putting this out.
Trial lawyers do like this, right? We do like the wrongfully.
Oh, I like the verbiage of wrongfully, reasonably, I like all those
Yes.
very ambiguous terms that we really can't get any more specific with, though.
Right. Bo, are you happy?
I am.
So I
And
don't
this
know why
hasn't
you're
been a
saying
problem,
not include. That's
you know,
just,
on
there's
this
no
one.
change there.
No change.
So that's the end of the condo contract. We'll go back now that we have more than just myself to bounce it off of and suggest some additional changes and take your comments back. Do we have?
Yeah.
We do? Okay. Now be a good time. The changes, to let you know, for the other ones are fairly short and we get through those quickly.
This
So
is the financing thing.
the loan assumption addendum and the seller financing
Cool.
addendum. But we can break for lunch.
Something that we use this.
Are we taking about 6 minutes for lunch? What is this?
That is 4, right? That's
Are we
how long do
telling-
we typically
Are we
take for
telling
lunch?
the people we'll be back?
It's usually pretty short and
Then
then.
we're working.
We can eat,
Call back when you want.
maybe 10 minutes,
Yeah, 10, 15 minutes.
get it, and then keep, and eat and talk.
Depending on whether you'll be on it or not, that's a good thing to look at when you walk
Oh.
in. We may have a brief pause once the coffee's ready, but we'll go ahead and jump right into our next topic, which also was the discussion within my head on we'll go to the loan assumption addendum next. Unfortunately, there was only a few things that I picked up on here. One was more stylistic. We talked about, or the effective date is a defined term in the contract, but it's not capitalized in this form. So
Effective date?
effective
That should
date. And so I think that's just a stylistic, making that a capital effective date. And
That's
then
nice.
in other places, we had a colon before listed items like this. I would suggest that we add a colon there where it's highlighted after contract before the checkboxes.
Would you want comments in each section, or do you want to make all your comments in here?
I only have two proposed changes here, so I put them all on the table.
Okay.
And then we can open it up for comment. The next one, well, I guess I had 3 comments. This is more of a stylistic thing. On the loan assumption addendum, paragraph B just says credit approval, where the seller financing addendum says buyer's credit approval. So making those consistent there, and I would suggest adding buyers to make it consistent with the seller
And I had
financing
the
addendum.
opposite suggestion, killing the buyer. Not killing the buyer.
And I'm not married to either one as a committee, whichever way we.
We don't say buyer's credit documentation. And if we want to be consistent, I think we should say either buyer's credit documentation and buyer's credit approval.
Does anybody have a strong feeling on one way or the other on that?
I do love consistency.
Well, I think it's pretty clear that credit approval relates to the buyer.
You'd be surprised how
Yes,
people could be.
both of us. Credit documentation.
There is somebody confused, I think later on we'll talk about on the operation of the
okay.
third-party financing addendum with the very long letter.
What can we use in the
Oh,
third-party
I
finance?
don't know about that.
Buyer approval, we use the word buyer approval because it's more than just credit.
We
Right.
also
Oh, yes, the
say,
property
do you
too.
meet the lender's, now that's the property.
And so
I don't care either one, but they should,
I'm
A
okay
and
with,
B should be the same.
I like brevity. I'm okay with removing buyers as be consistent. Unless somebody has a strong opinion or wants to go the other way, I'm okay with doing that.
Do it,
All right.
kill it.
So, okay, that's what you're saying, you don't want to.
I'm
Take the word.
trying to get the.
So in the loan assumption, we're on loan assumption, right? Leave it alone.
Credit worthiness. Okay.
Right,
You know.
when we get the sellers.
Income,
Okay.
stuff like that.
In the
In the third-party financing,
third-party financing,
no, I'm saying,
we're looking for
wording in
consistency.
that.
No.
It is different, that at least the headings are. And the third-party financing then speaks to approval of financing, then A is buyer approval and property approval. Which I think is distinct from what's in these two forms.
There we're being the bank for a person. Ish.
The substantive change that I'm recommending is to paragraph C. And paragraph C states that you have to list the amount that will be due on the note that is being assumed as of the date of closing. And what we've done in the contract as it's drafted now is said, giving the parties if it's $500 or more different than what's stated, then we allocate on how that would be adjusted to the parties where somebody gets a right to terminate the contract, right? So this is more than $500, the parties can terminate the contract, which is, again, the most powerful right we have. And here, I'm not sure when this was originally put in, but if we look at the values, if we look how wildly the closing dates can change, it is very, very, very easy to get over that $500 mark, which will give either side the right to terminate the contract. And what I'm suggesting here is to, instead of putting $500, put a blank. And then if you're dealing with a $2 million deal, maybe you put $5,000 in there, and then that has a bigger note. Or if it's a smaller $5,000 lot, maybe you leave it at $500. But I think dictating that $500 is not appropriate.
Agreed, totally.
When was the last time anyone used this form?
That's what I was sitting here thinking.
I looked it up and it was 18 years ago for me.
Mhm.
I think it's gonna come back.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, bringing it back.
Especially with
Well,
interest
with the
rates
rates
going
going
up.
Yeah, it's
No.
bringing it back.
No,
We'll have to.
they learned the lesson last time.
They didn't-
put it
they're
in
not
the
all
letter.
Right, exactly.
Coach, I'm gonna have.
Well, the FHA and VA can still be assumed with qualifying.
Well, with qualifying though, so that totally,
Yeah, but
Let's stay on
Qualify,
topic.
make it way
All right.
belong
And-
someplace too.
And so,
Grasshopper.
Yeah.
so actually, I have,
But the credentials can escalate.
is everybody
FHA.
okay with putting that in the minutes?
Aye.
Okay.
You're right, I forgot about that.
So then, and we can talk too on next week about when we take votes and when we do straw polls. Here, we're putting suggestions in the minutes to talk about, and when we go in, we can formally vote on items. But for these items, we're putting it up in the minutes for everybody to view and comment. The next one, actually I have more than two, I guess, here, was loan documents aren't defined in paragraph D. And this is where it has the loan assumption terms. And so here, the buyer gets a right to terminate and get their earnest money back if these certain things, if the note holder, the actual person holding the note right now, requires payment of assumption fee in excess of blank. In C1 and C2, there are for two different notes. So there's a superior note and subordinate note section. So that's what the blanks are for there. An increase in the interest rate of more than blank for either one of those notes, or here, any other modification of the loan documents. And this, I'll go and throw out myself, I put it in here, I think it's a 5% rule, but what is, to me, if I was litigating this, what's a change in the loan documents? What's a modification? Does it have to be material? Does it not have to be material? What is the breadth of the loan documents that are out there? And if this was more used, I think it'd be something everybody can grab onto and litigate as litigators. But I teed up because I see an issue, but I think it's 5%. But I open that up too.
Pull up to your paragraph E, because they're related. I want to see what you have there.
So paragraph E is in regards to the seller's liens. And this, I was thinking more on how this is looked at by title examiners.
Wait,
And how, did you want to move on to E?
that's
Or?
F. I'm sorry, I thought that was an E. That's F.
That
That is E.
Seller's
E.
link.
It goes E to G.
Well, F is seller's liens on the
Okay, so
document, so E is actually considered a note
Oh.
holder, which ties into D, and that's where I thought you were going.
So that was a typographical issue there. This is copy and
Gotcha.
pasted out of the contract with red lines. So the red lines are my suggestions here.
Well, I had E that's not on there, is consent by note holder. It says if the note holder fails to consent to the assumption of the loan, either seller or buyer may terminate this contract by notice to the other party, and the earnest money will be refunded to the buyer. And I had a note to myself, when does the buyer get a copy of the note and deed of trust, which are the loan documents? And I think answering your question above, we need to tell them when.
And I would propose to put that back to the committee here to come up with that language, since it's outside.
And then we're back to that same conundrum of, I think if the seller can provide the loan documents, and I think the loan documents again are the note and the deed of trust, but the lender is gonna have to come in and do their blessing of it and confirm that it's the right thing and see if there's anything else. But, so I think at the time the contract is signed, the seller absolutely has their loan documents and they could provide, and maybe we say they have received, a buyer has received.
Or have so many days afterwards having
There
it.
is a notice at the bottom of that form. You're concerned about the possibility of future adjustments of the
Yeah, I know.
rates or other terms. Do
Yeah.
not sign the contract
Yeah.
without examining the notes.
Yes. Yes,
And what you're proposing is putting in an extra right to get those and review them and then terminate it after that review if you don't have them up front.
Using the same
yeah, or
language we
actually
use
I
for
would
leases.
say that they should, yes, kind of like the survey, either you have received it, like the survey, you
Or
have
you will.
received it, or within 3 days. This is a short thing, I mean, they're out there, I mean, one of them is in the deed of trust, is in the,
Use the same language we do for leases, residential leases. Say, either if you haven't received it, then seller will provide it,
Yeah.
and if they don't.
did we say 3 days on that? I think this is a quick way,
What's that? We can add.
I mean,
And when you
If we
say
copy
loan
the language
documents,
over
is that the
from-
deed of trust and the note?
well, that's what he wants to find, and I, I don't
Okay.
know of any other loan
I mean,
documents.
would you be talking about the truth in lending disclosure? I mean,
No,
that's
gone.
Loan documents, as the title company is a very broad,
Okay,
you know,
yeah,
we get the loan docs from the lender,
Right.
and it's, you know, everything under the sun.
right.
And here, but when we're thinking about the loan assumption, what are we really getting after? What is the true
Because
set of
all I
loan
need
docs?
is a deed of trust and
No.
the note.
Right. I don't,
That seems like, but maybe you could say that, but I don't know.
I think you say it.
Okay.
I think you say the loan documents, and if you wanna say loan documents, capital letters, and then note and promissory note, deed of trust.
And do we want to limit it to that? Because if there may be other documents, and by defining it, we're saying that's all you have to provide. When there could be other collateral transfer of, you know, or the assignment of rents, or,
Agreement
But
to
those are,
maintain
those
insurance.
are all,
Wait, that's in the
all,
deed of
those are
trust,
always
aren't
addenda, if they're not vetted, they're addenda to the deed of trust.
not the assignment of rents. The assignment of rents is always a separate filing. Outside of that, and I can think of some other.
Not always.
Not always.
Sometimes it's
not
on a
always.
need of trust,
But
yeah.
if it is sometimes, yes, okay. So say,
And so I
Go
think-
either way.
Yeah, and then kind of the breadth of it, I'd be hesitant without much thought, or not putting a lot of thought into them, limiting it to those two. Brian, would
No, I mean, it's, when somebody's, let's put it this way though, this is talking about any other modification of the loan documents being required by the lender. All the lender would typically require to be changed would be the note or the deed of trust. What if I modify the deed of trust to say, the lender says the deed of trust is hereby modified to put the buyer in as the grantor? That modification of the loan.
that's not, it's not gonna modify, they're gonna, this is an assumption.
Yes, yeah.
This is an assumption.
Or,
There should be
yeah.
a separate assignment.
So it'd be like an assignment.
The original note and deed of trust aren't gonna change. In fact, the original borrower stays on as a you know, as the
Not always.
yeah, they do on this one, they sure do, it's part of this form.
Well, we have, the language in there, I believe, that already says that the
Unless
seller
they get
stays
released.
on unless they get.
Oh, okay, I'm
Specific
sorry.
Yeah, it's part of our form.
I'm sorry, I was wrong.
So the document that you'd be signing theoretically would be an assignment and assumption of the promissory note and deed of trust and assignment of rents or whatever else.
I think loan document is fine. What is a loan document? The documents
Whatever the lender says it is.
providing the terms of the loan.
Well, they have to be
Which can
provided.
Which can be the note, deed trust, agreement to maintain insurance, hold harmless.
That's
I
all
mean,
part of
I
the,
mean,
But do they do
goodness, I
that
mean,
on,
when you sign up a loan
assumptions?
package, you sign 50 million different documents now. It's not just the note. deed trust.
And the
I
concern,
think, leaving it vague like that. Is the note a loan document? Yes. Is the deed of trust a loan document? Yes. Could there be other loan documents? Maybe. And if the lender requires me to modify it, I should have the right to terminate.
you should also have the right to get them, and we need to define what they are so you can get them, and when you get them.
I have no problem with that.
and so,
But in this clause D, I think that's just fine. But
Well, what
I
you
agree with
said-
the agreement or the suggestion she's making that within X number of days, you gotta furnish, I would say the note deed of trust.
Well, but I liked what you said about, I know.
I like
Let's
to
record that.
We did.
Oh, wait, it is recording. We got that.
He actually complained that we're getting long too long.
Um,
So, no, I would agree that any other documents that the lender requires to be modified or assumed.
Well, in the language, I think we can copy out of whether it's the lease section or the, with having to provide the documents and having the right to terminate but not. What I would propose on that is to come back and look at that language and see if the definition of loan documents fits in there. And I do like the deed trust in the promissory note, or in any other liens maybe, or some kind of thing that captures what might be more than a deed of trust.
Any other documents encumbering the property or creating obligations of the buyer? And I'll let her shorten that.
No, it's just the loan.
Yeah, I think
property.
the question here is, there's two things. Loan documents here, indeed, refers to existing loan documents.
Right.
Yes.
Whereas the assignment assumption document is going to be a new document.
Yeah.
Correct.
And so should there be a contingency that says, I don't like that, and have the right to terminate? Or do we just assume that that's going to be okay?
Well, I think that's where
Right now-
3 is. D3
Right now, we're
is
not
your get
addressing
out.
that.
D3 is your get out.
No, I think loan documents here refers to existing loan documents. It's not giving the right to object to the assignment.
Right, but it's a modification of an existing loan document.
I think where SJ and Brian, our officer, come from are the modification of the existing loan documents, not the new ones, and getting disclosure of those existing loan documents up.
Right, but in an assumption, isn't it the same loan documents that you de-modify? And
No,
what am I
You
missing?
wouldn't modify it. Normally, unless it's
You're just assuming.
you're just assuming it. It's like an assignment, so they don't
Well, then-
change, and that's the whole point. I
Right.
want to get them, I want to look at them, I don't want them to change, but if the lender comes up with some new thing that makes me modify them, I might say, adios.
Okay, so I think,
Then what do we?
so we don't want to create a right to object to the assignment and assumption. What we want to create as right to object is if that assignment assumption then goes in further and amends the existing loan documents, whatever they might be, then we have a point of right to object, right?
It's
That's right.
there already.
That's, I think,
It's
maybe
there.
what they meant.
That's there.
Yes,
I don't know,
that's
I've
what-
seen an assumption
yeah,
in
that's what
25
the-
years.
That's what they mean there, and this is going to become more of an issue as we get into the higher interest
Back
rates.
then, they were just
But-
free will.
The one thing that's not in there right now is the obligation to provide those existing loan documents. And the note itself in particular is not filed of record, so that would never, that could not be provided by the title company or somebody else.
No, I'm just,
Now, who would go into a deal on a loan assumption without having looked at the?
well, I can watch, they're gonna wanna know the interest rate, really, that's it.
Oh,
The
back
term.
in the eighties, we didn't look at anything.
Well, that's a whole nother thing, but if we see it in the future, it's gonna be because they got a low interest rate.
Yeah.
And that's
So
what
we good?
we're gonna be primarily.
Well, let's see, so do you want to go back to the group with this, or do you want to make this decision now on what this should look like?
Let's just go back.
Yeah,
Give me something
I think,
concrete.
John, go back and talk to yourself.
oh, I tell you, I'm doing it right now if you can't tell.
Is this not, this isn't really John, this is, we're asking staff to make this, right?
Well.
Well, no, this
It's a working group.
is part of the working group that
Okay.
will come back with,
Gotcha.
this is a substantive change that we'll have to propose and then have the staff.
Okay, so
So
we're
you
going.
made yourself some notes that you're gonna do it.
He has a
Add it
committee
in.
of 3 going forward, though.
What?
He has a committee of 3 going forward.
Yes.
That's,
Okay, so we're
me,
gonna,
myself, and
we're
Mayor.
gonna table the whole issue about what constitutes loan documents and also table the issue about the,
When?
when you're gonna get the documents. Maybe you're gonna go back and create a provision to say, give us the documents up front.
Yeah.
Okay, so what about paragraph F? Are we okay with?
And so F is separate in that, I was looking at it from the title examiner's point of view, and how are we going to be clear here? And what is meant to happen here is when the underlying note is released, and I look at this in the divorce situation context, when you have a deed securing, or deed of trust securing an assumption of the note from one, the ex-spouse, normally it has a clause in there that says when the lender files a release of the deed of trust, it also releases this deed of trust to secure assumption. And I didn't think the language as drafted was clear. There's a little break in it. We first start off saying unless sellers release from liability on any assumed note, the vendor's lien and deed of trust to secure assumption will be required. So there's going to be a deed of trust to secure assumption along with the vendor's lien. And then it just says the vendor's lien will be automatically released on, I can't see the old language there, of an executed release by note holder.
Yeah.
But that doesn't, to release a lien that's filed of record, it's not just a release that's handed over by the note holder. That has to then go get filed of record to actually do the release that's needed for title examination purposes to clear title. And so what I wanted to push this over, because there's stuff filed of record here, presumably.
But it,
And to have the language in there that is needed that really tracks what happens in the real world on the actual release.
what happens in the real world is a release or a lien or a deed is effective when it's signed. When it is recorded, that's when it becomes available to the world. And that is the race to the courthouse. That is a completely different legal issue, but it is effective upon the moment it's signed. And Bo is, you have back there,
I think
giving
so.
me dittos.
But isn't this dealing with the release of personal liability, not the release of the lien itself?
Yeah.
Well, we're talking about the
No.
lien itself there in particular, because it's the
Wait.
vendor's lien.
Right.
Well,
Will
I
be
think
automatic.
Different, that is different. So a vendor's lien, if anybody doesn't know what a vendor's lien is, that is where the buyer or the new buyer's lender in some situation is taking the priority place of the prior lien holder. So you get a lien today for whatever you're doing today, but if you get a vendor's lien, you also get priority earlier in time. Okay, and that's not something that's normally given unless it is in a contract. And there's a requirement, and our contracts do require it now. But
But I thought
that,
this was
when it's, when the lien is paid off,
Mhm.
then that priority automatically is gone, because
Right.
there's,
But I thought this was talking about the release of liability for the seller. I guess I was on the wrong track.
it does release the seller.
Well,
But it's the
In fact,
vendor's lien also.
And it's, to me, it's clearing title to the property, right? And the liens that are on there, if you don't have the language in this subordinate deed of trust, and the deed of trust is secure assumption, right? A separate lease will be required in the future. And this is clarifying that the language of that deed of trust will have language that says it's automatically released when the other one.
Now, here's the language from the form. It says, if grantor performs all the covenants of the note and deed of trust assumed, and if beneficiary has not filed a notice of advancement, a release of the deed of trust assumed will release this deed of trust as secure assumption and beneficiaries.
What are you reading from, Brian?
I'm reading the basic state bar form.
The state bar form, yeah, the
So-
bar form. Read that again, please.
If grantor, this in the deed of trust is secure assumption. If grantor performs all the covenants of the note and deed of trust assumed, and if beneficiary has not filed a notice of advancement, because it could be that the beneficiary of the deed of trust secure assumption had to make a payment on the underlying note to keep from going into default. If he hasn't filed a notice of advancement, a release of the deed of trust assumed shall release this deed of trust as secure assumption and beneficiary's vendor's lien. So don't get into recording delivery of an executed release. Just say that the deed of trust secure assumption will provide that it will be released upon a release of the deed of trust assumed.
This is fine how it is.
Yeah.
I think. I don't think any of this needs to be
Well,
changed.
so right now, the one thing that's an inconsistency, it only speaks of the vendor's lien will be automatically released, not the vendor's lien and the deed of trust, which are two technically separate things and have separate rights. So I'm not married to the recording language. My goal here was to get the clearing of
Seller's
title.
lien. Look at the title of this section, seller's lien. So the only lien the seller has is the vendor's lien. The deed of trust is not the seller's lien, so that goes somewhere else. This is literally only the vendor's lien. So how it is in the document, frankly,
Well,
I think is exactly fine.
the deed of trust is secure assumption though is the seller's lien as well. It's a separate seller's lien.
No.
And that's
No,
referenced in the
No, it's the
paragraph.
lenders.
There are two liens. Well, three liens. There's the
There's
vendor's
three
lien,
liens.
there's the underlying deed of trust, and
Yes.
there's the deed of trust secure assumption.
Which the
And the
last
purpose
two
of this
are-
is to say that when that third one gets released,
No, the purpose of this seller's lien section is to deal with the one that belongs to the seller, and it's only the vendor's lien.
No, but he's saying that when the third one gets released, that releases all.
Well,
What you're
that
saying,
is,
right?
can be,
or,
When the first
maybe,
one's
maybe
released, it
Right.
releases the,
Right, so what we're saying is that the release of the.
oh, wait, no. Actually, the way F is currently, there are four liens. There's your underlying vendor's lien, there is the underlying deed of trust. F is currently written, says there will be the deed of trust to secure assumption, and number 4, there is to be a vendor's lien in the deed from the seller to the buyer. And what it currently says, the second sentence of F, it says the vendor's lien will automatically be released on delivery of an executed release by note holder.
Yeah.
In other words, that 4th vendor's lien also will be automatic. That's all that F says.
Why do you think there's 4? I'm sorry.
There's 2 vendor's liens, and there are 2 deeds of
There's
trust.
not 2 vendor's liens.
Yes, there is. That's what they say.
The assumption.
There may be.
And the note holder remembers the original holder of the note, the party to the
There may
first vendor's
be
lien.
There may be an original seller's, a vendor's lien, but there might not be. We don't know.
Correct, yeah, most finance
Most
deals have
now
it.
are, but this is, yes, most, but there doesn't have to be.
And so the reason this caught my eye to begin with was the fact the second sentence only referenced the vendor's
Yes.
lien and not the.
I think this is a nice idea, but I think we're getting
Not
off
ready
into the
for prime
weeds,
time.
and it's fine on F,
We'll table.
because, I mean,
Any other discussion? I know there's a
everybody
lot for
knows.
the 3 of us here. Any other discussion before we move on?
I have, well, wait, are we moving to the next form?
No.
Oh, we're still on G. I still have a few things.
We have more weeks
Say.
to get through.
Yeah. Well, when you tee it up, open directive to go look at things, that generally is what.
I
I thought ours was long.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little vindicated here.
Yeah, and we'll get through.
By the rest of you people.
This one may be for more discussion as well, but if note holder maintains an escrow account for ad valorem taxes, casualty insurance, or mortgage insurance premiums, seller shall transfer the escrow account to buyer without any deficiency. Buyer shall reimburse seller for the amount in the transferred accounts. This doesn't account for the prorations that are done elsewhere. And so if it closes halfway through the year, but there's 9 months in taxes already in escrow, this provision is requiring all those 9 months to be transferred to the buyer.
That happens automatically.
Right.
Well, it should happen automatically.
It happens because of this.
Right, and so, the only suggestion I had here is maybe add subject to the prorations required in the contract.
I think that's good.
I think all this does, the current clause does, is if you're negative in your escrow account, the seller has the obligation to bring it current and
Yes,
bring it
they
to
do.
0.
They do.
But there's an obligation to transfer the whole escrow account over to the buyer.
Yeah, but what if it's negative? Because you can have a negative escrow account if you haven't been paying the tax.
Elsewhere in this, it says that they have to bring it current.
That's what I'm
Right.
saying. So I think that's all that clause does.
I think what
And I think it's
he's raising
okay.
the question is whether or not if you're requiring 3 or more months advance payments in the escrow account.
Which is standard in most.
Right.
Yes.
That's what he's talking
Yes.
about, right?
That's good.
Correct.
I like it.
And so
That's automatically there. Oh, so you're saying you need to bring 3 more months?
He's raising the question about whether the seller should get the credit for the 3 extra months sitting.
Which of course they should.
And there's not
Under
even.
the contract,
Well,
yes.
actually, I can make an argument no, because you're talking about an assumption. And back when this form was widely used, the sellers were giving away the properties, right? They were selling them quickly and they wanted to, and so they said, just take whatever I have.
Well, can I make my suggestion somewhat out of order, which may fix this problem?
Go ahead.
So I had at the end of G, the words at closing. So they will, and I actually mean the deficiency and the reimbursement would happen at closing, which means seller who's giving away the property doesn't actually have to show up with money. It will come out of their proceeds. Everything happens at closing. That's my suggestion, but I am also good with doing the prorations. And that gives people the options. If they wanted to do prorations, they could not do prorations. That's in the contract, and they deal with that over there. But if they did decide to do them, then it should be subject to this.
Does this conflict with the proration?
I'm just reading it
I
right
think
now.
so.
Well, if we have an obligation to prorate.
Yes, you have an obligation to prorate, but you also have an obligation to bring your escrow account current. Those are different.
And my concern with reading language
That's
as
kind
it's
of
drafted is it doesn't expressly say subject to the prorations in the contract. And this hasn't been used, we
Yeah,
haven't seen a
and
lot
they're
of issues.
different animals. The escrow is different than the prorations. They're because the escrow account is part of the loan. And the prorations are part of the sale, part of the deal between the parties.
I think that's how you have to read consistently.
So I would say to fix it all, add my 2 words. And maybe merge, fix G to show that the deficiency and the reimbursement would happen at closing.
Anybody else have any thoughts on?
You know, the way it's now, with hers, everything happens at closing, that's correct. But basically, if I have $5,000 in the escrow account, I don't care if it's 3 months, 9 months, whatever, I pay you, the seller transfers that to the buyer. That's on one side of the settlement statement. On the other side is buyer shall reimburse seller for the amount in transferred accounts. So it's a wash.
No.
Isn't that what it says?
No.
Seller there's $5,000 in the kitty. Seller transfers that to the buyer, and in return, buyer reimburses seller for that amount. So as between the seller and the buyer, it's a wash. The escrow account is held by the lender.
That's not right.
And what if we
That's absolutely.
stepping back for a minute
Don't
on
go back.
the language of,
That's
do we
different
think
from
it
the
needs to be,
prorations, right?
assuming this form gets used again, do we think this needs to be clarified further? And then if it does need to be clarified, taking the examples and the working group come back to propose this language.
I think y'all should do some investigation
think it
too
needs
into why is
due
that like that, because that really does. Well, you do have to transfer, okay, the seller does have to transfer, because the lender is not gonna do the loan without that, so that's.
That's the seller's
Yeah,
money.
you know, actually, that would make it, because it's like this, and then like this, so it's turning out like this anyway, so you're equal prorations. But
It's a
clarify
wash,
proration.
except for the point of the deficiency. What if you're negative in the escrow account?
Yeah, you gotta bring it.
You have to bring it.
Bring it up,
Then-
and then transfer it, I mean, it's all
Without
happening at the
any
same time.
deficiency.
It has that language in there.
Yeah,
I think it's good.
but I still think it needs that, closing, I think it needs that.
All right, so do we want to make any changes for, or are you just gonna send the whole thing back?
I would vote to send the whole thing
I would
back
send it
to, with these comments to come back.
Okay, can I have one other comment before you go away? Back in
On which
A,
provision? A?
yep, credit documentation. The last sentence, buyer hereby authorizes any credit reporting agency to furnish copies of all buyer's credit reports to seller at buyer's sole expense. And I have, how is that paid? At buyer's sole expense.
Well, it'd be a closing,
Is it a closing? Or do they just write a check out of their pocket and call
What's the mechanics of how
Experian
the
or
seller
whatever they
gets your
do?
credit
I don't
report?
know.
Well, who's ordering the credit report?
Yeah,
Oh, the buyer, it's a buyer's assumption has to be proved.
well, and this form provides the authorization for seller to secure the credit report. And
So it needs to be, I think it needs, I don't know what it needs to say. I mean, is that a lender cost that comes through at the closing? I don't know, y'all look at that. Since you're taking it back, figure that out and how it's paid probably needs to get, or how it might be paid.
I don't care how you.
It's just a qualifying
Just
assumption,
get
the
it.
lender's.
That's what I was gonna say, if it's a qualifying assumption, would they use this one?
I don't know.
well, this is,
I haven't done an
I'm just asking,
assumption
if
in
it's a qualifying
25 years.
assumption.
I think this is more in play if the seller's not gonna get a release of liability, which I think in most cases they're gonna get it.
Well, it's okay, the lender is not part of the sale, all right? These are the parties agreeing to a sale, and if you can, I'm gonna let you assume my loan. I'll agree to sell my property on the loan assumption. And if it doesn't work out that way, the buyer can say adios. But if it does, this is the first thing that happens. The lender is not involved yet until
So you think
this
this
is
is
all
like a
signed, and this is the,
pre-qualification? Kind of,
this is the agreement by the seller to allow them to assume.
but why do I need the credit report if all I'm concerned about is if the lender approves it?
Well,
Well, you're not releasing liability.
yeah,
Maybe.
I mean, if
So-
you're a deadbeat.
I'm getting a release of liability.
which that goes into our next form too, which is the addendum for
Right.
release of liability on assumed loan. So that gets into there, that ties into these other
Got the
concerns
same
and-
comment.
And there's a we made revisions to the contract, or proposing revisions to the contract that go beyond a conventional lender. The third-party financing addendum has conventional lending at the top, and then we did other financing, which the language you came up with at the last meeting was fantastic. I love it. But on this, to keep in line with those changes, I think we need to make at least subsection A broader. And to make it easy, I would suggest removing maybe conventional just from the language, than any lender. And then we specifically and separately call out VA and any lender who has been assumed or has been guaranteed by the VA, or FHA, any lender whose loan has been insured by the FHA, because those are separate, have separate obligations on the assumptions. But I think conventional lending in general falls into the broader category, two categories that we created of the other financing in our conventional lender as we think of them in the third-party financing addendum. So I would propose just striking conventional there, or adding other financing as well.
Why would you not just say from seller's lender? Why would you have A, B, and C?
Yeah, I'm not sure why there's a difference. It really doesn't matter.
The other question I have is why not merge these two forms?
Which two terms?
The loan assumption and the release of liability.
Have the option of release liability on the
That's a good
seller,
idea.
on the assumption.
Is it only used, it's only used on that one?
Well, no, I mean, we're talking about assumption issues here.
Right, that form
So not what I.
is only used,
It's only used when there's an assumption alone.
yeah, that's my question.
Yeah.
Is that right?
I'm
Well, yeah.
asking out loud just to make sure we
Yeah.
agree with that.
You attorneys maybe.
So I like that thought, and we can push that back to the working group to see a way to combine it. For the language on A, in reading this, and I do not know why it was broken out separately to begin with. I know there's separate requirements for VA or FHA, and generally for conventional lending, you have to meet certain.
But it doesn't really have
requirements
any
for those.
bearing, you know,
Not if the question's
I
release
don't
of
know why,
liability.
you know.
yeah.
Boy, this is getting to the
Well,
5% of 1% rule.
Well, I think
Well,
we're looking at this more to
we're
prepare for what's
If
coming.
rates come up, we're gonna be dealing with assumptions pretty quickly. It's really, especially with FHA and VA, because they, in the past, I assume that's still the case, FHA and VA, although they'll require qualifying, do not require an increase in their interest rate. So if you got a 2% FHA loan and the rates are 5%,
That's gold.
yeah, there's gonna be we're gonna be dealing with that some.
Why don't we send it back to you, look at that, and then consider the merger and see if that works or not.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the end of that. For the loan assumption addendum and the addendum for release of liability on assumed loan. The last form was the seller financing form.
So I had the same, you have comments? You have comments?
I do. So seller financing addendum, some of these are just grammatical, or the effective date again being capitalized to match the contract. There appear to be an extra space between credit and reports.
Yep.
There it is. Then the heart of it gets to paragraph C. And one common question from agents when drafting in from clients at the closing table is the default rate being a monthly rate instead of being stated as a per annum percentage. And looking at the state bar forms, they're all listed as per annum. I didn't find a reference unless it's specifically to a particular type of note to a per month interest rate. So I think it makes it more understandable if we converted that to
18%.
an 18%. It would effectively what it is, but a lot of people don't understand that on the ground when using this
Well,
form.
how is this compounded? I mean, that's the other thing, is this compounded, or is this simple, I mean, what is this? It also doesn't say that, which bothers me.
On
Is it not presumed to be
matured
compounded?
unpaid amounts.
I don't think it
typically
is
it's
presumed to be compounded, I think it's presumed to be simple if you don't say, but
I think it's,
If I default, I
As long as
assume
you
it's
don't
I mean, I
think.
you're probably not too far.
Yeah.
I think typically, I don't know,
And this is the language of do we want to, we can look at, do we want to go ahead and dictate that, to say it outright, whether it's compound or simple, and what we mean by it. And Ryan Dodson,
What is the state law?
You just insert the rate.
correct.
What is that commercial where people say, why not both? Why don't we have both? Why don't we have at the rate of 1.5 per month? You know, and you could either do /18% per annum, or.
The suggestion here is make it more, I don't think many people think of it as per month. And the question is, it's easy to explain to say 18%, but why don't we just say 18%?
It's gonna cause an extra calculation, because if they're, for one thing, they're probably not gonna be much more than a month or two out of whack, surely.
That's a possibility, yeah. If they
It's
don't
the
do it
likelihood,
outright.
that's the likelihood. I mean, if
Yeah.
they're out of whack for a year,
Right,
come on, then
That's when you're
then your deal
foreclosing.
died.
yeah.
What other changes do you have?
So the late fee, we're dictating 5%. I didn't see where that originated from, kind of.
We are on the
They used to
seller
be-
financing agenda,
Yes.
right?
What's
Okay.
that?
There used to be sort of the
What I thought.
standard, I don't know if it still is.
I haven't, every note I've seen has a
5%.
5% late fee on paint.
Well, I think where that came.
The state bar
Yeah,
forms
that changed
have
later
blanks for
for-
either a dollar amount or a percentage.
Right,
And
but
my
what
suggestion is to
happened,
put that in.
that matches the judgment interest rate, which changed in 2007 or 8 to
Well, also keep in mind,
5% on
brokers negotiating this. I think we default to one. Well, these are forms that brokers are filling in. and
Yes.
negotiating
but not on the
products.
5%.
I know, that's why I'm saying put 5%, leave it at 5%.
Don't have a blind, is what he
Yeah,
said.
yeah.
Well, I'm not sure that's necessarily the case on the seller finance deals. You know, this is seller financing one where the seller comes in more of a position of here's what I want for seller financing, more than the agent typically fills anything else. I don't know if I would say it's agents filling that in just as or would fill it in themselves. I think that may be,
Or if
and I've had
you
to request for it to be changed several
Which way?
times at the title company to a $75 fee. I think it's pretty, what I see pretty often. But my suggestion there, Tia, would be to make that a blank for dollars or percent. And then at the bottom, one of my last ones is, do we want to reference unless specified otherwise, the state bar forms will be used? And that's what the Texas Realtors contracts, the commercial contracts state right now.
No.
And the good thing from my position on that is those have been developed, of course, by the state bar, but here it doesn't say what the promissory note will look like. What are the terms in it? And you go into this agreement not knowing what the final product will be. And this gives at least the direction on how they'll be drafted, and there's so many other terms that can be included.
It's not in our current form.
It's not in our current form.
No.
It's in the Texas Realtors form.
Well, okay, couple things. One, I have a big no vote or comment against referring to anyone else's forms. And the particular reason against the state bar forms is they are not publicly available. All right, and these are publicly available. You can't access the state bar forms unless you are a member of the state bar and you buy them. So I think that's bad and against our charge.
Well, the state bar is a state agency.
Yes, but their forms are not available.
The forms manual is not
Public.
publicly available.
And they're not even available to lawyers that don't pay for them. So, no, a lot, and you can't just buy one, you have to buy the whole.
It's $29 a month. We do the
It's
online
not hard to
subscription.
find
and
a copy of the state bar form that's recorded of record, so.
But it might be old,
and
it may not be the current one.
The counter to that, I would say, is you can put it as, unless specified otherwise by the parties, then these forms will be used. So it gives the direction that is common. Again, it's exactly what's in the text.
Those are definitely not, those are
I think
definitely
it's
not to be used by the public, they're to be used by lawyers.
Those documents are not gonna be prepared until they get ready to close. At the time they are signing the contract, they're not gonna know who's doing their, unless they have a lawyer, in which case the lawyer may not use this table.
Right. I'm good with,
I mean, I get where you're going with it, I just think, I don't know, I think you're kind of hamstringing people to not know. I mean, what if they take it to a title company, and the title company sends it to a lawyer that does their documents for them, and they don't use it.
right.
And that's where the difficulty that I've seen is the discussion at the closing table of what the form will be. And most of the time on the seller finance deals, the parties are relying upon the title company or the lawyer that goes and drafts them for the transaction on behalf of the title company to do it.
Exactly.
And how to provide direction there that prevents issues, because they're taking for whatever those attorneys draft.
Right.
And this will give at least some direction, we know, provide consistencies for my thought process with it. I'm not feeling a strong consensus here on a change being needed, so.
How about adding a 4, checkbox 4, and other terms as follow, and then give it a bunch of lines, so that if the parties really feel strongly about having some issue in their note, at the beginning of the discussion, they can put it in there, and then it winds up in there.
And that's the other box that I had down there. One, we list the payment terms, but there's so many other payment terms that could be out there if I wanted to describe it. I went back and forth in my head with myself when I was thinking about this on adding titles in like we did on the appraisal addendum to make it more understandable. You know, which one is the straight amortized note? Which one is the interest only note? And you really do have to read these when you're looking at it to know which is which and how to fill it out. It's hard, I think, for some attorneys, much less agents, but having another other box, I think, goes to what you're saying and gives the parties the ability to list it out.
Yeah, that's where we put the escalation clause.
That's it.
I want to improve this, well, improving this based on what you just said. You said payment terms. Well, I didn't even mean payment terms, but maybe we should say other payment terms or other note terms as follow. Maybe that's even 2 boxes.
Well,
I don't know what other payment terms there could be if you use these, but other terms might be.
Tony?
I don't think you need to give blank lines to either the public or to generic salesperson, brokers, whatever terminology we're now using, to author bank payment terms. We need to give them monthly installments of, we need to give them basic things so we can work on. Otherwise, we're like 4 days, %6, 12 years.
You are
like, what does that mean?
You are so right.
Take back the paperwork. Let me go back to my other terms. Other
Where I see
non-payment
the
terms.
biggest screw ups is when somebody has tried to write the terms of seller financing notes.
Okay, how about other non-payment terms, such as, and we don't even, I'm not even saying put the such as, but there might be other terms, like it's non-transferable, I might put that on there, it's not assignable, or it is assignable, or it's.
It's on there, isn't it?
Okay, so if this form is for the public to use, because I would posit that anybody sophisticated enough to move beyond this conversation is gonna have a lawyer.
No,
No,
don't.
you'll be surprised.
We wish that they did, we wish,
Well,
We encourage them to.
I do too.
tell them.
It's definitely in residential real estate, the minority of cases, anybody ever has an attorney draft anything.
Well, I
And most of them are
realize
doing-
that, but they're not sophisticated enough to draft other terms. Well, I think was his. point,
Which is
right?
Tony's point exactly, to don't give in Brian.
I vote for Tony.
well, I agree too, because I think if they're gonna add payment terms, they're gonna go into special provisions anyway. Say the following will be additional payment terms to the note deed trust in there, if they're gonna be, so there's a way to get those in there now, so I wouldn't invite it at this point. SJ just brought up, we probably should add an admonition about consult a lawyer on this form.
And all these other.
All the other ones don't have
That
that as
in
well.
either.
And so I thought about that in looking at all the forms we have, we didn't
It's our new
include that.
standard.
Yeah, if it's a new standard, I like it to put it in there, but it's not on the, like the hydrostatic testing one. That's only consult a licensed plumber. It's not on the,
Yeah, you don't need a lawyer for that.
Vanessa, what do you think?
About-
Abby, what do you think?
Why the heck
Is that our
did you
new
do this?
standard?
Why did you call a lawyer?
I like that.
To add.
The attorney warning?
I think that's great. So I had someone bring up to me the other day on box number 2, if you were doing a typical monthly installment note for payment terms, and let's say you're gonna do a 15-year note and the first payment's gonna be 30 days after closing. So you put beginning 30 days after the date of the note and continuing monthly thereafter for 179 months
Yes.
or 180 months.
Yeah, if it's 180
causes-
payments, it'd be 179 more
Right, so
months.
it causes confusion because I think people think, oh, it's a 15-year note, so I'm gonna put 180 months there.
Well, that's just dumb math if somebody can't figure that out.
Well, I know,
That's
but,
education.
well, I just think when you're thinking in terms of a note, oh, it's an 180-month note. It's a 15-year note. And they're not thinking about needing to subtract the first payment out because of the way it's worded. So just tossing that out there. If you want to think about it.
Well, maybe that needs a warning in brackets at the end, subtract first payment.
Well, warning
You
requires
could just
math.
say for a term of.
I was told there would be.
I was told there.
You know, like you could say, instead of beginning and continuing thereafter, it could be somewhere where they can put how long the term of the note is.
Right.
For 180 months with the first payment beginning 30 days after closing.
That's good.
Or something. There might be a way
To switch
Flip
the-
it.
Yeah, you're right.
so that it would be a little clearer and then people could actually put the term in that blank instead of having to subtract.
There you go.
She's really trying to
Yeah,
help
there you go, Amy.
me.
That's excellent.
Just
I
a thought.
thought you were gonna say,
Did you get that one?
yeah, do a switch. I thought you were gonna say what's confusing is the 2 check boxes that say installment of X dollars, including interest or plus interest, because there is nowhere, if you choose the plus interest, to do math and add the interest for a total payment of da-da-da-da. That's what I thought you were gonna say, and I will say.
Do you think when it was drafted, they expected if you checked that box that your attorney was going to calculate your interest?
Well, you can
Paying
do,
our
you can do
payments?
an amortization
Well, that's a
schedule
bad idea.
on any
Food for
computer.
And most, I think attorneys are drafting provide that amortization schedule, at least in my experience they do.
Yeah.
And when they don't, the parties always ask us for it, so we always end up either providing it or going to get it from the attorney.
When my investors do seller financing, they use originators anyway, so the originator does all that.
In filling out the actual form.
I haven't done
Well, I
it.
mean, we were talking to the originator, but they do the actual originator. And that's more because I want the buyer to feel that someone else has looked at all the numbers and everybody else,
Right.
rather than it's just Jimbo talking to
Well,
Dorothy.
does anyone ever use that plus interest box any longer? I've never seen it used.
I don't think so.
Oh, so that's, oh,
The
yeah.
monthly, yeah.
If we just say including interest, take the checkbox out,
Yeah,
make the change to.
I wasn't even thinking of that.
Well-
It should, yeah.
Well, but hold on, that's okay for the one box. The other one, isn't there one where you only pay,
Well, number 3 is interest only, but then it's asking for something else.
yeah, so when you're paying interest,
It's just a way, just to take the loan, let's say you get $180,000 loan, you just divide 180 payments and say it's $1,000 of note, of payments, but I don't know anyone that does that.
But number 3 says interest only, and this is including interest.
But it says for the first few
yes,
months.
for plus,
It's just providing a way to move it to a
Yeah, there's
personal
two ways.
interest payment.
I think it,
Right.
I don't know, yeah, we could either take it off, but I do think people, this is gonna come back and people are gonna be more creative.
But
And
plus
looking at-
interest is a weird thing, that's, yeah.
In looking at this, that's where I was really thinking about titles. And if you look at the state bar forms, there's 20 different payment terms listed in there. And we, in the past, for whatever reason, as a committee, chose to put these options in there and decided we didn't want all these other ones. And so if we need to clarify it, we're not already providing a full plate of or buffet here. We're limiting the options. And if we don't see something used that's confusing to somebody, why don't we look at editing it? And then if they want to do something else, they can go get an attorney to do it. But at least it make it more understandable for the for the transaction. Reading this, you almost have to read it several times over to finally get it, at least when I was going through this. It doesn't necessarily jump right out at you.
I'm easily confused, and I apologize, but weren't we doing a box 3, a box 4 with just blanks on it?
Well, I think we kind of off the table, yes.
Okay,
Well,
okay.
and I said, amended my statement to clarify non-payment terms.
Well, what if we take that back to the working group, and we'll come back with suggestions on how to change those up.
Okay.
We can.
Yeah.
So, example, not just in the deed of trust, but keeping the property insured.
So, and Brian Watson's going to be heading the working group?
I think you could probably reorganize it, make it simpler for people.
I think you would be fantastic. I'd love to see the language you come up with. I think that'd be awesome.
Sounds like we have a new working group.
I think we need to extend this meeting past 3.
We left
All right,
that
we
train,
can
that train
mark-
left a long time ago. We're looking at 7 in the evening.
No, we are getting
Our normal's about 4 o'clock.
through this. So with those, we'll take those back to the working group. Appreciate the comments there and expanding on the discussion that went on in my head. So we'll pull this together. And
Who's the working group besides John?
it's just,
John.
But who's the new working?
Mary is going, and Brian.
Okay.
You're gonna have shirts made?
We should over here.
They're all gonna say John.
I'm getting.
Say John George, so John's talking or George is talking in my head. Okay, so if we go on to the next one, discussion possible action regarding the temporary residential lease forms.
Oh, this is a flood thing?
That's the statute.
That is,
Senate Bill 531, is that right?
and I believe SJ had
Oh.
in the last meeting, this was one thing you wanted to include in there. So
Right, so, just very quickly, and Abby jumped in here, because Abby put together the, proposed form that we have in front of you, which I probably what page are we on?
27?
Page 27.
Oh, there's also 23, it's called the leases. Oh, it's the buyer's lease policy. Yeah.
Our working person on the sellers.
Well, yeah, because the buyer has to give their notice to the seller on a seller's lease too. That's so stupid. I have to tell the seller whether I'm aware that there's flooding.
Right, exactly. So because of the way the statute was written, Abby went back and concluded the same thing I did, and I went as well, that the seller's temporary, the temporary residential leases are not exempted from the statute, so there's not an outright exemption from it. I think there's an argument that the seller's temporary residential lease is exempted, but it's not worth trying to base our decision on an argument. So Abby came up with this nice addendum, and then they're also suggesting adding a clause that references this addendum in the seller's temporary residential. I'm sorry, both temporary residential.
Can I make a suggestion? Do not call it an addendum, because the statute says it has to be a separate document from the.
Does it not say and an addendum?
Where, this is the
This is
statute?
the lease.
Is this the complete statute? Because I don't read in here where it says it has to be separate.
It must be in a separate written document, given it's an hour before.
It must be in a separate
Where does
written
it
document.
say?
Look at line 22 on page 2.
Okay.
Flip it over. Notices required by subsection B and D must be included in a separate written document given to the tenant out of before execution of lease.
That's why you're an attorney. Because you read
Give
things.
Abby the credit.
Yeah.
Who's an author.
So we're on page 20 of the materials for why this was.
I don't want it to be an addendum, because then it's not a separate document.
It's part of the lease.
So just strike addendum,
Yeah.
strike addendum.
Which brings me back to
It's so
the
stupid.
point,
But
which,
then that has to be changed.
hold on.
It's all right.
I mean, notice
One
that
word.
too.
Right. And the point that I brought up, yes, and it says it on here, is, yes, although we care very much about the temporary leases because there are forms, this theoretically, and hopefully will be used by anybody out in the free world with a residential lease on a standalone basis.
Right. Should it say notice for dwelling
Yes,
potentially located in flood? 'Cause it said-
No,
no, because it's a thing. So we're just,
Wait,
off the
wait.
title, we're taking addendum containing out.
Wait, but my concern about it is it's, we use this on a property whether it's located in a floodplain or not.
Right.
right,
Where did the
Right.
title come from? Is that
Yes,
The
yes.
title of the statute.
the statute?
Well,
and
my-
it says
my-
addendum?
No.
No.
It
No,
says
no,
notice
no.
for dwelling located in
There we go,
floodplain.
there we go. Notice
My
of dwelling
point
located-
is, I may be using this on a house, a property that's not in a floodplain. So is
Yep.
that,
You're right.
But-
You know what? That's the legislature's.
The legislature also has these check
Problem.
boxes in there where it is or is
do we
not.
just do it?
I see exactly what you're saying, and that my mind goes there too.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
in our guidelines of following the statutes on
Could've
these
done a better
things,
job with that.
yeah, I just see a buyer going, damn, this is in a floodplain, you know,
Yeah.
because they're looking at the title.
right, exactly.
Well, could we, right under, in our notice, where it says for use with residential lease, including a temporary lease, whether or not the property is in the floodplain?
Sure.
And then maybe that makes people feel a tiny bit better.
Well,
Let's give it
the
two check
form,
boxes, just-
our form.
I'm just saying the title is a little misleading.
Right.
Yeah, our form is going to reference this. So look at the seller, look at one of the temporary residential leases, what page is that?
I know, but this is a standalone form.
24.
And I do agree it's a standalone form
Here.
that's provided in multiple contexts.
So that's gonna be there. Now, we can't
Sure.
control other lease forms.
No, I
and
know.
what they might or might not have, so.
Right, but my point is, and John's point is, we have to use this title, take that off, addendum containing. We have to use the title notice for dwelling located in a floodplain, because the legislature
So you're
said
talking
so,
about
even if it's
something
wrong.
that you-
In the note, yeah, exactly, for you, just in the explainer, for use with a residential lease, including temporary residential lease, whether or not the property is in a floodplain, which kind of, I'm just thinking might give somebody a little more comfort that, oh, do the title.
Is it possible to just reference a disclosure? That's how Texas Realtors got away with.
No,
Not
this is a
saying-
new law.
So does
I
it have?
know, and this is what they created, and.
Well, I don't get to see these,
That's right, it's like-
Robin.
It's like, Tony,
Are we required to title
I
it
brought it up
exactly
if we wanted to pass them around.
as 920135, or can we just say floodplain notice?
Well, what our
I mean, can we just
policy
say
is
floodplain?
That's what I
now.
suggest.
Whether, that covers whether or not flood.
It doesn't say what it has to be entitled.
Right, that's just how they titled
We didn't have one out
statute.
yet.
Thank
So
you.
we just say floodplain notice.
Oh, so
SJ
they
brought it
were
up.
I really
ahead.
like
SJ
that.
Tony.
brought it up at the last meeting.
It's simpler and.
to the point, and if
Oh, I
the
brought it up,
statute
everybody
title's
was
not in the language prescribed by the legislature, I don't think we
Feel free.
have to follow it. And so the question is it part of the subscribed or prescribed
Yeah,
language?
in the body of the statute itself, when it starts doing A1, 2, it doesn't say you must entitle the
You haven't
document
seen that
this.
before.
Correct. That's just how they title
Get down to
the
lawyers.
code section.
That is true.
The code section is titled that, so all it is just called floodplain notice.
Well,
You were looking at my notes.
this is a question that, is on our list, that we've already talked about a couple of times, of we need guidance from the commission on, are we statutory?
Well, the statute doesn't say how we have to
Let me
title
ask,
it.
would that be a material change on the heading if we, let's say we put this out there and revise it later? Would that require to go back again, let's say we keep this up?
I actually think.
I believe it or not, I'm actually looking at it.
Yeah, I just wondered that.
While they entitle the section that, it does not in the body say you must
You might
also
not
entitle
need
the
it.
document.
Yeah.
Which the
Yeah.
statute
Absolutely.
prescribes how they have to entitle it.
And that's where I'm okay if it's not in there, but if
Just call it floodplain.
floodplain notice.
The one thing I'll say though, there are actually two notices in this form. One is whether you're in the floodplain, but the second is whether your property is flooded. So if you do want to change it, you
I
might
think-
consider that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I like following the code.
Well, then we can't put your whether or and the extra sentence on the title.
No, it wasn't the title, it was in the
The
notice.
notice,
It was in the explainer notice, it's not the
I just
title.
like floodplain news. Let's go simple.
You said you wanted to be a
Well,
senator, so
located in-
Oh, my God.
if you did,
I'm a junior, well, I think I'm gonna get plenty of votes. Who likes simple?
Yeah.
All right,
Take
look
a
at all these
stroll.
shirts wearing vote for
wait,
Tony.
I got a question.
Democrats and Republicans in
Where,
here.
where in 5.008 does it actually say that it has to be called seller's disclosure notice? I hate to argue with y'all.
It's in the form itself, I think itself is where it says, when you think it titles itself that way, seller's disclosure.
It does, just like this does.
Now look up. Yeah, you want me to look up 5?
I'm looking, I'm getting there.
Even if it does, it's
It
not
does say
persuasive.
sellers, well, it has to be substantially similar to the notice must be executed and at a minimum, read substantially similar to the following. Seller's disclosure notice.
So it has a
But
title.
but it says substantially similar, so
Yeah,
it
but
doesn't have to
has
be
a, it has
exact,
a title
which
in
could
the
be.
form of the
I know,
notice, but there is no title in this floodplain statute.
Dude,
I
I
think-
agree, but
On this one personally, it doesn't look like it's in the statute, and for moving this forward, if for some reason we figure out it does need to be in there, we can come back and change it. I think it sounds like we're all in a consensus that the form itself is well drafted, and follows exactly out of the statute.
I think it all.
And so I would suggest we push this forward and then look at the title issue and see if there is a statutory reason to do it, then we have to do it. If not, my personal vote would be for simplicity, but we don't necessarily have to make that decision today.
well, why don't, that would be easy to make though. Why don't we call it floodplain and flooding notice?
Well, let me ask you this question. Look at the lines there on 5 and 6. It says, okay, no, take it back, never mind. It's okay. All right.
Yay.
I'm getting a little cagey here. Okay, we're fine. Go ahead.
We could just call it flood.
Thank you. I think I'm your son. I'm too young to be your brother, but I think I'm your son.
But it- you have to have leases.
It took you all to catch that.
I don't think that's enough.
It's a,
But it has to have leases in there, because this is for the leases.
I don't think that's enough.
I will say that.
It's early dementia, don't worry.
But no, there's.
Well, hold on,
Okay,
hold on.
you gotta put leases in here.
I
Quick,
was just
quick,
gonna say
having
that the title of the Texas Realtors one is addendum regarding rental flood
And that's
disclosure. If you
wrong.
wanna be broader and encompass
rental
both.
flood disclosure.
Yeah, I don't, well, it's not an
Flood
addendum,
Flood
should
notice,
be,
flood
but
disclosure.
that's not enough. I think it needs to say floodplain.
All we're talking about is it in
No.
floodplain or is it not?
Well, no.
No,
other
no,
than that,
no,
it
no,
hasn't
There
flooded.
are two
We're talking about
elements,
two.
flood and floodplain.
Rental
About
flood
floodplain
notice,
and flood
flood
notice.
Well,
For lease, for lease.
Yeah, it has to be for leases.
There is.
I know I know that, but
Lease, flood
does
notice.
flood disclosure not cover it?
To every
Now,
residential
flood-
lease.
Flood doesn't cover floodplain, and floodplain doesn't cover floodplain.
Well, the text covers floodplain, so I think all you're trying to do is have a title that covers what's being discussed.
Yeah, I am,
What's it about?
and follow the
Flood.
statute.
Well, I get it, I'm just saying that it's,
Flood and floodplain notice, there you go, floodplain is.
If we're gonna vary from what they say, I mean, they say floodplain, and the
Rental-
notice located in the
I really kind of
floodplain.
like this side, rental flood disclosure.
I don't like
I
it.
mean, that's broad, it's a disclosure of floodplains, disclosure of whether it's
It's
flooded,
not.
it's a
That was my question.
It's a disclosure of that.
Flood is not
Just didn't
floodplain.
ask it what.
Floodplain is not flood. It's not enough. I think you have to put them both. And at a minimum, if you're gonna pick one, I think you have to use floodplain because the legislature said so.
Well, we have that in there.
It says it in there, 1 and 2.
Of course it says it in there.
I just,
Well, everybody has
I'm,
to, say that's statutory language. I hope they followed it. I presume they followed it.
They
We
did
have-
not read
well,
the
I-
headline.
Right.
Killing me.
And we're
Maybe.
in semantics, I think we move forward on this and just come back and we can
Hold on a second.
go ahead.
There could be reasons we should move more quickly on this than the other.
Yeah.
boards.
That's true.
Just because this bill's already in effect, so.
Yeah.
January.
I think it would be nice for us to take this to the next commission for adoption.
Yep.
Agreed. Which means we have to take the sellers, both the temporary residential leases and this one, just get these issues resolved. So if we can decide on a title, SJ tells me she's gonna be conciliatory to whatever the rest of the committee agrees to, right?
Let's assume for a minute it's shorty. What is the shorty version everybody generally would like best? Let's throw it out there. If we're gonna use a shortened one that's not floodplain and flooding disclosure, what is the best one? Tell me.
The root of flooding, the root of floodplain is flood, so I'm gonna go with flood notice.
We have to have lease.
Yeah, the other thing I was
We have to have
saying.
lease or
flood
rental.
notice.
We have
That's
to
fine.
have that.
Flood notice.
That's good.
I
think
Flood
it
notice.
needs,
think it needs both.
What,
I think it needs both. Floodplain implies its location, but it doesn't mean that it was flooding.
What do you like?
Flood could give the impression it's flood. And to what the statute says, it's talking about floodplains. That's one question to answer. Flooding is the other question to answer.
From the point of view of an agent looking up
So far, we have
forms,
these two, do you like?
I get it.
When I hear them
I think I
saying
like
it's
something
lease,
closer
flood,
to
and floodplain.
notice for regarding
I just
floodplain
hate
and
statements
flood
so much.
issues.
But it has to
The,
lease.
okay, the,
For leases.
Plain
the
and-
rental flood disclosure is what's out there right now. Agents have
That's
been
not
using
out
it,
there for us.
okay.
No.
And
It's out there for the agents because it became statutory, so we had to do something.
All right, let's hear from Charlie. I over.
So I'm,
I
would
just,
stay with the same thing.
I just like as few words as possible and that describe it. And I don't think it's confusing to say rental flood notice or lease flood notice. I think it needs the word lease or rental on it because that needs to be clarified. But it is about flooding. I mean, it is, whether it's floodplain or flood or past flooding, it's covered both. And I think the content is relatively easy since it's a one-page document. I don't think there's gonna be confusion caused by just saying rental flood notice.
Actually, we could say landlord. How about that?
Oh, that'd be
And the
fine.
statute says the landlord has to provide.
That's a good
notice.
idea. I
Maybe
like it.
landlords,
That would accomplish the same thing.
floodplain and flood notice.
I mean, it's only in one more word, but
For
I
less
just think it's
fees.
sort of silly.
No, no.
As required by
That's
law.
not about those,
Right.
that's not about. By agents.
I like
I don't mind saying landlord, floodplain, and flood notice, because there are two separate,
Three of us now.
there are two separate disclosures.
Well, maybe you're in.
We're only gonna, it's only gonna be said once, and that's the title.
Yeah, that's shorter.
Yep.
We got four, we got
All
four.
right, and I think we are moving towards using that language. So I'm gonna propose that so we can move on and like, of course, it's not substantive, so we can change this if we decide in the future.
No, we're going to,
Hold on
we're
a second.
going to,
Hey, guys, hold
Yes,
on.
but you're saying
After the
it's
proposed.
after proposed, we can come back as a non-substantive change to do this. That's what the
let's pick a
question is.
title that we're not gonna waffle on.
So we're number 4 there, landlords, floodplain, and flood notice.
Yes.
I'll vote for it.
Everybody
Yeah.
favor?
Four. No, I'm voting
Oh.
against. Number 4.
Number 4.
There you
Let's
go.
go.
4 against number 4. All right, number 4, let's,
All for moving on to the next topic.
all right.
When your chance.
Hold on.
So for our purposes, is the thought that this would be a mandatory use form as opposed to a voluntary use form?
I think it has to be.
It has to be
mandatory.
mandatory.
Wait, it is not, and I think it doesn't have to be mandatory, they just have to give this notice.
So, yeah, so
But
for,
it should be mandatory for our forms, for our leases.
so for, just to give you some context, so for instance, the PID notice that we just did, so that is, we have that as a voluntary use form, meaning license holders could use our form or they could use another form that meets that requirement. So the question here is, because I know like Texas Realtors has their own, so if we make it a mandatory use form, then license holders have to use our form, they could not use the Texas
I would leave it like the seller's
But I think they go-
disclosure. I would leave it like the disclosure, you have a
That's
choice.
voluntary, so that's voluntary.
Right, that's what I'm
I
saying.
would think it's
That's where I
exactly
would
like
leave
the seller's disclosure, required by law, but they don't have to use that.
Either use the Trek one or
Hold
the
on.
Texas Realtor one, just use it.
I think it's a
I
hybrid.
think to SJ's point too as well, the Texas Realtor's one goes with the Texas Realtor's lease, that's their forms. This one would go with our buyer and sellers temporary
question would be-
residential leases.
Yes.
Would that not be correct?
One of the things is, when we talk about a mandatory form, we say this is the form that brokers and agents have to give if asked for such a form. That makes it mandatory. So the question would be with regard to the TAR notice, if TAR decides to pull this down, I don't think we'd have any issue, because then we would say our brokers and agents would simply provide this notice, including the TAR one. If the TAR doesn't want to pull theirs down, then I think it should be voluntary.
So can't we make it a hybrid? It is our form is mandatory with use of the Trek temporary seller's lease or the Trek temporary buyer's lease.
People won't
And it
complicate
is.
that way.
It is.
That's
And
just
it's
making a
voluntary.
nightmare.
We want them to use the form giving the required disclosure, so I'm not sure I would want to tie a mandatory use for our form tied to our lease, right?
Why?
Could we not say that the disclosure on these two leases, they see attached? Because if indeed the statute
No, it
says
can't
the
be
landlord
attached.
has to.
That's the whole point.
It has
It
to
can't
be
be
a separate
attached.
notice.
It has to
Oh,
be
it's gotta be
separate.
separate.
Can we
That's
pull up
why
the-
addendum's not right.
I think
The
it should be
residential
treated
leases
like
where
the
we're looking
disclosure.
at inserting this
Yeah,
into
it's
the.
paragraph, go to
I would
page,
say voluntary.
Hey guys,
24.
hey guys, Abby has some guidance for us.
Well, I would just, I think in this instance, it's probably voluntary, make more sense, be
Yes.
more consistent with.
Stick with the seller's disclosure, they have the choices then.
We can always make it mandatory later.
Yeah, go, it's on page,
When we
look
change
at
the
page
title.
24.
Question,
in our
question,
material.
doesn't the law make it mandatory for a landlord to use this form?
No.
No.
No, it's mandatory to give a notice.
That contains the
Yes,
mandatory.
yes,
Similar.
Yes, okay.
Well, actually, they have to give
There you go.
a notice with these words, and it doesn't
I'm gonna
our
suggest,
piece of paper.
So we're on
Or
paragraph,
so 23, we should have it read
Respectfully not
required
directly
floodplain and flood notice.
Which,
to match the,
And then I
Title.
would just have it say, landlord has delivered to tenant the floodplain and flood notice required by Texas Property Code, section 92.1. Landlord has delivered to tenant the floodplain and flood notice required by Texas Property Code, section 92.1.
it's not gonna be
I know, I
attached.
understand.
That's
Yeah.
why he's,
We can't say, but, okay, if you say that though, Brian, what if, would we want to at least give them a hint that we have a form? Like, the name of this form, comma, or other form, and bracket,
We could say the floodplain and flood notice, and that could be small.
landlords. Or
Landlord
other
has
form.
delivered to tenant the landlord's,
With his-
or just the floodplain and flood notice required by Texas Property.
Yes, and at the end, maybe in brackets say, Trek, form number, landlord's notice, whatever.
we
our
the-
thing
we
is,
haven't done
or
that
other
in other
form.
contexts though, right, appointing them.
What, do we tell them to give the Trek seller's disclosure?
Well, you could
We don't
also-
in a lease.
You could just title
We don't
this,
in a lease.
say landlord has delivered to tenant, landlord's, whatever we call it now, landlord's floodplain and flood notice, parentheses, track number, whatever.
Does that mean,
Does that make it mandatory now?
that
I
makes,
think it
you just
does.
made it mandatory.
I think it
This
does.
form only.
I like
There's a
it.
reference in this form only.
So it is
But then-
mandatory for this
Yeah, I
one,
think it should be, yeah, I agree.
unless you have a checkbox, yes or no.
I-
we're not designating.
No, I'm not being smart.
Can I just say, just put it in small, the floodplain and flood notice, don't capitalize anything. But you've defined it required by Texas Property Code, section 92-135. That means they can use the Trek form or they can use the.
Not unless after you put our name, our form name, you put comma or other similar form.
Okay, let's think about who's using it, which is the agent in the
Right.
field. We've got to make it simpler than that.
And
Because then they're
public.
going to, and the public, they're going to wonder, where do I find that? Do I have to write it myself? So I think we need to give them a form.
Yeah,
No.
but I'm okay if we're gonna let other people have forms to have it out there.
Yeah.
But you gotta tell them that, cause it is making it mandatory if you
So-
put it in our form.
When we did the extra notice box, or the committee did in the last meeting, we had that the following notices have been given or attached to this contract, for example, no. I guess the PID notice is one that we have, but we don't specifically say, here's the PID notice. We're just looking by example of what we've done in other
There's several
cases.
places.
Well, but those are actually made part of the contract, even though that was a big discussion. When you're looking at those check boxes, those are actually made part of the contract. You'll notice seller's disclosure notice is not on there.
So the PID notice, if we add that at the end,
Yeah.
I need to find.
Well, here's what we do with respect to the seller's disclosure notice. What if we do this? Just say, the title of the paragraph is gonna be landlord's floodplain and flood notice pursuant to property code section 92.135. Buyer has received the notice.
But Brian,
That's what, that's what we do
I'm
first.
with you, but
Buyer
that is
has-
mandating it.
Has not received the notice. Check
Well,
box
they
says
have
have to receive.
It's
Oh,
not.
That's
There's
right.
not a check, but when you put our form's name in there, you are making it mandatory, which I'm okay with, but if people don't want it to be mandatory,
I'm saying, I'm not using our form, I'm just saying landlord's floodplain and flood notice required by Texas Property Code section 92.135.
well,
I'm not specifying whose form, and just say buyer has received.
and
the
then
notice.
why are they making
But
it
Abby's
hard?
guidance
What, at the back of
is
the
to
lease?
not make it mandatory, right? And that's, in line with the other forms. And so I think before we get into the discussion that's going in circles,
Okay.
let's decide whether we want it mandatory or not. And then if we don't want it mandatory, then I think we leave the generic reference. I like how Brian stated it, that they have received it. But it all comes down to whether we want to make it mandatory. Because by the language that SJ is suggesting, I think it does make it mandatory in that context. So, straw poll on mandatory. No, making it not mandatory.
Not
Who's in favor of
Not
not mandatory?
mandatory.
Not me.
Okay,
And so-
let me say this, let me say
Let's-
this, that,
Be clear.
mandatory or not mandatory. If this is the option, then I wanna make ours mandatory. With all respect, and I appreciate that they got out there first, I don't think this notice from Texas Realtors has everything that's required, and it definitely has some stuff that's not.
I think that can be separately
But if it's-
addressed with Texas Realtors
I know, I'm
and
just
to get that right. But I think the consensus is to not have it mandatory. So then now we go to the language to include in the actual provision itself. And so if we look at what Brian suggested, do you have that type?
Yeah, this is how it appears currently, so how do you want it to appear?
I just say floodplain and flood notice pursuant to section 92.135.
Now, is that part of this title or here? You got the
I'm
notice. of the
talking, the title of
the paragraph?
paragraph. So I'm tracking exactly what we did with the seller's disclosure notice, okay?
Well, Brett,
Floodplain and flood notice
It's actually
pursuant to
landlord. It's actually
section
landlord.
92.135 Texas Property Code. Yeah, okay, landlords. Landlords. Floodplain and flood notice pursuant to Texas Property Code section 92.135.
My only
That's
suggestion,
exactly the way we do the seller's disclosure notice in the contract. And then we could say buyer has not received the notice.
No, you can't.
So that's actually one thing I wanted to just bring up. So the way that we have it drafted for the second notice is, landlord is or is not aware that the property is flooded. If you look at the bill, it's a little funky. It says,
What if you don't?
if the landlord knows that flooding has damaged any portion of the dwelling, then they provide this notice, but the actual text of the notice is landlord is or is not aware. So we just decided to skip that sort of condition and just put it in there. But technically, there could be a scenario, I suppose, where you're not required to provide it. There's also an exception for the first notice. If I think the property's been elevated, is that the?
Yes, the second notice is only required if the landlord knows of damage to the flooding. Otherwise, the statute does not require them to give the second notice.
But then the statutory language requires you to say is or is not aware.
Yes, but that only comes into play if landlord knows
If
that
they're-
flooding has damaged a
Right.
portion of the dwelling.
Right,
So it doesn't require it.
It would be very complicated to put that in the form.
Right.
And have the users understand how to check the box properly.
And can either of you speak to us about the difference between a mandatory and voluntary use form? I'm not sure if I agree with the statement, just because we reference the form in this, what we're working on right now. In our minds, practically, maybe that's mandatory, but that's different, I believe. That's why I want you to speak to it, is than what an official mandatory use form would be. Correct?
Seller's disclosure notice.
So I'm-
Amy, that's very good.
So I think we could, anyway, I'm not trying to get us off on the mandatory. I mean, I agree. I don't think it needs to be mandatory in the sense that you all would define a mandatory use form.
Yeah.
That's why you said you thought it should be voluntary. Right. But I'm not sure if we reference the form in this disclosure that it would it might make it practically mandatory, but it's still not a mandatory use form. Right?
yeah, I think it maybe is more of a practical issue. So what I'm thinking about is, what we're doing now through rule review is we are trying to add in the rules that are associated with each of the forms, whether a form is for voluntary or mandatory use. And so thinking about drafting in that sense, because that's what like enforcement would use to
Right.
determine whether or not a violation occurred.
Right. So we wouldn't want to cause confusion with that.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And putting that name in starts to feel that way, right?
Right.
That's what
So
Just wanted to.
I had suggested this at one point, but I don't know if you want to reference the track number.
I mean, what is wrong with, literally, somebody shoot this down and tell me what is wrong with putting our form number and the reference, comma, or similar form?
No, that,
What's wrong with
that,
that?
that matches the
Nothing,
seller's
although
disclosure.
it is all qualified by pursuant to 92.135. So we're talking about the notice given pursuant to 92.135.
So if you just have if you put the track number, then you know you're getting the right number, the right one.
But
Yes,
it's
but
not
then they
That's
can
not what's
also-
actually
Then they can
required.
also
just
use
like
another
seller
form.
disclosure notice.
It's making it
Yeah,
easier on
this
the
is
field.
just in temporary residential use.
Right, yes, but I think you ought to put our form number and then comma or other similar form. That way we're giving them direction to go look at it, but then they also, if they happen to like the TAR form or the San Antonio Board of Realtors form
That's-
Do you have
better.
another
That's
example of where
education.
that's done in the contracts? I'm not aware of any other reference.
Seller
There
disclosure
isn't
notice, you
anything
don't
like
do that.
this. This is a weird deal. Remember, here's another thing too, this is the first time the legislature has made, disclosures other than lead-based paint in a lease form. So we don't have anything,
Or
we don't have,
Compliant notice instead of form.
Would the revisions to these temporary leases be presented also to the commission?
yes.
Okay, may I just ask a question while we're looking at these? For those of you who've been here for a while, what is the rationale on the seller's temporary residential lease in section 4 for a refund not being given versus the buyer temporary residential lease, section 4 for reimbursement? Is there a reason why? It's regarding the return of rental amounts. If you paid a 2-week rental and you move the next day after closing, if you're the buyer, the seller, you don't get a rebate, but if you're the buyer moving in the day of closing, if you get a rebate, you can get a rebate. Was there a reason why an early move out in the seller's temporary residential lease, the seller didn't get it back if they moved early, but the buyer would? It just seems like.
It's already closed for one thing, and all of a sudden it's closed.
Yes.
On that, I think I would like to put that question in a box and then finish up what we're talking about here, but that's a good question to circle back to, I think. So
Well, I was only brought it up now, should we be making any changes potentially in this moving forward with the other changes?
And I think today, the form use, well, are we talking about?
We have to.
We have to do the
Because they have to be
Okay.
submitted with it, so we have to.
So it has to go in together, it can't just be.
But so,
Okay,
we
so.
have to finish this thing that y'all hate, what I'm saying.
But let's finish I guess, the topic and then we can circle back to that, and that way we can have finish this notice language here. And it'd be honest, I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other if we make it clear that it's not mandatory. I do have the concern if we just put the truck number behind it, that it will seem mandatory. It just seems obligatory to use it. So I'm not sure anybody here has a real strong feeling if they do, including something like that, as long as it has some kind of disclosure there or some kind of where it's
Going
not
on my
mandatory.
broker counterpart over here, who said, I think correctly, that the agents need somewhere to go. They need direction on where to go. So at least they know to go to 54 dash,
I'm good with
it'll be one, won't it be when it's published?
It'll be just 0.
Really?
It's new.
May I suggest we make it paragraph 25 so that we don't switch numbering?
Aren't you
Since that is
smart?
one of our goals.
That's
The only
great.
reason I put it there is, I think we just normally have like consult your attorney close to the signature line.
Yeah, that would be okay. How about if it's 20,
Well, this isn't like,
whatever, that's fine.
That's fine.
So are we good with that?
so
Yeah.
are there other changes to the flood notice?
Yeah, well, it's missing a period.
What's that?
So to this form, are there other changes that we need to make? I've got the change in the title.
Did we change the notice?
Oh, do we need to add the
Right
notice
under-
provision?
Right under the, no, the
What's
notice
that?
under the title.
On what?
What you call it?
Oh, sorry. It's a.
Yes, potentially wrong. I have a question that may lead to a change.
Okay.
Abby, in Texas Realtors, they have the language that makes it clear that the representation is from the date of signature. That is not here, and I'm wondering if it's on purpose. And I went and looked at our disclosure form, and that representation is the date of signature is in our disclosure form. So do we want to include that here?
Well, that was statutory.
It's statutory, definitely on the disclosure.
I understand. But I'm saying it's included in the Texas Realtor.
This is 27.
We're saying maybe it shouldn't be, is the point.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think so. I don't think it ought to be there. I think this is,
I do see a concern of
I'm asking.
when it comes up later, well, when did you know?
Well,
And did it change?
The question, the way that it gets argued is when this language is there, the argument is the seller doesn't have a duty to update if there's something happens post-signature. If the language is missing, then the argument is the seller has a duty to supplement. That's why the language is important.
right.
And I'm not necessarily taking a position one way or the other, I'm raising the issue.
So for a point of
Back to
discussion,
the statute itself.
two things. One, it's not in the statute, but what is also excluded from the statute, so the legislature made the decision that existing leases so I don't like this language from Texas Realtors to be added. I don't think it's appropriate because it's not part of the statute, and I think it softens and it gives an argument. It's just not appropriate.
But it does bring clarity, I think. I'm not saying I'd necessarily come down on the side of it.
But we didn't,
And
we're
we've
not the
added-
legislature. We shouldn't be helping make law that the legislature
Well, and but we're leaving some other stuff out of
I'm just
this.
saying from clarity's perspective, because that is an open question.
Well, but the
Among the
presumption in legislative history and contract or statutory construction is that the legislature knows how to write laws, and if they didn't write it, they meant to not write it.
That's true.
So I really don't think Trek ought to be taken on to change to statutory construction.
We do in our, in the track.
Do the base track bar,
Yes.
And that falls right out, the statute actually has that.
Oh,
right.
For the seller's disclosure.
Whereas for this one, it doesn't, but it's implied.
I don't think it's implied.
Well, the question becomes, do they have a duty to update a disclosure that they made like this? And I think there's no question in law for material issues such as flooding or floodplain that would need to be,
Okay.
regardless of any scenario,
Hold on.
updated. So,
Legislative history indicates that they didn't think about us, all right? They thought about Joe, landlord, leasing to somebody. They did not think about the temporary leases that are in conjunction with a sale. They are talking about, I lease you this house, you get it, you get the notice, there you go. Bo's bringing out the gap, okay? There is a gap in ours because there is a lease signed at the time of contract that goes into effect sometime, either before or at closing, but it may not be that day. You know what I mean? There's a gap. This is a different animal that the legislature, and I looked, and they did not talk about it.
I think it may be, no, I'm gonna give them credit when they probably shouldn't have credit. But it may be the timing. The seller's disclosure notice is signed materially before,
Right.
and this is probably signed
Yeah,
very
it's,
close to.
this was, seller's disclosure was built to go with a sale.
Yeah.
And this was built to go solely with a lease. That
Okay.
happens like.
All right, I'm fine with not including.
okay, so can we pull the length or?
Well, it does say at or before execution.
Yeah.
But presumably it's gonna be pretty
So
close.
this statute permits this to be done before, right? So let's say I list a property and just gonna,
Yeah.
although I doubt I would sign this form at the time, I could.
It's possible, but I think it's less likely. It's probably the 5%.
Yeah.
There is a period missing.
I saw that.
Thank
All
you.
right, let me go back to that notice under the title of the form. It says for use with a residential lease, including a temporary residential lease. And SJ has suggested adding whether the dwelling is or is not in a floodplain. So I just want to confirm that we want to add that.
And that was in response to Charlie, I think, saying, they're just gonna freak them out. They're gonna think it's in a floodplain.
Well, no, now we've got the title, don't we still have the title? God help me. The title landlord's flood disclosure, right?
Flood and floodplain.
Right up
Flood and
there.
floodplain. We haven't
Okay.
listed it out there.
What are you doing down there?
We don't, I'm sleeping.
Oh, guys,
I don't know.
It's not flood and floodplain, it's floodplain and flood.
Yeah.
Do not open that up.
Okay.
But my point being, we don't need an explanation if we've got that in the title.
And it says
I
for
think we're fine.
residential lease, including a temporary residential lease, we're not limiting it
Okay,
to certain,
I would take it back if y'all want.
for brevity.
Yeah.
Charlie.
Charlie's satisfied, I'm happy. I'm just trying to see who's.
You're always like that.
I don't think it's capitalized. Flood, floodplain and flood.
Okay.
You're out of order.
No, I'm talking about,
I ordered the color red.
because it's 54.
That's the name of the form.
That's our form.
That's the other compliant notice, once they get in compliance, when Robert goes back,
I'll make sure.
What?
that
with our free legal
I'm ready
advice.
to be
Yeah.
compliant.
Okay.
I mean, we're flooded over on this one.
Into compliance.
Any last comments before we move on? I
We're good
think we
with the change in the
Very
30
much.
leases, right?
Thank you.
discussed this one through. I think it turned out well drafted.
You did great, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Abby.
I'll bring boxing gloves next time.
We're doubling your salary.
Get 2 burritos at lunch.
All right, let's move.
Wait, we have to do the residential leases. We have to
Well, they're
do that.
done. Oh, wait.
The temp,
Oh, we're gonna do something else?
Yes,
No, wait,
because they
We have,
go,
it's with two different forms, so
yes,
it's,
there's two of them, they have to go back to commission with
Right,
this notice,
right.
so, there.
what page?
Is there something else you're wanting to change?
Well, there is a change that has been made to accommodate this.
No, I'm saying,
He
is
just
there,
did it.
I think that's what we just.
it's been done.
It's
hasn't it?
done.
Okay, and then Diane had, and the chair tabled until now, her question about those leases.
Yeah, so if we go back to paragraph 4,
We're talking temporary residential lease.
correct. And you want to reintroduce that topic?
Yeah, it was just a question and why there's a difference between the amounts paid in section 4, if it is the seller that is, it says tenant will not, so on section 4, there is no rebate to a landlord, seller tenant if they pay 2 weeks in advance and they move out the next day. Whereas if it is the buyer in possession and they paid 2 weeks in advance and they close
But
the
it
next
says
day,
it'll be
they get-
paid at closing though. On the seller's temporary residential lease, it says it'll be paid at closing.
Yeah, understood, but why after that closing, if the party, it says tenant will not be entitled to a refund if rental and the lease terminates early due to tenant's default or voluntary surrender of the property.
It's because the buyer's lease occurs, tenancy occurs prior to the closing date.
Right,
And that's something, the seller's giving him possession before closing, which is questionable to begin with, why a seller would agree to that, but he does it. And the price the buyer pays is they have the tenancy up to the closing.
and I
Well,
understand the
as
buyer's
the-
part,
as
totally
the
agree with the
seller-
buyer's
as
part,
if
it's
I'm
the
the
seller's
buyer-
part I wonder about.
If I'm the buyer of the house and you as the seller agree to a 2-week lease back and you leave after a week, I'm still probably moving in because I've got my mover scheduled for 2 weeks. So you have to compensate me for the time I didn't have the property anyway.
You're
Now, I
speaking of the
may
buyer,
choose, what?
Yeah,
If I'm
You're
the buyer.
speaking of the buyer,
Yeah.
I totally understand the buyer page.
No, no.
Totally.
No,
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 seller's lease, so the buyer now
Okay.
owns the house,
Yes,
and they leased it to the seller.
correct.
And they had to make their plans at closing,
Mhm.
if the seller is occupying their property for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And if the seller gets out earlier, well, the buyer may have gone on vacation, they may not have their contractors, whatever, that's it.
And it was
They
an
just wanted
accommodation
the
to the
practical
seller.
application
Right.
of why. Okay, thank you.
And there's no other time to, well, they don't get the money back.
That's a very good
Okay,
catch
makes
in the
sense.
distinction,
Yeah.
which I don't recall having discussed
No, I
before,
think
but
so.
I think that's the
Yeah.
exact
It
reason.
Yeah.
makes good sense.
And you may choose to negotiate something to, maybe the buyer, but that's if it's a benefit to the buyer, but
Well,
I
that's
don't
where the
think,
problem lies.
I don't think it needs to be addressed in
Contractually, they're
this.
not supposed to.
We don't want any negotiating.
Okay.
Move on.
Any other comments on that form
Call your
before we move?
attorney.
No, I don't negotiate that.
Okay. Ron, do you have everything?
Thank you.
Yes, that's just, if not, Abby approved it.
Abby, yeah.
Okay, so the next item we have is discussion and possible action regarding draft contract form changes requested by the committee.
We did that.
It's a very broad agenda item. Is there a specific?
It's all of the changes that you requested last time have been incorporated into the contracts in your materials.
The
So
improved
we
new
want the-
construction, yeah.
Yeah,
It's,
like the
one
repair changes and.
It's an ongoing review of what we did to make sure that. it's
And we're trying to say
the way
cash,
we intended.
we're trying to deal with hard money and, yeah.
Which I listened to the entire last meeting and then I thought this committee did an excellent job on those changes. It did.
Well, what we need to do is, and if we haven't done it individually, is to go back and look at these changes and say, are we happy with the changes we made? And to bring those back to the committee and say, I don't like what we did, whatever.
And without reopening the items that were discussed last time, does anybody have any changes or suggestions based upon the language that was circulated?
I have a suggestion.
Let's see. Go ahead. Go
Well,
ahead.
my suggestion is that we table this whole item for the next time.
I would agree with that for brevity's sake.
Okay,
Unless you have a quick
My
comment.
comment is so many of these changes are so very important to the agent in the field and to the consumer that I hope that we introduce a potential new contract, including all this clarity regarding loans and cash and what all that means before the end of this year. And to SJ's point with the legislative session next year, I mean, are we going to wait and make, the agent have to address questions they shouldn't have to? I love the changes we made regarding clarification of cash, because this hard money thing is out there. Issues regarding reserves, there are so many things that the agent deals with on a daily basis that the committee addressed. And I would just hate to see these changes in all these contracts delayed until mid or the end of 2023.
That's a good
That
point,
is,
but I think, could I make a suggestion that the things that we've incorporated based on some of your comments and the farm and ranch work, you can incorporate the things we kind of said is okay for us to keep looking at, and then maybe everybody make a concerted effort to thoroughly review all of these changes one last time, and maybe at our next meeting, we could decide.
I like that idea.
I like that
Instead of
idea.
spending a lot of time on it today.
Absolutely.
And the next meeting is what, June? How many people read everything that was in here?
Everybody should.
Yeah, we
July.
should have. So I mean, straw poll, do you like what you see?
I was just gonna say, we can front end that on the agenda too, because I think the earlier on the agenda.
Yes.
Well,
And I think the consensus I had from the last meeting is everybody was in favor and liked the changes at the end. It seemed like it was pretty thoroughly discussed.
Yeah.
And hearing no changes really strongly coming out today, I'm not sure that we're gonna have any disagreement on that going forward. But if everybody can make a real good review before the next time, so we can tweak it and expedite that process next time.
Doesn't that go ahead and delay, which is one of the things you're saying, let's bring it forward, but you're saying, let's hold it to the next meeting, and then it's gonna go to track, and then it's gonna come back, and
it's
really
next
by
year.
about the first of the year, we got that new contract.
Wednesday of August, right, so if you meet in June,
July.
Didn't
July,
we
July,
say
you
July
could
8th?
recommend for August, so it would be proposed August, potentially adopted November.
So I have a different suggestion. Let me amend my suggestion. Why don't we look at the third-party financing addendum? Because that is a standalone, go forward. The contracts, there are so many issues in the contracts that go across all the contracts that those definitely need to hold to the next meeting. And maybe, again, Farm and Ranch might need to hold even farther, but I do think, and you were most concerned about cash and whatnot, unless I'm missing something, I think third-party financing could go forward to add in the.
That's good.
The problem we might have there is
Yeah.
it requires a revision to the actual contract at the beginning and referencing the third-party financing
Yeah.
in the actual contract, so. I'm
Well,
not sure there's a
Yeah.
better way.
We can't-
Ideally, we
yeah.
could, but I think it's a bigger issue.
I mean, those kind of forms are used more frequently than the seller and the assumption, and we spent a lot of time on that, and maybe we should have reversed it. But it, it's moved forward, but I think the third-party financing addendum addressing that would be very helpful.
it's in the contract, just correct.
Yeah.
To throw this out, could we look at making just that change to third-party financing addendum in the same change to the contract to be able to get that forward?
Then
I
we
mean, that'd be
should-
splitting it up. I'm
We
just-
don't want to.
Yeah.
But then I don't think we really want to make changes again after we. I appreciate the sensitivity on the time, but there is the process we have to go through, and we don't want to have to go through it twice. Right? They're both back here nodding their heads.
So let's get prepared
When's the next one? We
next
get lots
time.
of comments when things change, right?
Right.
But there's also that legislative session consideration. Now, I don't have the history, but it's my understanding that this group, does it stop meeting during the session?
No.
Okay, Amber was under the impression that you all, so you all keep going.
No, but what we
Yeah,
always
hopefully
do
we
try to do, yeah, we try to have a meeting right after
Right,
the
In the summer.
regular session.
right, and I recall that.
I think there
That's right,
was
it's
one session year we decided.
We didn't have.
That's just the one that Amber must look back on.
Fondly.
So, and that's fine, because I know my session that I've been here was also the season of all those changes. So that's fine.
Well, and if we change something that came in January, say it actually got, I mean, the sessions went over till May, and then there would be, so that's not,
I'd like to make a suggestion for our next meeting. That early in the agenda item, we review the forms for any last changes to the changes that we've proposed so far. Make a decision to promulgate those to the committee, to the commission for publication, and then just let those go, and then we continue with the rest of our agenda and can look to see if we have to jump back in on an emergency basis, so to speak, if you will. That way we cut it off and say, these are going forward, and then off better with that.
I agree.
Okay.
Absolutely.
would you also give the full explanation of the whole process?
In terms of
It would be helpful for the timing, I think, especially for the new committee members that haven't been through it, to understand. And maybe we don't, spend time on that right now, but we had some kind of maybe email or written.
Yeah,
thing
I
with
mean,
that out, lays it out, so it's
I
understood.
mean, we can do an email too, but just real quick. So all of the contract forms, saying that generically, everything that you all are working on are tied to agency rules. So that means they have to go through a formal rulemaking process. So it'll go, all the changes will go to the commission. The commission either votes up or down. They don't suggest changes. They would, let's say, ideally vote to move forward with the changes, which means they would go out for proposal. That means they'll be posted in the register, they'll be on our website, we'll accept public comment. All the public comment will come to this committee. You all will review each and every comment and what will be a long meeting. Decide whether there are any changes to make. If they're substantive, we go out for re-proposal. If they're not substantive, then it moves forward to the next commission meeting where the commission will vote whether to adopt the changes. So you're always looking at, let's say you propose, you're looking at 2 meetings. So if you propose at the August meeting, adoption would happen at November meeting.
She's talking the commission's meeting.
Sorry,
Our
I'm sorry,
meeting is
yes.
the one before. And just also to clarify, the registry is the public registry of all laws in Texas. It's not just tract, but that's a bigger thing.
Yeah, and this is something that, state agencies, and it's not just unique to us. So there's that comment period, and that's where everybody will weigh in on things like the title that we just talked about. So that'll be the process, and I can give anyone who wants like a long, thorough analysis of that process, I'm happy.
And is there, the timing, we have previously talked about how ahead of the Trek Commission meeting, our meeting has to be able to get things to them. What is that?
Well, so I think we have a fairly set schedule now to accommodate that. So it's July for a commission meeting in August, then it's October for you all for a commission meeting in November, January for a commission meeting in February, April for a commission meeting in May.
But it's a certain number of days, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have ours the first Friday usually of that month.
We
to
schedule
accommodate
them.
for that, so they're scheduled out.
Right, I know, but that's based on, there is some rule that it's based on. And actually what we're scheduling now, those are aren't those in the act? We went back to the old
There's a
school
policy.
predetermined days.
We have a policy, but I mean, generally speaking, we have to post the agenda for the meeting.
Right, maybe that's my
10 days
question.
prior.
10 days, there you go.
And we'll post along with the agenda materials. So the materials all have to be ready to go.
And you have to have at least a day.
Yeah.
We conclude committee meetings 3 weeks prior to any posting.
Okay.
Just so that we don't run it, because we were for a while running up rules.
So 3 weeks is really what
So
we're
we
talking
give
about. 3 weeks
ourselves-
before the commission meeting is
That's why we're here where we are today, right?
Right.
That's okay.
Okay. So, next, I don't know if everybody wants to march through or just take a brief break. We can continue marching through, everybody's okay. Let's go. All right, so we don't have many public comments, relatively speaking, this time, but I believe our next agenda item is to go through the comments received on the form. And that starts on page 96 of our materials.
Yep.
And the first one is from Miriam Mormon, who wants there to be an option for a requirement for the buyer to reimburse the seller at closing for the cost of a new survey, if required. She wants the situation in which sellers back out of the contract when they allegedly don't have the right to have some punishment against the seller to recover those fees spent on the survey. I don't think this is anything we
needs to be
take action on. There's other remedies they can exercise in paragraph 15, but I don't think we need to take any action on that. The second one from Ivy Boland wants us to define business days in the contract. Buyers are putting special provisions, then that option days is business days. And of course, our days are calendar days in the contract.
We don't use business days.
They got their 3 days. I mean, come on.
So I think we use calendar days, not business days. And they can modify that if they want to. The next one is Raina, I'm not sure how to pronounce the Balon Fullerton, who wants a W-9 requirement in the contract itself. And that's not something we can dictate the parties to provide or want to get in the business of putting into these contracts.
That definitely would fit in special provision if they really.
Well, and it's for agents too, and agents aren't parties to the contract themselves. So it's really agent to agent that they're trying to make the requirement for the W-9 to be provided.
It's broker to broker.
Yeah, broker to broker,
It's broker to broker, and it's the IRS rule, and they're getting upset because we as brokers are actually asking for it now.
Right. Imagine
And
that.
they're all into, we've never heard that in 30 years. Well, we now have an IRS rule, and I'm not gonna get audited and get screwed.
And we're not in the business of drafting things broker to broker. We're consumer oriented, and brokers are not parties to our contracts. The next one from Cheryl Easley. Cheryl Easley wants us to, explain paragraph 12A.
Because we don't get the itemized costs.
And, yeah, so they want it to be itemized, to know what is going into the seller contributions at closing. And it's a title company issue. And if the title company is not itemizing it like they should, you need to ask them to do that. So I don't think we can bake in a requirement to these contracts.
Education, we're supposed to say that every so often.
Yes.
Yes.
And this, hopefully everybody's watching, is an educational moment for all these items.
Educational standards to attend.
And there's a lot of education we see from these comments that needs to be done. The next one is also 12A. A comment on 12A is the title company lender obligated to show proof. Again, whether on the items that are included in there. And again, this is what did I put in my notes here if I can read them? It's a negotiated amount, right? So we can't, if buyer is able to pay all closing costs, seller obligated still obligated to pay under one contract 12A1 in full.
Because they agreed to.
Exactly, and it's negotiated up front. We can't. Somebody have any other thoughts on it?
Nope.
Moving on.
Leave it alone.
This next one actually caught me. At first, my reaction was, but the more I thought about it, the more on the title company side, I think it might be helpful. The first comment, there we have a few of them on this, from Kat Arnold.
No.
I would like to put on page 10 of the contract a different listing, broker and other broker amount.
No.
The reason we don't is
No.
antitrust. For the, because.
Yeah, in the Farm Ranch contract, it's.
They do.
Yes.
They
So
do.
how do
Commercial,
we
that's
then
it.
justify
We don't
it
have a
not
commercial
being
contract.
in all places? Some companies don't do CDAs, Commission Disbursements Authorizations, leaving it up to the title company to kind of guess, and that's
No,
not
you
right.
don't.
No, that's called the DA
Well,
on the broker.
well, it's
Yeah, you
supposed to be,
should,
but I
you
think it
should
doesn't
tell
always
them,
happen.
yeah.
So
I mean,
in the perfect, the question would just be consistency. Why can't it be? I'm not saying I'm for it, I'm just saying, why can't it be on page 10 in the farm and ranch and commercial and not elsewhere?
Well, my thought originally was why is it not,
Sure.
why is it not in there to begin with? And I first like, we don't need to change this, it's there, but the more I thought about it, it's like, why not?
It used to be,
Well,
it used to be in the body of the
Get
contract.
out.
We got rid of the commission in the body of the contract,
Yeah,
right?
right.
And paragraph, page 10 has nothing to do with the contract. The challenge is agents don't understand how they get paid, and that's through their broker, through the MLS, and or through the listing agreement or the buyer's rep agreement. That's it. Everybody thinks 10, I don't, I get a DA, a broker needs to send a DA to tell the title company what needs to be paid.
So should
That absolutely should be done, and when we've proposed removing that section to begin with, or altogether, the pitchforks came out saying, how are we gonna know what our commission amount is? But then they proved our point about the education of, that's not where you go, it's the MLS agreement or other written agreement. So then we added the language in there for, this is for informational purposes only. And I think what this comment is, and another, it's either the next one or a few down, the same thing of why can't we add it? Why can't we, to be helpful to the title company, put it in there? So my question is that we have the one blank, but if it's informational, why don't we have two? And
Again, I think, it's pretty easy. I send an email. If I'm a listing agent, I wanna let them know what I'm getting paid. I don't understand why that's that complicated. I communicate with the title company.
Yeah, but as a listing agent, you shouldn't be, it should be the broker that should be doing it.
I ain't a broker, but anyway.
But you know what I'm
even as
saying,
the
that's the
listing-
problem.
Even as the listing agent can tell the title company, and if the title company has any objection to that, or he wants any clarification, they can ask for any verification they want. It's not,
I guess my challenge is DAs need to be with the, no offense, title companies, but there are title companies that pay agents without DAs. And I find out after the fact. And I go, how did that check get written?
Let's stick with what we're doing
Yeah.
here, which is
Yeah.
our contract, has nothing to do with DAs.
so I'm not getting a strong sense that there's any consensus.
You don't need to make them more powerful.
Another explanation is they're not a party to this contract. This is a contract between the buyer and the sellers only.
right.
So with that thought in mind, should the farm and ranch group
It is a
look at
different.
that?
We've had
We
that
are looking at
argument.
it, and it's a different animal, and the contract is different. The farm and ranch actually does have it in there.
Yeah, I know, and I know that, I know what the reason is for it.
Okay, so we'll move on from that one. It's a good point, but not a strong consensus in making a change. The next one here, is from, John Lohman,
He's the inspector.
who wants is an inspector who wants a minimum option period at the end. And he's worried about his clients, but we're not in the business of negotiating the parties' contracts. Judah Bozeman, let's see, she wants to make a change. This one here.
It's really weird. She's uncomfortable that the commissions are uneven or something. I don't know what the problem is.
Yeah, let's say the listing agent offers 2%. Okay, fine, and the buyer does that, and then the contract comes and it says listing broker is getting 6. You're gonna have a buyer agent just screaming bloody murder.
That's what he agreed to that.
I know, but that's a reason why you don't need to put everything in
It's
there.
not our deal.
Nope.
Big nope.
Okay, so we'll move on next to Cheryl. Make sure I get the right page. Oh, wrong page here. Jennifer Lofton. I believe this has already been addressed in the changes, but how can the buyer verify that repairs were performed and that they're performed by persons who are licensed, which are changes
She
now
was
require that
reading ahead,
documentation?
and those were our new changes.
She's gonna like it.
Exactly. So Jennifer, you will like what's coming, hopefully this year. Next one is Hannah Kerr. She wants, let's see, paragraph 22, like to submit feedback for non-realty items being listed at the end of paragraph 22, where all the notices are checked, in the intermediary notice. Well, the intermediary is not our form, right? The addendum is a Texas Realtors form. And then the non-realty items, we've discussed this many times in the past, there's a reason it's not listed. And lenders don't want to see it. And we don't want to put the obligation to attach it by including the checkbox. So there's a reason.
Step back one more and say why. The lender doesn't want to see it because in the mortgage documents, people are swearing that there is no other financial transaction going on about the transaction, so, right?
And it
Well,
can
they
affect
got-
valuation.
By
and-
your definition, it would make sense that they see it, but they don't want it on there. Somehow, I haven't figured it out. I've been told that it screws up appraisal process. I don't know how a refrigerator staying in the house screws up the appraisal of a $400,000 house,
But
but.
the $50,000 media center does.
That's
Yeah.
what, that's what.
Like the houses on the lake and stuff, they always make you do bill of sale because of the appraisal issue. You keep it totally right.
So we're not doing it.
Okay, what's the radio button?
That's.
I think
Just a checkbox, but anyway.
A radio dial.
David Turnquist has a lot of complaints about related to the transfer fees. And he points out what I think are inconsistencies in our contract. And the provisions that he's citing to are mostly the statutory notice provisions that are included. And so if we look at the ones where he's wanting, in addition to the private transfer fees or the non-private transfer fees, for lack of a better term, to be included in the same sentence. And some of that is in paragraph 7, which is straight out of just the blank statutory notice. And now we've addressed with the new language, transfer fees, that I hope will satisfy some of his concerns. But there's a reason for the sections he lists that it's lacking, the language is lacking. There's a reason for that to be, and that's because of the statutory notice requirements.
A question, probably the use of the word reserve and transfer fees have been the most repetitive confusion that agents had and title companies, and I think it was Ron, was in a webinar trying to clarify for the agents about that when the HOA documents were changed. So I look back at our HOA addendum thinking of what one of the agenda items were. Is our HOA addendum something we want to be moving forward to the commission yet this year? In that paragraph C addition is very helpful to the agent in that huge area of confusion because of the private transfers and they're not understanding it. And I think we did a very good job on section C of the HOA addendum, and I hope we don't overlook that, put it out too far to be presented.
We're doing all of them next week.
Yep.
Okay, this will be there, okay, excellent.
And point well taken, and this has been a source of
Oh,
confusion
right,
with title
excellent.
companies and agents and parties. There's much confusion about it, but this, I think is everybody's goal to get this done this year.
Yes. So did we want to finish with his comment at the very last, that he said transfer fees should be changed to private transfer fees? And that with the
Yeah.
professional.
Two different things.
They're
They're two different things.
They're different things, and private
Private.
transfer fees are governed by statutory rules, where, in different statutory rules than private or non-private transfer fees.
I mean, I guess his point, which I can kind of see, is identify them.
Well, in 6.8 though, is I think just the statutory notice language that we're pulling out. And that's when we're pointing out just specifically to meet the statutory requirements.
I'm with you. I'll bring it up next time when we're not tired.
So the next one, we have a pretty long letter written here by Robert Orbeer.
Could we concentrate first on the last sentence of the second paragraph?
Last sentence of this.
I have the habit of reading contracts.
I much appreciate it. I will never knock anybody for reading contracts. I wish
And
more
then you
people.
misread our contract.
Yeah, that's what.
And then he thinks our contract puts an obligation on the buyer to secure the financing on the exact terms listed in a third-party financing agreement.
Yeah, it makes it.
And the
avoidable
buyer
by
does,
the buyer,
and he
not
says
by
if the
seller.
buyer does not elect to cancel within 20 days, the seller can declare a default and keep the earnest money. That's his.
That's not
No,
true.
sir, you did not read the
It's a
contract.
little concerned that he's helping somebody purchase property here in Texas without a Texas real estate license. But the third-party financing then does not put an affirmative obligation on the buyer to secure financing under those exact terms.
It doesn't give the seller an out, it gives the buyer an out.
Right.
Exactly.
If they can't get
All
them
right.
that good. Right.
All right, so then we have
Page 104.
And get
Pages-
those inside.
Page 104.
104 from Elizabeth Salinas Grunemanner.
And read about how interest rates are going up.
Really?
No.
She basically said, change residential service company to,
Yeah.
provider or administrator licensed by TDLR.
And
So, just a kind of background on this, if you recall, TDLR now regulates residential service companies. And, as part of that regulation, they have notified us that they intend to change the term residential service companies to service contract providers. So, the instruction from the committee last time was for us to reach out to them and figure out the timing on that. And so this is an attorney with TDLR saying that there's not a specific deadline, but they are in the process of doing that, and that attorney provided some suggested language for that paragraph.
And I'm personally okay with the suggested length, if the terminology is being changed in the industry. I think we need to stay with
And
it.
she indicated they're using it currently. We license entities as providers or administrators.
Yeah, I think they're using it informally, that term now, and then the rulemaking process has not officially changed all of the terminology, but will be soon.
It is a residential service contract
can we
from
ask
a
them not to
provider.
change the title anytime soon again?
Why don't we do this, why don't we ask staff to include that change in the next drafts for us to look at? And,
Yeah.
hopefully our timing will be a little more consistent with theirs. I like that.
If we go to the next comment on page 105, this is from, let's see, Bethany Marin. Let's see where the question is on this one. So she's wanting to consider making paragraph 7H about residential service contracts like the one in California, lines 291 through 296, which specifies which one to use. And on that one, I like.
No seller cares, they care how much.
Well, what she more cares about is who will issue it, what options, and who will pay for it, and who will order it. That is, I'm surprised the title company people aren't right, because it comes down to the title company.
Well, first of all, the contract doesn't say that
Right.
they will buy it. It just says seller will pay up to X dollars, right?
Right.
And they'd be heroes, the title industry, if they would have that in the contract. And they always, I want to say they always wait till the last minute, but sometimes they do it after closing. Okay, so it'd be wonderful, but that's just not the way it works.
In our education
They don't
materials from
decide.
Shrek, specifically, title companies should not be in the business of doing that, because in picking them, because of you don't know what the house has, what are you exactly trying to protect? So on this one, I think we already addressed who pays for it in a clear manner, so I don't think we need to take any action on this one. The next one from Lori Cunningham. Wants us to promulgate a FERPTA affidavit.
No, thank you.
We'll do that.
Isn't it already done by the federal government?
Yeah, so the standard form is out there with every title company. Okay, so the next one we have from
Lawrence
Brian
Henry.
Watts. So,
Well, but this is the Lawrence Henry comment about the condo certified notice.
okay, so we've talked about that. Next one also came through, is that yours as well? It's J. Carter Breed.
Okay, can I make a comment?
Yes.
This is from J. Carter Breed concerning the system.
They like that.
That's awesome. And so what Carter Breed is suggesting is for us to develop a form for the acceptance of service animals.
But that's for
I think that's TR.
For a waiver. Oh, please.
And they provided an example from the North Carolina Association of
But
Realtors.
since we don't do leases other than the temporary, there's no point in having an agreement.
Good comments, right?
Taking a note there, Robin? It's free for you.
Okay, so Robin Harris wants to, so the next one here, and they want us to develop a form like California has, and
Where are you?
this is an
Page
interesting
109.
thought for this market. But I agree, it's a terrible idea. It's basically the reverse of the sale of other property addendum, but on the seller side. The seller being able to find another property.
We hear of that,
Yeah.
we hear requests for that.
I'm really quite shocked that there's a form out there from another association that promulgated it. I would like to see the form itself, but I I don't think we want to get in the business of having a form on the seller side and what would be
I mean,
probably
I
a
have
temporary
had
market
sellers
issue.
ask about that type of thing
Oh,
on,
I've
on
done
rare,
it.
on rare games.
If we sell them, we can't find.
I really, that's a really
Yeah.
sticky
That's
thing.
No.
Cause the buyer's putting up an option fee, a survey, an inspection fee, an appraisal.
They're
And all of a
selling their
sudden-
house,
Yeah, and all of a sudden you're gonna say, you know, I mean, it's kind of,
can't you take a joke?
Seller just needs to wait.
I think you could probably
or sell and be ready to go.
draft
Put a
around
sign
that.
in your yard.
If you're ready, if you're ready to be a seller, be a seller.
Yeah.
Otherwise, don't be a seller.
Don't do it.
In our last comment from Kim Reed,
Is DAR doing one, Robin? No?
We have no plans, no. In fact, we just wrapped up a residential forms task force that we do every few years to look at our forms. And this is an item that came up and it was decided to come here because of the buyers, the same thing on the buyer's side. So I don't believe we have plans for this.
I can see that we're,
exactly.
I think this could
Great
be,
idea.
I think it'd be handy for investment buyers, you know, that don't need to buy that particular property, but they're sophisticated enough to have their own attorneys that draft up their own forms for that purpose.
Yeah.
And like I said, it would be interesting to see what the
This would
other
be a nightmare.
association drafted, just I'm out of curiosity. And
It's
did you happen to
California.
get
It's
that?
California, right?
I think I saw, I think I
I've
saw
done a lot of
a
investment buyers.
I've done
draft
it before.
of an older
Where
form,
the seller has
but I
to
didn't want to
reimburse the buyer.
forward it on because I wasn't
You
sure
have to have an amended effective date.
how, if it was an
So
actual
that the
form
buyer
that
doesn't
wasn't
have to
used or
do
not.
any
And no, I
inspections or anything.
didn't get a copy because I wasn't sure that it was something that we were
No.
gonna actually move forward on.
No.
But I can ask, see if I can get one, if the committee would like to.
No, I don't think the committee, but I'll get with you
Don't
separately
even-
after.
no,
Yeah.
Google
I have no interest.
All right, so
I
our
don't wanna
last
see it.
comment to,
So,
Gary.
Let's
I've got
Okay,
it,
okay, is there-
I've got it, and my firm has drafted this for a broker.
And it can be utilized in certain circumstances, right? But
The
that's a general
rationale-
use
the
for this
rationale
market.
Explained from a broker was his listing, whatever, close rate, whatever you wanna call it, has plummeted over the last some time period because sellers are concerned that they are not going to be able to find a house to move in.
Right.
That's the concern. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
That was what the broker
That was,
expressed.
Right, absolutely.
and in this market, that is a concern,
And
big
so,
concern.
and so buyers are willing to do that just to get their foot in the door.
The last one, I believe, is born of a misunderstanding. It's Kim Reed, who believes there should be an option or an ability for a buyer to get their option money back when a backup addendum is used. And I think the misunderstanding there is you still have it, you're paying for that option. And that option starts when you execute the contract and it goes through the amended effective date, you know, and the full option you have once it becomes in first
Right,
place.
they're just saying if they never get in the first place, they're losing that money. Give them $10, make an adjustment when they go into
But
first
they still have the
place.
right, yeah, they still have the right to terminate during that time if they wanted to.
But I mean, just give them the $10.
No,
Make it
it's not how it works. Maybe the way that actually addresses this issue and in the main contract is to just say non-refundable option fee. Everybody thinks that everybody should know that, but let's just make it clear. This is for the public, and maybe the public doesn't get it, so non-refundable option. fee.
Right,
Every time we
they
say-
get
But
it
she's talking for
completely.
backup.
I know that, and I
I think
said
she gets
in
it
both.
completely, that's why she's
You put the
upset.
word non-refundable, and then there's the answer, non-refundable.
That's
Let's
where
look at that.
actually agents.
We had that actually happen.
What?
The attorney that reviewed it for us specifically, in our scenario, I don't know about how it would affect forms, which you had the option and you chose to terminate. You paid that fee for that option.
Exactly.
The option fee
And
is
so-
Yeah, they're just talking
The
about
option
backup.
fee went
Just
to the
don't-
seller and the earnestment went to the buyer.
I'm not
You
saying,
get it.
are you really saying buyers that don't know it's non-refundable?
Yes.
Yes.
That's what we're
What
saying.
they're saying is because they
And
never
some
went into
brokers.
first position, so just give
I
them
understand.
$10.
Well,
It's not a big
don't,
deal.
or don't do a backup.
Yeah, do you wanna do a backup, Lisa?
Oh,
It's not a big
no.
incentive.
I mean, this solution would be to have a sentence that says, the option fee is payable upon
Closing.
execution of this contract and is non-refundable even if you don't go into first position.
Well, or you can just say non-refundable and leave it at that and save 25 words, Brian, maybe. But I would suggest we
Or
put it,
you don't need to.
Or it's an education and a group, tell them what to do.
It's definitely an education issue.
but for the public, my suggestion would be put the words non-refundable in front of option fee the first time it's used in each of the contexts. So in the backup and in the main contract. And that would be a nice little present to the world.
I think
But where
it's
Don't get it.
necessary.
In the backup contract though, it's not, it just references back, the earnest money and any option money must be paid as provided in the backup contract.
Right,
And
we have
so-
to get it when we submit a backup.
Right, and so when you're suggesting adding the non-refundable language to the addendum itself or in the contract for everything?
It is
That'll
refundable
fix
if you
it.
close.
No, it's not.
Yeah, if you close,
It
it's
is not
credited.
refundable. It is a credit.
Credited.
These words
think-
matter.
Understandable, but it's gonna be misunderstood unless it's clarified. It maybe needs to be in the same sentence.
You're
It's,
making a problem with it.
well, hopefully not, but
think
the
it's an
interpretation on behalf of the agent is,
Well, I
It's
think
the
she's
The public
making a
doesn't get
point.
education. The
But
public
you
does
just
not
not
get
add it to
education.
backup contract. If you have the option of turning it
Didn't you have
into
an attorney?
The public shouldn't be using a backup
Yeah.
contract.
My attorney's
anyway.
Yeah, it's.
I didn't realize.
Because it came up and it was a.
So what do y'all think about putting non-refundable in the definition
I
of
don't
option
know.
B?
FYI, I was
Doesn't hurt
surprised.
anything, does it?
no?
If
I
you're the buyer and the seller breaches the contract, can you get your option fee back? Because of your damages? Dang straight you can. You've been damaged.
Option fee.
I don't think it's necessary.
That's damages, that's not a
You
refund.
get it back.
It's not a refund.
I believe this is
You got what you-
being an education issue.
Refund, it's a damage.
I agree.
And so yes, it is an issue, yes, but it really goes down to education.
So agree, but the public doesn't get education.
Well, part,
The public can read the contract.
I'm just wondering if part of it is just because
Get an
we
attorney.
changed the way we do it and
It's too hard to interpret without one.
Well, she's referring to the fact that our contracts are publicly available. So they may be used
But
without an
We
attorney.
have language in there now too. If buyer gets notice of termination, the option fee will not be refunded and expiration shall release the option fee.
Yeah, but that doesn't say it's non-refundable
Yeah.
in any,
Not be refunded.
Well, that is the state fee, right? Pardon? Isn't that the state fee? Will not be refunded, non-refundable.
that's in one circumstance. It's non-refundable in every option, in every possible circumstance. And I'm gonna disagree with Brian that even if there is litigation, you would not be refunded that money. You could seek that as a damage, but just like a damage and a credit are not a refund. Those are all three separate legal concepts. Might be the same money. I don't care. This was his
Let's-
problem. I'm just trying to fix it. I was thinking about the citizens of Texas, but y'all.
Let's think.
God bless you.
Everybody's going to read this real close before next time, and let's think about that. And somewhere to put it.
Oh my God.
Please make a note.
Okay, so I think on that, we'll table that and let's think about it
We do have
before
very
next time.
good-
That's beautiful.
We have supplementary materials, sir.
Okay,
Oh,
let's see.
You may not care about Mr.
Okay,
Glenn.
here's
Where's
what
Mr.
I
Glenn's
want.
supplemental?
I make a motion that the general counsel, just like you tell those yahoos that they have to tell you by such and such, make sure you know public, they have to be, registered to be on the teams by 5 o'clock the day before. We gotta have a cutoff. We need to have a cutoff.
Yeah.
Public comment cutoff? I mean, seriously, they can show their butts up if they want to, but. So, I mean, John George didn't send his stuff until this morning. I mean, seriously, what do we do
This
about
is
that?
Greg Glenn that did this.
I'm waiting for Greg to tell us.
This was sent yesterday.
Let's see.
I'm
So
withdrawing all.
supplemental I remember, do we have that printed or is that in our?
It's came,
Came last night, didn't it?
it is on the web.
It was
On number 11.
I bet Greg can present it.
April 7th at 3:51 PM.
Thank you.
And if you're driving in, you're not seeing that.
No, you sure shouldn't be when you're driving.
I'm fine with withdrawing mine.
I'm just kidding.
No, we've got that big, mine are not urgent.
No, let's hear about it. We're not gonna do anything.
Yeah.
Active.
I can tell the mood of the crowd's not with me.
Buckle up.
And so,
You're item 8?
let's- there are two quick comments right here, so we can walk through these real quick to wrap it up.
Sure, here you go.
A question has come up periodically about information placed in the notices paragraph. If the change is made in the notice information, does that constitute a counteroffer? Often we receive contracts that do not have the client information, but normally list the agent involved for notice. And so this is going to the notice paragraph where you list certain information in there. And is that informational in nature when it goes back and is filled in, or does it need to be initial to make a complete
It's a
contract?
good question. As a buyer's agent, I put some information in there that, the notice for the seller. I don't know who that is, so I put that is the buyer, it's the seller's agent. Maybe the seller's agent doesn't want to be the one that receives that notice, so they want to correct it and said, okay, I want to put Joe Jones in there instead. Does that, but the contract otherwise is in total agreement.
I've been asked that question.
Yep.
And when you brought it up, I said, I'll read.
Okay, good.
So I did research last night. Material terms are contractual provisions dealing with a significant issue, such as subject matter, price, payment, quantity, quality, duration of the work to be done.
Where are you getting that from? I'm
That would
writing
be
this in
Parker
our-
Drilling versus Rompor Supply Company.
So the place of notice is not gonna change that, right?
Pardon me?
Right, they're saying
Yeah,
anything
it-
that's crucial on the
So
contract.
and this is what I've always understood, if somebody, you have a contract when there's been agreement on all material terms. If somebody makes an immaterial change, that doesn't absolve the you have a contract, okay? And so if it is a fact question, is that material? I think everybody in the room would say no.
I think
And that
generally
goes for
speaking-
lawyers too, like I add my, so, they don't know.
Your
If
name.
I'm representing the
Mhm.
seller, the buyer doesn't usually know that I'm the seller's lawyer until the offer comes over. And I fill it in, and then my client signs it. Or goes to the broker and they fill it in, and I think that's the same thing, it's not material.
It's not a counteroffer.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's common in all areas, but in ours, it's very common for agents to put themselves in as
Well,
notice.
that's inappropriate.
They should.
It is very
I
inappropriate, but they do it. And so they also put you in as the seller's agent. So here we are in a situation where, I don't want that role, so I want to put John George's name in there and his email.
Yeah, and Trek teaches in legal 1 and 2 not to do that, so are they not paying attention?
No, they're not.
No, I know they're not.
Yeah, but-
Okay.
and so I'm just wondering, if you just
If-
correct that and send it back on, is that really a
Should be
counteroffer?
okay.
Well, I'm not gonna.
So I think the general
It sounds like
consensus
they keep
here,
doing it,
and
they're liable for
thank you for
delivery.
the side of it, I'll think of that question, gave the general answer without having.
That's giving legal
That's helpful.
advice, so no,
Perfect.
don't
And
say
the
that.
site, just for anybody for
Well,
meetings
they are new.
that wants to look it up, is
You don't
316
know that.
Southwest 3rd, 68.
Say
So
it
if any-
again,
316 Southwest 3rd, 68.
that's
For all
Parker,
the lawyers that go back and
that's
look
Parker
at this.
Drilling,
Correct.
Yeah,
thank you.
and
What's-
here's a couple other ones, 470 Southwest 3rd, 97.
Are you giving me pinpoint sites, or I have to read the whole damn thing?
They'll send the bill later.
Oh my gosh,
Tony will do it for you.
I
But you
doubt
need to
it.
ask the question when it's left blank, you have a contract.
Sure.
Sure you have.
Yeah. Right, right,
You just have
right, that's
confused
good,
over
that's a
where
better
to
question.
deliver.
Well, then notice can't go to the agent.
Yep,
Go moving on to the next one. So let's see, from Greg.
If it was blank.
Is there a
If-
license?
Oh, you mean, if it's blank, then the way it would be handled, say that if
Well,
you.
we're having a legal discussion,
Let's
not
move
for
on, let's move
education.
on. We'll go.
There's an
All right, so move on to the last one here. It's your Trek license requirement that agents must place their names, license numbers in the Trek contract, which is beyond the signature lines. So we're going to the informational page there that I am aware of no requirement for that to be in there.
What we were trying to figure out is there's a lot of team names that are not registered. And yet they want us to put this team name in as the selling entity in MLS. So our MLS recently just said, it's gotta be a licensed entity. We're gonna put the licensed entity in as the
But
selling
what's
agent.
your question? Because there is a team name blank. Or is somebody just not filling out the broker information form? I mean, what is the problem?
No, what they're doing is they're putting their name in there and license number, but they're asking MLS to put in a team name.
Well, we don't deal with that.
No, I understand, I
The
understand.
team itself does not have a number, does it?
Well, it will if it's registered, if it's a
If
registered
it's an-
team.
Or if they're registered as a supervisor.
No, this isn't, I didn't realize, this isn't probably a broker lawyer.
And then if they have a, right,
And
then
the
if,
team will also.
or if I have a team leader as a supervisor, they have a new number.
Yeah.
But that has nothing to do with us.
So that would be the licensed supervisor.
Yes.
But this is more an MLS
That-
question.
It is,
That's
it
nothing to
is.
do
He was
with
just
us.
No,
asking if
it's
it's
a
required
question
to
of-
be filled in, yeah.
In the contract.
After,
Numbers out
after the
there
signature lines, is that
This is a
become
trick
required information? Because doesn't
By
that
correct.
require us to identify ourselves? And in the contract, do we need to put our license
Only we're
numbers?
trying to hide it.
Well, the only license that is required in the contract is the broker. No, it's got the
No, see,
agent.
nothing here probably is required.
Well, if
They're
it was
all-
blank, it wouldn't matter for the contract, right?
It's
It's just an
information
It's
information.
information only, so really
It's
none
not
of that's
required.
required, what you're saying.
Are you concerned, general counsel, vice counsel? Yes.
Probably not.
No.
No, it wasn't a,
Because we'll do what you want.
hey,
No, I-
you heard her.
That had to be a rule.
Yeah.
We'll put that in a quote, frame it.
What, David Blaine?
We'll do what you want.
Yep.
Great.
That's it.
We just discussed recent court cases.
We did not, so that's the,
Just now.
well, for there, we did discuss that. I don't know how recent that one was. That's Southwest,
There was a Southwest.
Fort 70 Southwest.
Yeah, it
Third,
wasn't
yeah.
solved until.
Yeah, well, it's- I've been out of litigation, what we're up
That's
to now in
about
the
the
Southwest.
Third, I think.
Well,
Is there any good ones?
All right.
I'm aware of nothing new since our last
When was the last
time, are y'all?
Anything on that Harris one,
Or-
the
well, I
social
do do that.
exposure? Is that still hanging out there?
Yeah. Say it again, Robin?
I followed B. Harris.
Yeah.
And that doc, oh,
I did, and
that's my
I don't
favorite
have my
case.
notes in front of me, but yeah, that was the one with the Texas Realtor seller disclosure where it said that it was related to the flood, and if it is in the flood zone, attach TXR form, whatever.
Incomplete
It
selling.
wasn't attached, and so the buyer sued or backed out, seller sued for specific performance. It was a big house belonging to a Dallas Mavericks player, I think. Went back and forth, I think 7 or 8 times. Supreme Court decided not to hear it. There's a lot of real kinks, and I apologize, I would have refreshed myself. We were gonna talk about it. It was sent back down. I think the agent is still involved.
It's still open.
It is, yeah, it was sent back down to the trial court. No damages were awarded to the original plaintiff, but the original plaintiff was required to pay attorney's fees, I think in the amount of
$140,000.
what they were requesting. It was a real weird way that they did it. It's still open, but the original defendant is not a party any longer. I can get a summary if you don't like one, find one and send it off, so.
Do you think they're gonna settle it?
Well, and for the benefit of everybody that doesn't know that case, if you do not attach the what is effectively just a notice form, the 1414, I believe, then is it a full seller's disclosure? Because the statutory 5008 does not require you to attach that form. It's an additional thing that's listed in the association form. And in this case, they did not attach it. The buyer tried to use it to their advantage to say, aha, I got you, I have this out. I'm canceling because I didn't get the notice, and I have 7 days from after I get the complete notice in which to cancel. it went up, and there's various different stages of the court ruled in different ways. But ultimately, the court ruled on this particular issue that, no, just because you did not attach it doesn't, the form doesn't heighten your duty under the Texas Property Code. You still have the basic duty, they met that duty, therefore by not attaching that form did not make it an incomplete disclosure under law. And it's a potentially scary result until it came down when the legal update materials were first taught, it wasn't decided yet. And that's now been decided, but it's a good teaching point. If a form, whatever form you're using for seller's disclosure calls for something, make sure it's attached.
Gotta do it.
Yeah, and that's the bottom line that is taught in legal 1 and 2, is if there's a yes question, see attached, explain. If it's not, that's where that open area, in addition to the seller's disclosure and the Texas Realtors form, so no matter which one you use. So for a teaching point, it's just read it, look at it, know what's in there, tell your seller, you know, you said it's attached and it's not. So where do we go?
And as a cautionary tale for everybody listening at this meeting, as license holders, do not let your ink touch the seller's disclosure. You know, that is your seller's disclosure.
Or your fingerprints according to our attorney.
Yeah. And so make sure if you do see holes, so bring it up, but do not advise on what to put in the seller's disclosure themselves.
Okay. Are we done?
You have more, Vanessa, on that?
Yeah, that's, I'm sure how far we going from that, but yes, there are services out there to help consumers.
I can send it to you guys, I've got there was an update to 1.2, recently, so, and it may not have gone out, I can send it to you guys.
What's that?
Just a write-up on that case.
Oh, I'd love to
What
get
we're
it.
talking about?
Yeah, there's.
After our meeting is over, if you want, I have the rest of the story that is not, no one has mentioned.
If you want me to call Lori, I can get her on the line. This is her favorite thing to talk about, and this is why I try to not talk during meetings as much as possible, because I stumble through the explanation. So yeah, John's summary was exactly right, and there is a lot more going on.
Well, very good meeting. I know this took a
We
little.
have announcement for the July 18th and October 14th.
Is it
These-
July 8th or
Or
18th?
July 8th.
July 8th, October 14th, those are followed.
I was gonna ask that, that is the week of 4th of July. I can do it, but I just wanted to raise the issue.
But isn't the holiday on Monday?
It is, but a lot of people take the
whole week.
I'm here.
That's the week.
And if we
Non-litigated.
if we push it back, I'm here, and I'm telling you, it's fine.
Does anybody have a problem delaying?
Let's do it.
What we decided on.
Can I make a suggestion also that please make, if you're here, please plan to meet for dinner and I'll do a better job of getting, notice out about where, but let's just plan on when. If you're here, we'll have dinner maybe between 7 and 7:30, again, somewhere local Dutch treat. And maybe, sir?
There, that's exactly right.
Yeah, right. And Mr. Kramer might join us.
Okay. Well, I appreciate everybody's letting me, I wasn't expecting to lead the meeting today, but thank you for letting me stumble through it. And I'm honored to be the chair and
Compliment on
the
the
rest.
lawyers for making that select.
I give you a solid
Here's
C+.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Here's the rest of the
All right, we're adjourned.
Here's the rest of the story. The house is on